Chapter 81, I want to go with Lucian, too. Although Liu Yang's main purpose for coming here was not to see the potato seedlings, he didn't really care about them. But as a leader, he can't let his subordinates think that he's always thinking about that kind of thing. Others don't know that he has the blessing of the system. He only wants to become stronger by spreading his branches and leaves. They thought I was just a lecher. Wouldn't that make him look like a lecher? So it's necessary to put on a show. Liu Yang followed Scarface to the planting area. The vast area of the villa district has been turned into farmland. The former football field, volleyball court, and even the roadside greenbelt, the lawn between the villas and villas, have all been developed into neat fields. The fields are full of potatoes. The green seedlings have grown to half a meter high, and in the sunlight they look so fresh and green, so full of life. Green represents hope. And yellow represents maturity. All survivors are looking forward to turning green to yellow. Seeing that the survivor base was so well organized, Liu Yang praised Scar and Wang. Not bad. You're doing a great job. This base is developing in a good direction. I believe it won't be long before the survivors can be self-sufficient and no longer need to go out to find food. Scar Rat smiled and touched his head, saying, "Hey, it's all thanks to the boss. If it weren't for the boss, we would have died long ago." The better the base develops, the more grateful the survivors are to the boss. Nowadays, many people who don't believe in God have started to believe in you. Liu Yang nodded and said, "Do you remember the thing I told you last time?" "Yes, I remember." Scar-faced Rat nodded quickly, then tilted his head in thought for a while, finally asking with an embarrassed look, "Which one are you talking about? You seem to have a lot of things to tell me." "It's the beautiful girl thing," Liu Yang said with a stern face. This son of a bitch, when he came to this survivor's base last time, Liu Yang told Scarface in private that when he saw beautiful young girls, he must protect them and not let them be bullied. Did he forget about this? Scar-faced Rat suddenly realized and said, Oh. So you were talking about this." "I haven't forgotten. I've done a good job. I let all the beautiful girls between the ages of 18 and 25 who have never had a boyfriend live in the villas, not in the shantytowns by the wall. I even set aside a whole building for them, and it's full of beautiful girls, no men. Now there are already 30 beautiful girls living there. When it's full, I'll allocate another building." Hearing Scarface say this, Liu Yang's stern face finally relaxed. "Well, I can trust you to get things done. But I don't think I told you to add the rule about not having a boyfriend, did I?" Scar-faced Rat touched his head and said apologetically, "I added this rule myself. You are so handsome and charming, and even the fairies in heaven are not good enough for you. I wouldn't dare recommend any of those women who have had boyfriends to you, boss. It would be a waste of my life. You little brat. You little brat." Liu Yang pointed at Scar-faced Rat with a smile on his face. He said little brat several times, and finally said, "You really know how to get things done." Seeing Liu Yang so happy, Scar-faced Rat also showed a bright smile, touched his head apologetically, and said, "Hey, thanks for the praise, boss." Liu Yang said, "Let's go, take me to the villa of the beautiful girl to take a look." Scar Mouse quickly said, Okay. "This way, boss, follow me." Under Scarface's guidance, Liu Yang arrived at this beautiful girl villa, where 30 beautiful girls lived. They were indeed all beautiful, fair-skinned, beautiful, and sexy. These were carefully selected by Scarface from hundreds of survivors who had signed up. As soon as these female survivors heard that they might be chosen by Liu Yang, they all rushed to sign up. However, just the fact that they had never had a boyfriend already eliminated 90% of them. The remaining ones who did not meet the appearance and body standards were eliminated by half. In the end, only these 30 were selected. Liu Yang looked at the 30 beauties and nodded in satisfaction. Good. I will take you back to my villa later. You all volunteered, right? The girls were all excited and happy when they heard this. They quickly nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Of course. To be able to follow Lucian is a blessing from our past lives. Oh my god, it's really Lucian talking to us like this. Mr. Rat, thank you for not rejecting me. You are my parents in my next life. Scar-faced Mouse said, "Don't say that. It's your good fortune to be chosen by Liu Yang. You'll be able to live a life of leisure and contentment that I can't even imagine." I'll have to call you my sisters-in-law. Don't call me Master Mouse anymore. I can't take it. The women listened to Scarface's words, but still looked at him gratefully. Scar Mouse treated everyone equally at the base, and was basically very nice to every survivor. And the fact that they were chosen by Scarface to enter this beautiful girl villa was the first step in the turning of the wheel of fate. If Scarface hadn't eliminated them, they would never have met Liu Yang and been taken away by him. The girls bowed to him one by one to thank him. Thank you, Mr. Rat. Thank you, Mr. Rat. Thank you, Mr. Rat. Scarface's eyes welled up with tears at the sight of these people's behavior. He felt a little sad. He thought to himself, maybe this is how my father felt when he married my mother? It seems that next time when I choose a beautiful girl, I need to be more careful. This way, he could help more young girls turn the wheel of their destiny and reach the pinnacle of life. When Liu Yang was about to leave the base with 30 girls, the other survivors in the base looked at the girls and all of them had an envious look on their faces. One of the girls said to her middle-aged father next to her, "Dad, look. Those women are all going with Lu Xun. Hurry up and say something nice to Mr. Mouse and give him a gift so that I can be chosen too. I want to go with Lu Xun too. Lu Xun is so handsome and strong. I get all tingly when I see him. I have to go with him. I have to be his woman. I will never marry anyone else in this life." The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Come on, you." At 1.5 meters tall and weighing 160 kilograms, people would think she was a cabby beast from afar. I give my life to the Ratmaster, but I can't even get in the back door. You eat most of the food we collect at home. Can't you eat less? Lose some weight? The girl suddenly pouted, shaking her head and the fat on her face began to vibrate. But I just love to eat. I have a good figure, and if I lose weight, I'll be a beautiful woman. Maybe Lu Xun likes fat women? Besides, a girl who was 1.5 meters tall is the same as a guy who was 1.8 meters tall. Forget about weight, my height is still very compatible with Lu Xun. Forget it. Forget it. When will you lose weight? The middle-aged man said impatiently. The girl still wouldn't relent, saying, "Dad, you forgot who saved the whole family by sitting on the zombie and killing it? Can't you do something for your daughter's happiness? Can't you ask the rat god for more?" The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. "I'm really impressed. I owe you one." Okay, I'll talk to the rat god when the time comes." The woman suddenly perked up, reached out and took her father's arm, and said happily, "That's great. I knew you were the best dad. Don't worry, when I become Lu Xun's woman, I'll definitely move all the stuff in his warehouse to our home. Then my brother will be his brother-in-law, and I'll ask him to promote my brother to the second-in-command of the base." Hearing his daughter's words, the middle-aged man's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly became cold. He said coldly, "Get out. You're not worthy. If you dare to talk to Lu Xun like that, I don't think you want to live. In the end times, can a man who has become a peerless strongman be easily manipulated by a stupid woman like you? I think you should give up on this. I won't go to the Ratmaster to speak well of you anymore. From today on, your food will be reduced by 2/3. Lose weight and get rid of the fat in your head." After saying that, the middle-aged man left the house. The girl was shocked. Her father had always been subservient to her, and she could get anything she wanted by being cute. Even when the end of the world came and food was scarce, her weight didn't decrease, but increased. This shows how much her parents loved her. But now her father is directly calling her a fool. She had never seen her father so serious. Chapter 82, Survivors Come to Seek Refuge? Liu Yang continued walking with the beautiful girl in the direction of the base. At this time, a group of little girls came over, holding hands and jumping around. A little girl came up to Liu Yang, looked up, and said with her big, lovely eyes, Lu Xun, where are your older sisters going?" Liu Yang smiled and took out a large bag of snacks from the space and gave them to them, saying, "Of course, I'll take them back to where I live." The children were overjoyed to receive the snacks. Liu Yang said, "Lu Xun, isn't your place in the sky? Are these sisters going to become fairies too?" Liu Yang smiled and touched the little girl's head and said, "Of course. Anyone who follows me can become a fairy." "Then I want to go with you, too. Lu Xun, take me with you." Me too, me too. I want to become a fairy too. Lu Yang smiled as he watched the children chattering around him, innocently saying, I want to become a fairy too. He said, you have to eat quickly. When you grow up, I'll take you to visit my villa. The children were overjoyed at hearing this. Yes, that's great. When I grow up, I can go with Lu Yang too. I must grow up quickly. I'll eat well and grow up quickly too. When I grow up, I can become a fairy. Lu Yang smiled as she watched the children skip away. Just as Lu Yang was about to take the girls out the door, hundreds of survivors suddenly appeared outside, looking like a dark mass. Every survivor looked exhausted, as if they had traveled a long way. They all looked a bit tired, but when they saw the base gate, all of their faces showed an expression of anticipation. Scar-faced Rat and the others were stunned, saying, there are survivors coming to our base again? Lu Yang also ordered the gatekeeper, a level 3 zombie, to open the gate and let the group of survivors enter the base. The leader of the survivors, as soon as he entered, set his sights on Lu Yang, because among all the people present, only Lu Yang had the most temperament, the aura of a strong person, and even if he was not a supernatural being, he could feel it. The survivor respectfully said to Lu Yang, I presume this handsome man is the leader of this base? We survivors want to join your base and will abide by all the rules of your base. Please take us in. Lu Yang took a quick look and found that there were at least 500 people. There were enough people to form their own base. Why would they come so far to join another base? Moreover, with so many people and such a large target, if they encountered level 2 or 3 zombies on the way, they would be a buffet for the zombies. It is not easy to get here safely. Lu Yang asked, where are you from? You seem to have traveled a long way. You are so many people, you could have formed your own survivor base. How could you have come so far to rely on us? The survivor said honestly, we were originally in a survivor base, which was about 30 kilometers away. But 3 days ago, 4 of the 5 leaders in the base were killed, and they were all powerful psychics. Before they could react, they were killed. Obviously, that base had already been targeted by experts, so we dared not stay there. We could only run as far away as possible. After 3 days of trekking, we finally arrived here and saw your base, so we were ready to join you. Lu Yang frowned and said, 4 of the 5 supernaturals are dead, how could you civilians have survived? The survivor shook his head, we don't know what those enemies are like. They only kill supernaturals, not civilians or resources. We don't know what their purpose is. No one knows whether they are human or zombies, what they look like, and this unknown enemy is the most terrifying, so half of the people in the base ran away. Lu Yang's brows furrowed even more tightly, and he said, only killing the supernaturals, not the civilians, and not even taking resources. Are you sure? The leader of the survivors said with certainty, yes. Every word is true. Lu Yang thought about it and finally made a decision, our base can accept you, but you must abide by our base's rules. In addition, you must take me to your base to have a look. The strong man shook his head repeatedly, no, brother. It took me 3 days to come here through a lot of hardships. I don't want to go back. That base is too dangerous. I might not be able to come back. Lu Yang said, don't panic, I'm very strong. The strong man continued shaking his head, no, the enemy may be stronger. It was hard to get away from there, and I don't want to go back to the net. Lu Yang said helplessly, take me there and I'll give you 100 gene of rice. The strong man suddenly brightened up and said seriously, okay, I'll take you there now. It doesn't matter if it's a lot of rice or not. I mainly can't bear to leave my old friends there and want to go back to see them again. Fortune is found in danger. In the end times, 100 gene of rice is precious enough to risk one's life. Very well, then take me there next. Lu Yang walked up to the big man and then put his hand on the big man's collar. The man was taken aback, what do you want? The next second, Lu Yang had already taken him up into the air. Aha! In the sky, a man in his 30s with a hulking build and a full beard let out a scream like a woman. The 500 new survivors were all stunned by this scene. What the hell is going on? He just flew away. The leader of this survivor base is so cool and strong. Oh, no! With such a peerless master, we will definitely be safe in the future. On the other side. 1 minute later, Lu Yang arrived at the survivor base. At this time, Liu Yang's flight speed reached 580 meters per second. In 5 minutes, he can fly 580 times 300 is equal to 174,000 meters. In 1 minute, he can fly more than 30 kilometers. Liu Yang would slow down for his own woman, but not for this big guy. At supersonic speed, the giant was already dizzy and fell to the ground as soon as he landed. This man was a former mercenary. He was professionally trained and could fly tanks and planes. But even so, he still couldn't withstand the speed of supersonic. At the same time, Liu Yang's appearance also caused a commotion in the survivors' base. Everyone hid in fear. After a while, a strong man came out with a few strong survivors. The leader of the group was the only superhuman in the survivor base, Lin Dong. Chapter 83, Obtaining Base 2. Lin Dong looked at Liu Yang with a wary expression and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Then he saw the strong man lying on the ground, and his face changed. He said, "What did you do to Ergo? Ergo is not a mutant. Didn't you say you wouldn't harm ordinary people?" After hearing the other party's words, Liu Yang knew that the other party had taken him for the murderer of the supernormal ability. Liu Yang shook his head and said, "I'm not here to kill you. He's just showing me the way. It's a bit too fast after I arrived. Maybe he's a little bit dizzy. It's okay. After all, it's normal for ordinary people to faint after experiencing supersonic speed. Let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Yang. I am the leader of a survivor base. He came to join our survivor base. He said that the supernormal abilities of your survivor base were killed, so I came to take a look." Hearing Liu Yang say this, Lin Dong's face showed a look of doubt. Then suddenly it seemed like he thought of something, and his whole face lit up in an instant. He said in surprise, "Liu Yang? Are you the Liu Yang who was #1 on the heavenly list?" Liu Yang nodded, "It's me." At the same time, Liu Yang was also a little surprised. He didn't expect his fame to be so great. Every single superhuman has heard of his name? My God! Lin Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. That's Liu Yang, the #1 on the celestial list, who has the Japanese Empire at his feet. It's a face-saver for the Dragon Empire. He has made the entire Dragon Empire proud. It is the pride of all citizens of the Dragon Empire. Oh! Ergo vomited on the ground and took a few minutes to finally come to his senses. He said excitedly to Lin Dong, "Dong, I've come back with reinforcements." Liu Yang had told Ergo that he was very strong, but Ergo didn't believe him. Now, however, after being carried by Liu Yang at supersonic speed for 30 kilometers, he finally believed him. With this speed, let alone other abilities, just grabbing the enemy and flying them into the air and dropping them, they can die from the fall. As long as the enemy can't fly, it's estimated that they're not Liu Yang's match. So at this moment, Liu Yang is the savior of this base. Lin Dong said with concern, "Ergo, are you okay?" Ergo kept patting his chest to calm himself down, saying, "No, I'm fine. I just flew too fast." Tell Liu Yang, the boss, what happened. He's super strong. Lin Dong looked at Liu Yang with respect and said, "Of course I know he is a super strong person, he is #1 on the list. Boss Liu Yang, I'm Lin Dong, the only survivor of this base. If I hadn't gone out to look for food and hadn't come back, I would have died too." Liu Yang nodded and said, "Well, take me to see the scene." Under the leadership of Liu Yang and Ergo, they came to the room where the psychic was killed. 3 days have passed. The blood stains on the ground had dried and turned black. Lin Dong introduced to Liu Yang, "When we first came in, we saw 4 bodies. Our boss was killed in his seat. The 4 of them didn't have time to resist before they were killed. Everyone was killed by a slit throat. The enemy may be an expert assassin. They killed our boss before he could react." Liu Yang looked at the scene and saw that there were no signs of a struggle. The chair was covered in blood. It can be seen that the superhuman was killed while sitting in the chair. They didn't even have a chance to get up. This is a crushing display of strength. Liu Yang really couldn't think of how these superpowered people could have provoked the other side in such a situation of overwhelming strength. And why did they not take revenge on the spot, but wait until the supernaturals returned to the surviving base and then risked sneaking in to take revenge? After thinking for a while, Liu Yang finally shook his head and came to a conclusion in his heart. The killers should be very powerful psychics, and these psychics may have killed at random. Your boss probably didn't know each other before. At the same time, they didn't seize any resources. In the end times, resources are much more important than human lives. Not taking resources means that they don't want to develop in this area, or even in the Dragon Empire. Therefore, it is possible that the superpowered people from other empires have infiltrated the Dragon Empire. The reason for the killings is probably to reduce the number of superpowered people in the Dragon Empire. In this way, the overall strength of the Dragon Empire will be weakened. Or maybe your boss knows some secrets of the Dragon Empire, and the other side wants to force him to reveal them, so they killed him. After hearing Liu Yang's words, Lin Dong and the others showed an expression of disbelief. It's an invader from another empire? Our boss usually stays with us, and he hasn't been anywhere far away. He's always developing nearby, and he basically searches for supplies within 10 kilometers. There's no way he could know any big secrets. Could it be because of the test stone tablet? We also learned your name from that steal. The leader of this base once found a test stone tablet and took a psychic in to test it. The leader of the base was even lucky enough to be on the yellow list. And they also saw Liu Yang's name on the steal. At that time, they were very excited. Because the name at the top of the list was clearly from the Dragon Empire, they were all very happy. In Lin Dong's opinion, the biggest secret they discovered was this test steal. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang shook his head. There are more than one test steal, and they are all over the world. Although it is very amazing, it is not a rare thing. It should not be for this reason. Lin Dong said, then is it really like you said, just to weaken the strength of our Dragon Empire? Liu Yang said, I'm not sure. But what is certain is that the other side is very strong. If you return again, none of you can stop them. I will leave a level 3 zombie here to guard the door. If there is an intruder, I will come as soon as possible. From now on, I will be in charge of this base. Who is for and who is against? I agree. Ergo was the first to speak. He had been taken on a supersonic flight by Liu Yang and had long been deeply impressed by Liu Yang. That was supersonic speed. At that speed, even if you throw a stone at random, the power will exceed that of a bullet. So Liu Yang's strength is absolutely unimaginable. Me too. Lin Dong also said with passion. Being able to hang out with the number one on the list, the future is absolutely limitless. Seeing that no one had any objections, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Then it's decided. This will be my base number 2 from now on. Next, I will customize the rules in this base, and in the future, this base will operate according to these rules. If there are any intruders, you should use your wits to delay them as long as possible. Don't let them kill you in seconds. I'll be there in a few minutes. Lin Dong and the others nodded and said, yes. Boss Liu Yang. Chapter 84, Turning Back Again. After explaining everything to Lin Dong, Liu Yang said to Ergo, I'm going back to base 1 next. Let's go together. Ergo recalled the feeling of being in the sky when he came here. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than a roller coaster. It almost took his life. He didn't dare to experience it again. He shook his head and said, no, I plan to stay with Donga. What if the enemy comes back? How can Donga handle it alone? Hearing Ergo's words, Lin Dong was moved to tears and said excitedly, Ergo. Ergo said, Brother Dong. The two men held hands and looked at each other lovingly. Liu Yang looked at this scene and was speechless. What a deep brotherly love, full of affection. He could only nod and say, okay, since you're not going back to base 1 with me, I'll go back on my own. Be careful here. If a powerful enemy really appears, try not to fight them head-on, just try to delay them. I'll come as soon as I can. Okay, boss, we know. Lin Dong and Ergo quickly nodded. At the same time, Liu Yang thought to himself. The base's superhuman has been killed, and its strength has been greatly reduced. It is estimated that any molder or level 3 zombie can come in and kill indiscriminately. Originally, Liu Yang thought that Ma Feiyun was strong enough and might be useful in the future, so he didn't kill him. Now it seems that this decision was correct. He can be transferred to this base as a thug. Ordinary level 3 zombies and molting zombies are not Ma Feiyun's match. In that case, Liu Yang wouldn't have to come here every time something happened. After thinking it over, Lu Yang jumped up and flew into the sky. Boom! A loud noise, and a sonic boom appeared in the sky. Lu Yang flew at supersonic speed towards Base 1. In the sky, he became a fleeting shadow. In a small town more than 30 kilometers from Base 2. The team of psychic powers from the Little Sun Empire happened to be in this town, and when Lu Yang was flying at high speed in the sky, they just happened to see him. Peach looked up at the disappearing shadow in the sky, and her eyes showed surprise. Did you see what that was? A human? Or a mutant zombie? Inoue's mouth was also wide open, and his jaw was about to fall to the ground. Whether it was a human or a zombie, it was unimaginably powerful. His speed just now must have exceeded the speed of sound, right? Mikata said, "Isn't that the direction of the 4 psychics we killed 3 days ago?" Peach tilted her head in thought for a moment, pointing at her pretty chin with her white, delicate hand and thoughtfully said, "Could it be that because of what we did, we attracted this powerful being? Is he an official soldier of the Dragon Empire? Supersonic flight is no longer something that ordinary psychics can possess. At this speed, even bullets can't catch up with him, let alone ordinary attacks. It's impossible for just any divine Dragon Empire psychic to be so powerful. Even the regular troops can't. So, maybe that person is the legendary number 1 on the heavenly list." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Mikata said, "The number 1 on the list?" Inoue said, "He is the number 1 on the list?" Another psychic said, "The Divine Dragon Empire is so big, could it be that we're so lucky that we found the number 1 psychic in the sky after less than half a month?" They looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes, as well as a little surprise. Finally, they asked Momoko, "So, should we go after him directly?" Peach shook her head and said, "No, the other party is supersonic. How could we possibly catch up with them?" Nakata said, "Survivors with the ability to fly can ignore obstacles when traveling, so they should take the shortest route to their destination, and the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Therefore, he won't turn around. So, we just need to follow the direction he is flying in, and we will always find him." Peach nodded and said, "What you said does make some sense. But what if he's just searching for supplies, searching from one place to another, and then to another? You don't know how many places he's searched. You don't even know where his base camp is." Inoue said without further ado, "So what do you think? You're the leader, make a decision quickly. He flies so fast, every second of hesitation could mean hundreds of meters." Peach's face darkened, and she said firmly, "Return. Return to the survivor base we invaded last time. Maybe we can get some information this time. Inoue, I'm warning you, don't kill anyone this time. Last time, because of you, you killed everyone without getting any information from them." Hearing this, Inoue's face suddenly showed a look of contempt, and he sneered at Momoko. "Return? My god, have you been infected by a virus? We just walked for 3 days to get from there. You want us to walk back? And it's the opposite direction of the flying superhuman. You don't have to chase him, but you're going in the opposite direction?" Peach's face turned cold, and she said, "Inoue, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut your tongue off first." Looking at Momoko's gloomy face, Inoue suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He could only say, okay, you're the captain, you're in charge. But this is the first time we've been so close to the person who might be number 1 on the heavenly list. If we lose this opportunity because of your decision, when I get back, I'll report you to the colonel." Peach said, "I think you'll only be able to go back and cry to your father. Don't think that just because your father is a major general, you can be arrogant. If you keep going like this, I'm afraid you won't even pay attention to General Yamada for days." "Cut," Inoue said disdainfully. Peach then took the 4 superpowered people and continued to rush to the location of Lu Yang's base 2. It took them 3 days to get from the base to the town. But that was because when they left, they were looking for new survivor bases and clues about Lu Yang, which is why they were so slow. Now, they know the way back, and it will only take them a day at most to get there. On the other side, Lu Yang returned to base 1. He could finally take the 30 beautiful girls back to his villa area. But this time he didn't choose to walk with the beautiful girls. Because the girls are ordinary people, they are too slow. It would take them almost a day to walk 20 kilometers. Lu Yang doesn't have that much time to waste walking. Since he got the dark cloak, he hasn't walked more than 1,000 steps out of the first base. Lu Yang made the girls get on a bus that had been abandoned on the highway. Then he put his hands directly on the bus and flew back to the villa area with it. During the several flights, Lu Yang had already discovered the secret of the dark cloak. The dark cloak doesn't fly with Lu Yang, but gives Lu Yang and the people and objects he touches the ability to fly. In other words, he can fly people effortlessly, and he can fly objects too. If he wanted to. He could even lift a small mountain into the sky and fly it tens of thousands of meters high, then drop it. With the same force as a meteorite. He could even destroy a city in one fell swoop. The power of the dark cloak is not just for traveling. It is also very powerful for fighting. However, the enemy Lu Yang encountered now did not require him to use such powerful skills. 3 minutes later, the tour bus stopped safely in the villa area. All the girls' faces showed shock. They knew that Lu Yang was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. A 10-ton tourist bus was lifted up with a single lift. This strength is unbelievable, isn't it? At this moment, the girls' hearts were filled with admiration for Lu Yang. Chapter 85, Who Can Withstand It? In the villa area. Originally, He Yushur and the others were exercising in the community, but now they already know that they are pregnant. They can't play any strenuous sports like playing ball or running. So they took out their yoga mats and did yoga while basking in the sun. When they saw a bus landing, everyone stood up and looked surprised. He Yushur couldn't help but say, "What's going on with Lu Yang? She even brought a bus back?" In the end times, the roads have long been blocked by fleeing vehicles, and the cars can't even drive. Zhao Lina also said, yes, what is Lu Yang trying to do? Just when everyone was wondering, a beautiful girl walked out of the car one by one. At this moment, the women suddenly realized. The big star Su Xiao said, "Good guy, Lu Yang used to look for women one by one, but now it's great, he's loading them directly in cars." Zhang Jingyu, the goddess of the police academy, also showed a surprised expression. "He flew with a bus full of people, isn't that too awesome?" He Yushur said, "What's wrong? Aren't you too jealous?" Before they could answer, Tang Mengting said, "Jealous? Come on. We're all pregnant now, and we can't serve Lu Yang. It's normal for him to go to other women. We should thank those sisters for taking care of Lu Yang for us during this time." He Yushur said, "That's right, if we were ravaged by a Category 8 hurricane every day, we would die in bed in a few days." Among these people, He Yushur had entered Lu Yang's room twice. She understands Lu Yang's power the most. Just thinking about being dominated by Lu Yang's strong and enormous power still makes her shiver. Chen Dan pointed at a new girl and said, "Hey, look. That girl has such a plump butt. She must be able to give birth to a son." Zhou Qiuping said, "That one is amazing. Her breasts are bigger than Jingyu's. She can at least raise 6 babies." Zhou Kiki said, "Hey, look at that short-haired girl. Her face is so white, round and tender. But she has such a good figure. She really has a baby face. Do you think she's an adult?" The crowd followed Zhou Kiki's finger and saw a beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair, about 1.5 meters tall, but with a small waist and a plump figure. Her face looked white and delicate, even a little baby fat, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but want to pinch it. "I really don't know where Lu Yang found such a perfect girl." Chen Dan said, "Okay, everyone, let's go back. We've finished exercising, and it's time to cook dinner. Lu Yang, you must be hungry, right?" Lu Yang nodded and said, "Yes. I am a little hungry. Let's go back to the villa." Lu Yang followed the other women back to the villa. Chen Dan led the others into the kitchen and started to get busy. Lu Yang also joined in, rolled up his sleeves and started to help. Seeing this, the women's faces suddenly revealed a look of surprise. This was Lu Yang's first time in the kitchen, doing things with them. Let's not talk about what Lu Yang can do to help, just the feeling of having Lu Yang participate makes them feel very happy. Chen Dan's face showed a happy look, but she quickly said, "Lu Yang, what are you doing? Don't help, just sit and wait for dinner." "We'll do it." Lu Yang shook her head and said, "It's okay. I also want to try the feeling of cooking. I haven't cooked for a long time. I used to cook for myself in my rented room." Lu Yang was also a little emotional at this time. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, everyone's lives have undergone earth-shattering changes. And his change was the greatest. With the blessing of the system, he has gone from being a poor man who even dogs would avoid to becoming the number one on the list. He is arguably the strongest of all the superhumans. And his attributes are now almost invincible. Such a big change made Lu Yong feel a bit like a dream. It was only when he re-entered the kitchen that he truly felt a sense of reality. At least the feeling in the kitchen is similar to that before the apocalypse. He Yusher said, "Chen Dan, don't worry about him. He finally got to join us for work, so let him participate." Lu Yang nodded and said, "Yusher is right." Chen Dan also nodded, okay, we are very happy that you can join us. I'm just afraid that you are too busy and tired, and now you have to come into the kitchen to help. I'm afraid you can't handle it." Lu Yang said to Chen Dan, "It's okay. You know how strong I am." Chen Dan's face flushed at the mention of this. Who can withstand it? I dare not do anything. Chapter 86, Lu Yang can cook? The dish was ready soon. Lu Yang made a plate of stir-fried beef with celery. The aroma of the beef, set off by the celery, tickled everyone's taste buds. All the women couldn't help but widen their eyes and sniff their noses. "Cece. It smells so good. Lu Yang, your cooking is really good. You're so good at cooking, but you never made it for us before." "Humph, that's really annoying," He Yusher said with a pout. Tang Mengting also said, "I didn't expect your cooking to be better than Chen Dan's." "What a surprise." Superstar Su Xiao said, "This is probably the best food I've ever eaten since the end of the world." "Lu Yang, you're a bad guy, you have such good cooking skills, why didn't you show them earlier?" Zhao Lina ate a piece of beef and was moved to tears. "It's delicious, it's really delicious. I'm so happy to have eaten better food for the first time in the apocalypse than in peacetime." Everyone was laughing and talking during the meal, and they were all very happy. Lu Yang said to everyone at the table, "In the near future, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful around here. Try to stay in the villa as much as possible. Do yoga, swimming, etc. in the gym and the villa." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the women's faces also showed a serious expression. Even Lu Yang, such a powerful person, said that it's not peaceful lately, so it really isn't peaceful. Although they knew that Lu Yang was very strong and they didn't have to worry about his safety, most of them had not yet awakened their superpowers. The only two superpowered people were Baihu and Chen Dan. With these two superpowered people, it might not be easy to protect all of them. Therefore, they all nodded. Jalina said, "Okay, Lu Yang, we won't go out for a while, and we'll stay at home and be housebound." He Yusher said, "Let's take good care of the baby. Let's try to give Lu Yang a big, fat boy." Zhang Jingyu said, "I would like to have a daughter, they are more adorable. But even if it is a daughter, I want to have a big and fat daughter." Everyone's faces showed an expression of anticipation. It seems that they all want to see how cute the new baby is as soon as possible. Baihu said, "I'm a superhuman, I'm in good health, I'm not picky, just give me a set of twins. Either boy or girl." Ha ha ha. Wang Feifei puffed out her chest and looked at the chest of the white fox, saying, "White fox? You want twins? Don't starve them when the time comes." Upon hearing this, the white fox's face suddenly changed, revealing a crazed expression. Of all the people present, the white fox was indeed the smallest. The white fox was also very helpless. She thought to herself, "But can I be blamed for this? I'm already average, right? It's just that the women around Lu Yang are all too talented, so it just seems like I'm a little thin." She said to Wang Feifei, "Damn you, you little brat. Since we're from the same base, you think you can make fun of me all day long? I'll get you." "Ah! Lu Yang, help! Ha ha ha." Wang Feifei suddenly let out a scream and hid behind Lu Yang. After a while, the two of them finished playing around and collapsed on the sofa. After a while, Lu Yang felt that she had digested most of it and was ready to go back to her room to rest. The others began to clean up the dishes and utensils, and continued to enter the kitchen, busy. Chapter 87, Another Invasion. Lu Yang went back to his room to rest for a few hours. He was thinking about which of the 30 girls he should choose to have his 28th child with that night. More than 30 kilometers away at Base 2, the team of psychic powers of the Little Day Empire arrived here once again. Outside the base, Momoko continued to take out her binoculars and stood on a tall building to observe the situation inside. Nakata asked, "Captain Momoko, what's the situation? Is there anything unusual?" Peach shook her head solemnly, nothing, just that there are far fewer survivors in the base of the anomalous survivors. It seems that they have discovered that we killed their leadership and have fled. After that, she raised her binoculars again and continued to investigate. This time, she frowned and discovered something wrong. There was an extra guard at the entrance, sitting perfectly still. In theory, even the guard at the entrance shouldn't be so serious without supervision. Which security guard isn't goofing off? This seems a bit off. According to Tao's past experience, the guards at the gate are generally not very strong, just the lowest level survivors. They are not even supernaturals. Because in this kind of ordinary base, supernaturals are usually high-ranking. But the guard he observed through the binoculars was sitting motionless, as if he were a statue. If you didn't know, you'd think he was a dummy. Oh? There's an extra guard? Let me see. Nakata also looked puzzled, took the binoculars from Momoko's hand, and looked around. He also saw the guard. He was wearing a suit, sunglasses, and a mask, and was sitting upright. He watched for a full minute, but the other person didn't even move. If it weren't for the sunglasses, he wouldn't have been able to see his eyes, and he even wondered if the other person hadn't even blinked. Nakata said in a puzzled voice, "Could it be that the other side sent a psychic to guard the door because of our invasion?" Peach shook her head and said, "Even our regular army's superpowered soldiers can't reach such a level of discipline." Inoue, who was standing next to him, couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, "Come on. He's just a gatekeeper. I'll go and kill him." He had already rushed to the survivor base. Peach quickly called out, "Hey! Don't be impulsive, Inoue." However, it was already too late. Inoue had already jumped into the gate after a few jumps. Peach gritted her teeth and ordered everyone to follow. When they also jumped into the survivor base, Inoue had already sneaked up behind the security booth. He took out his sharp dagger and rushed at the guard from behind, then slashed the guard with the dagger. Swish! The guard's throat was instantly cut. Inoue's face showed a smug expression, and he whispered, "Isn't that done? It's been half a day since you've been outside, and the chrysanthemum flowers have already cooled." However, he saw a shocked expression on his companion's face. Then he felt a strong gust of wind coming from his ear. Peach shouted, "Be careful!" Inoue suddenly felt a sensation of standing on end, and felt a danger he had never felt before. He subconsciously dodged. However, it was too late. The caretaker, wearing a suit, a mask and sunglasses, grabbed Inoue. Sizzle! Inoue's arm was instantly scratched 5 times, and even the specially made black secret agent clothes were ripped. He covered his arm and said in disbelief, "He had already cut my throat, how come I'm not dead?" Peach had already seen the signs, this is a zombie. The speed of the attack just now is at least that of a level 3 zombie. Your arm has been infected with the level 3 zombie virus and must be cut off. Nakata. Yes. Nakata quickly moved to Inoue's side and swung his sword to cut off his arm. Ah! Inoue's arm fell off, and he let out a painful cry. Peach immediately took out a bandage and tied his severed arm to stop the blood from flowing. Meanwhile, Nakata and the other 2 supernaturals rushed towards the level 3 zombie. They were all top 1000 masters on the list and were all second-level supernaturals. The 3 of them worked together to instantly kill the 3rd-level zombie. At this time, Liu Yang, who was far away in the villa area, had also noticed the situation here. He frowned and said, "These guys really turned back? And the 3rd-level zombies were so easily killed by the other side. It seems that the other side is not weak. It's time to meet them." After saying this, Liu Yang headed straight for the location of Base 2 at supersonic speed. The sound of fighting in Villa 2 attracted the attention of the survivors in the villa. The only superhuman, Lin Dong, had already rushed out with several strong survivors. When he saw Tao and the others, and the already killed level 3 zombies, he immediately showed a surprised expression, and then his face changed from surprise to anger, pointing at Tao and the others and asking, "It was you people who killed 4 of our superpowered people?" When she saw Lin Dong, Tao Zi's face turned cold. She said, "Is this the 3rd-level zombie you controlled? Are you Liu Yang? Damn you! I'm your father!" Lin Dong shouted angrily, then turned and ran. The 3rd-level zombie was very powerful, and Lin Dong was only a 1st-level psychic. He was no match for the 3rd-level zombie. But the powerful third-level zombies were killed by these people in seconds, which is enough to show the strength of these people. If he fought with them, his fate would be even worse than that of the third-level zombies. So he remembered what Liu Yang had said: when you encounter a strong opponent, turn around and run, and just buy yourself some time. When they saw Lin Dong running away, Tao Zi and the others frowned. If the other party really has the ability to control a third-level warrior, then his own strength should not be weak. Now he is running away. Is he deliberately luring us in? Nakata said, Captain Momoko, go after him. He's running away. Peach nodded and said, go after him, but be careful. There might be an ambush ahead. This time, they didn't enter the survivor's base as smoothly as the first time. They never expected that the gatekeeper would be a level 3 zombie, so Inoue lost an arm and his strength was halved. It can be said that they had a bad start and suffered heavy losses in the first instance. So Momoko and the others immediately chased after Lin Dong in the direction he had fled, but they didn't dare to rush too fast, fearing an ambush, and they were always on guard. However, even so, the speed of the top-ranked masters was not something that Lin Dong could escape. Soon, the 5 psychics of the Little Japan Empire cornered Lin Dong in a house. Chapter 88, The End of the Little Days. Peach reference map. Inside the house, looking at Lin Dong and the others who had no way to retreat, Inoue covered his broken arm and a wicked smile appeared on his face. He stuck out his tongue and licked his somewhat pale lips, and with a painful arm, he said, "There's no way back now, is there? I never thought that my carelessness would cause me to fall into the gutter and lose an arm to a mere third-level zombie. It's all because of you. Next, I'll slowly torture you to death. I want you to know that letting my master lose an arm will cost a painful price." However, he did not expect that his intimidation did not make Lin Dong afraid, but the other party laughed even more wildly than himself. Lin Dong looked up, his mouth wide open, laughing and saying, "Ha ha ha ha. A bunch of little people. You're dying, and you're still arrogant here. You're really making me laugh to death. If you have the guts, come over here and see how you die." Although Inoue was hot-tempered and impulsive, after losing an arm, he also became cautious. Now that Lin Dong asked him to come over, he didn't dare to go over, and his face showed hesitation. Seeing the speed at which Lin Dong fled, they were certain that the other party was only a first-level psychic, and the few subordinates next to him were even ordinary people who had not even awakened their psychic powers. A mere first-level psychic with a few ordinary subordinates, how can he be so confident in the face of 5 second-level psychic superpowers in the top 1,000 of the earthly list? Something unusual is going on. He had lost an arm because of his impulsive behavior, and he didn't want to continue acting impulsively. If he lost it again, he might lose his life. Ergo, who was standing next to Lin Dong, also said, "Come on. Why are you afraid to move? We're just waiting for you here. Come on if you've got the guts. You bunch of little shits, you dare come here and act cocky? Your grandpa's head is right here, come and chop it off if you've got the guts," he said, and then pointed his middle finger directly at Jing Shang and the others. Ergo is just an ordinary person. How dare an ordinary person be so arrogant? Either everyone in this base is crazy, or there must be a trick ahead. Inoue and Nakata and the others looked at each other, and they all saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Dong and Ergo's men looked even more arrogant. They kept cursing at the other side. They cursed the ancestors of this group of people for 18 generations. However, the more they scolded them, the more they dared not move. This is what Lin Dong said: "It's been almost a minute, right? The boss should be here soon." Liu Yang is the boss, and just leaving behind a third-level zombie made the other side hesitate, and now they don't even dare to move. Damn, it feels so good to be able to point at a second-level mutant and scold him. Ergo was also very excited, and whispered, "Isn't that right? I, an ordinary person, can point at his nose and scold him. They don't even dare to move. Is this the deterrent power of Boss Liu Yang? The other party is already afraid before he even makes a move." Peach and the others looked at them whispering and thought they were discussing a plan, so they were even more afraid to move. Just as they were hesitating, a black figure rushed in at breakneck speed. Then, a young man with a tall figure, handsome appearance, and a black cloak stood in front of everyone. As soon as they saw this figure, Lin Dong and the others immediately showed happy expressions. They called out to Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, boss. Boss, you finally arrived. You are right, boss. These little daydreamers are the ones who killed people in our base. Boss, you are really a prophet. Lin Dong and the others looked at Liu Yang and showed a look of admiration in their eyes. Liu Yang is not only strong, but also has a much stronger ability to think than others. He only had to look at the scene to guess that it was the work of foreign supernaturals. That's really amazing. And Liu Yang is here. So everything is in the hands of Boss Liu Yang, and there is no danger for me. Ergo and the others shouted directly at the Zyarizi. Your time is up. Zyarizi! You killed 4 of our base members, and now it's time for you to pay the price. Peach and the others were shocked. What a fast speed. What a powerful psychic. From the way they were calling him, this guy must be Liu Yang, the number 1 on the list. Oh no. According to their original plan, the search team was only responsible for secretly searching for clues about Liu Yang, and once they found a clue, they would immediately report it to the headquarters. Instead of fighting directly with Liu Yang. How could 5 Earth-ranked supernaturals possibly be a match for the number 1 in the heavens? Peach turned her eyes and thought about how to escape. Liu Yang, however, gave a cold glance at Tao Zi and the others. This glance instantly made the girls feel a piercing cold, as if the air around them had dropped by more than 10 degrees, and they shuddered. It was as if they were in an ice cellar. Even their breathing began to quicken involuntarily. Their backs began to slowly soak in cold sweat. Then, Liu Yang spoke. Did you come to this base to kill people? You have traveled a long way to our Dragon Empire, and I'm afraid it's not just for the sake of killing. Tell me the reason you came here, and I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. As soon as Liu Yang finished speaking, Tao Zi shouted in the language of the Empire of the Sun. Run in different directions. However, Liu Yang had already seen their intentions, so he just waved his hand in their direction, and a violent cold current swept over them. The ground instantly froze into thick ice, freezing their feet in place. Soon the freezing began to spread to their bodies, freezing them up completely. They were completely covered in ice, unable to move a single finger, and only their faces were exposed. Liu Yang's spiritual power had reached 1500 points, and his ice freezing ability had reached level 8. At this point, he was operating the ice freezing ability like a natural flow of water. With just a thought, he could freeze the entire base into a world of ice and snow. How could a few low-level psychics possibly escape from him? It's just wishful thinking. Seeing himself frozen in place, unable to move a single finger, Tao Zi's face showed a shocked expression as she said. How is this possible? With such a fast speed, I thought he was a speed type, but I never thought he was a freezing type. At this moment, Liu Yang walked towards her step by step. Nakata, who was also frozen in place, saw the scene and his eyes were about to burst. He yelled at Liu Yang, Liu Yang. What do you want? If you have anything to say, come at me, don't touch Captain Tao. Chapter 89, A slap can make you cry for a long time. Inoue, who was standing next to him, also shouted, Liu Yang. Although you are number 1 on the list, don't be too arrogant. My father is a vice admiral in the Japanese Imperial Navy. If you dare to kill me, my father will do whatever it takes to take your life. The other 2 superpowered people also shouted, if you dare to kill us, you are disrespecting the Empire of Japan. You are making enemies of the entire Empire of Japan. Do you think you can fight the entire Japanese Empire by yourself? You're asking for it. Even if you are strong, you are only one person. I don't believe you are a match for an empire. By then, our empire will send elite assassins to kill you. Don't think that being number 1 on the list of the world's most powerful makes you invincible. In this world, there are people who are even more powerful than you. They are an ancient, unimaginably powerful race of descendants. Even if you are the number 1 on the list, you will be killed in a split second. Liu Yang listened to the other party's words and immediately revealed a cold smile on his face. Little Japan Empire? Have you ever thought that when you send your supernaturals into the Dragon Empire and they appear before me, they are already declaring war on me? Don't worry, I'll go to the Little Japan Empire to find them without them. After Liu Yang finished speaking, he looked at Inoue and said, Your father is the Navy commander of the Little Japan Empire, right? Thank you for the reminder. I'll kill the commander first. You. How could Inoue have imagined that Liu Yang would be so arrogant and so presumptuous? He originally thought that using his father's name would scare the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party would not only not be scared, but would also kill his father first. At that moment, Inoue seemed to have a bad feeling in his heart. Will this sentence of his bring his father unimaginable disaster? After Lu Yang finished speaking, he reached out and pinched the delicate and smooth face of the peach, pinching her sexy and seductive cherry lips up, and asked, "You are the strongest one here, and you should be their leader. Tell me the purpose of your visit, and maybe I can give you a quickie." Seeing Lu Yang's actions, Nakata beside him became excited again. "Let go of Captain Momoko. If you have the guts, come at me." Nakata had been secretly in love with Momoko for a long time. Unfortunately, he was not as strong as Momoko, so he had always been a little self-conscious and had never dared to confess his feelings. Now, seeing the powerful and superior Captain Momoko being pinched and insulted by Lu Yang, Nakata felt like he wanted to die. He hated that he was too weak. He hated himself for not being able to protect his goddess, Momoko. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel like his heart was dead, and he was caught in a state of endless despair, unable to do anything but shout loudly. Lu Yang turned to look at the excited Nakata and said, "Hey, you seem very excited. Well, I'll ask you then. If you're willing to tell the truth, maybe I can let your Captain Peach go." Nakata hurriedly said, "I'll tell you. As long as you promise to let Captain Peach go, I'll tell you everything." Hearing Nakata's words, Momoko immediately cried out, "Nakata! What are you doing? Do you want to betray the Empire? Captain! I just want to protect you. I can't protect the Empire, I just want to protect you. Even if I have to give my life for yours, I'm willing. What about the righteousness of the Empire? What about the spirit of a samurai? I can give all that up, I just want you to live." As Nakata spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, and the bearded man cried like a baby. "This is a dog licker. No matter which country they come from, they are all the same. They are the most spineless and weak of all species." Lu Yan looked on with contempt and then asked, "Can you tell me now?" Zhong Tian asked, "Are you sure? If I tell you, will you let Captain Tao go?" Lu Yang nodded and said, "Sure." Nakata said, "Okay. I'll tell you. We are all survivors sent by the Japanese Empire. Our team is dedicated to finding Lu Yang, the number one on the list, and that is your whereabouts. Once we find you, we will immediately report to the headquarters and then unite all the teams to kill you. There are currently 19 other search teams and one headquarters in the Dragon Empire." Lu Yan looked thoughtful and then asked, "Are the other search teams about the same strength as yours? What about the main team?" Nakata said, "The search team is indeed about the same as us, but the entire team is made up of the top 200 supernatural powers. The leader of the top 100 list of supernormal abilities ranks in the top 10. Together with the strength of the other 19 search teams, even if you are stronger, you cannot be our opponent." Zhong Tian had heard that the top 200 supernatural powers on the list were all about the same. Because the top 100 in the Empire of Little Sun have cleared the 10th level of the stone tablet, and the top of the list, Yamada, also cleared the 10th level. The reason for the difference in their rankings is simply because they cleared the level at different times. In other words, the 10th level is already the limit for the top-ranked supernatural powers. They even think that Lu Yang only cleared the 10th level, but just a little faster. Maybe only 1 minute faster than General Rishang. How much difference can there be in this kind of strength? As long as they are in the top 200 of the celestial list, the difference in strength is not that great. Even between supernaturals, there is a theory of opposing attributes. For example, if a fire-type psychic encounters a water-type psychic, the fire-type psychic will be at a disadvantage if their abilities are similar. Unless the fire attribute is much stronger than the water attribute, the situation can be reversed. This is the principle of opposing attributes. Therefore, even the number 1 player on the heavenly list is not invincible. In the eyes of the Zhongtian team, the top 200 players on the Tianbang list can definitely defeat the top player on the Tianbang list. Who would have thought that Lu Yang was a player who had cleared 100 levels and had not reached the upper limit? If the difficulty of each level increases, it only increases the number of zombies. Lu Yang would have no problem clearing 1,000 levels. Lu Yang sneered, "Just 5 top-ranked supernatural beings, and they dare to come looking for trouble? Door and see how I'm going to rape your captain." Nakata was almost going crazy, yelling, "You bastard, let go of Captain Momoko. Kill me or torture me as you like, but let go of Captain Momoko. Liu Yang said, "Who would be honest with you Japanese?" Behind him, the desperate cry of Nakata came. Chapter 90, Someone Could Die. In the room, Liu Yang threw the peach directly onto the bed. I have to say, this woman from the little Japanese empire really does have a good look. She has a gentle and lovely appearance, and her face even has a little rosy baby fat, which makes people want to pinch it. And the other person is less than 1.6 meters tall. In front of Liu Yang, who is 1.85 meters tall, she is like a child. She could easily pick her up with one hand. This is different from the tall and plump women in Liu Yang's base. This peach belongs to the type of little girl. The peach, which had been thrown on the bed, also showed a somewhat panicked expression on her face. She wanted to resist, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't even move a finger. All she could do was say to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, you are the strongest person on the Tian Bang list. I believe you will abide by the spirit of Bushido. I am a samurai. Please don't insult me. Please let me die with dignity. Give me a quick death." Liu Yang listened to the other person's words, but he showed a sneer on his face. He said, "Dignity? Before the end of the world, I already understood one truth, and that is that only the strong deserve dignity, because dignity is not something you beg for, but something you earn." Pop. Liu Yang slapped her in the face. A red mark appeared on her fair, delicate face. Peach let out a muffled groan and gritted her teeth to endure the intense pain. She didn't let out a scream. Because she knew that there were 4 teammates outside the door at that moment, and if she screamed, they would definitely hear her. As the team leader, she would be so ashamed. No, I absolutely mustn't scream. But even though Momoko managed to hold back, she let out a muffled groan. Nakata, who was outside the door, heard it and went crazy. He screamed in even more pain, "Ah! Kill me! Kill me!" At this moment, his whole body was distorted by pain, and he wanted to kill himself immediately, but now he couldn't even kill himself. In the room. Seeing how Momoko was gritting her teeth and enduring the pain, Liu Yang said, "You are indeed a strong person on the list of the best, and you can endure a lot. But don't worry, this is just the beginning. I said I would make your licking dog listen to your screams, and I will definitely do it." Liu Yang said as he continued his actions. He walked directly towards Tao and pushed her down. I have to say that this woman is really good looking. She can be described as a peerless beauty. Not only does she have extremely delicate facial features, but her body is also perfectly proportioned. Although she is not very tall, she has a unique sense of beauty. Now she is unable to move and has been left in the room by Liu Yang. You can imagine what terrible things will happen next. This not only made Tao feel scared, but also a little bit shy. Before invading the Dragon Empire, she had indeed thought that she would encounter the super strong of the Dragon Empire and would have a fierce battle with them. She was even prepared to die in the Dragon Empire. But he never imagined that this top-ranked fighter named Liu Yang would be so unprincipled. Not only did he refuse to give her a quick death, he even humiliated her. This kind of behavior is not at all like a strong person. There is not a shred of samurai spirit. She cried out in despair, "Don't do this. Give me a quick death, and stop insulting me. What good will it do you? As a super strong person, you don't have the temperament of a strong person. A true strong person is not disdainful of insulting the enemy. They are even more disdainful of doing something despicable. They only want to become stronger. People like you will never become a true strong person." Liu Yang said with a sneer, "Ha, you haven't become a strong person, so how do you know what a strong person thinks? Do you think it's possible that the more I indulge, the stronger I will become?" Nakata felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Inoue impatiently said, "Stop being so annoying, it's so noisy. If I couldn't move a finger, I would have killed you long ago. That's Captain Peach. Captain Peach is being tortured. Captain Peach is being tortured." Seeing Nakata's pathetic appearance, Jin Shang scolded him fiercely. "Stop crying. You licking dog, you just betrayed the Empire for a woman and told them all about our squad. You are a traitor to our Empire of Japan, a sinner of all time, a Japanese traitor. How dare you cry? Oh, oh, oh." The bearded man, Nakata, kept crying. Chapter 91, Acquiring New Superpowers. Especially Nakata, he gritted his teeth and screamed nonstop, his teeth almost grinding to pieces. His face was covered in tears and snot, and he kept calling out to the door. Ah! Captain Peach, my Captain Peach. Lu Yang! You have to let Captain Peach go. Let her go. That's my goddess. Ah! Under the threat of Lu Yang, Peach voluntarily became his girlfriend. At this point, Lu Yang also received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully made the other person your girlfriend and gained a new ability, the Soul Chain. Seeing this prompt, Lu Yang was thrilled. Finally, he had obtained a new power. Now that he has successfully followed a master of the earthly list and gained new abilities immediately after succeeding, he is even more certain of his conjecture. Maybe from now on, only by having children with a superhuman can you get better rewards. Then the more powerful the psychic, the better the reward? However, the number of superpowered people is still very small, and there is not even one superpowered person in 100 people. So a level 3 zombie is roughly equivalent to a level 2 psychic. If you really can't find a psychic to spend your seeds on, can you settle for a third level zombie instead? Shit. In a distant parallel world, a famous person named Einstein once said, if you can run around a tree at the speed of light, then you will be able to hit yourself in the ass. Although Lu Yang hasn't reached the speed of light. Using the zombie manipulation skill seems to be able to achieve the same effect of hitting yourself in the butt. Oh, what am I thinking? This is not the time to think about these things. Lu Yang shook his head and pulled his thoughts back from the speed of light to his own butt. He quickly checked the attributes of this new ability. After all, it had been more than half a month since Lu Yang had last gained a new ability. It had been so long that he had almost forgotten the excitement. If his thoughts were heard by other superpowered people, they would probably be so angry that they would spit blood. You can't stand not getting a new power for half a month? Do you know that other superheroes only have one superpower for their entire lives? Most of them don't even have combat-related powers, and some even have strong side effects. People like Lu Yang, who have several superpowers, are the absolute best of the best. Lu Yang checked the attributes of his new power. Soul Chain, Level 1. Place your finger on the other person's forehead for 5 minutes to cast a soul chain on them. Once cast, the other person will become your servant. Requirements: you must have more spiritual power than the opponent to succeed. This skill is awesome. After reading the description, Lu Yang was completely overwhelmed with excitement. Being able to control the other person's soul and make them your servant is simply too powerful. He originally planned to kill the Peach after he finished using it, but now he doesn't have to kill it because of this ability. However, this ability is not without its limitations. First, the mental power must be greater than that of the opponent in order to be successful, and second, the finger must be placed on the opponent's forehead for 5 minutes in order to be successful. These 5 minutes are a hidden condition. Not only does it require that your mental power be greater than that of the opponent, but also that your strength be greater than that of the opponent. If you don't subdue the opponent first, who will let you put your finger in the middle of their forehead for 5 minutes? But these two requirements are not a problem for Lu Yang. His psychic power is 30 times that of an ordinary person, reaching the strength of a level 15 psychic. And the most advanced psychic he has encountered so far is only 2 levels higher. And his strength is needless to say. Lu Yang's freezing ability is the best control skill, and he can freeze people with just a glance. Combined with this soul chain, it is simply a perfect match. Lu Yang walked towards the Peach with a cold smile. As Lu Yang approached her, the Peach, who had just regained some of her strength, showed a look of terror on her face. She pleaded. Don't come any closer. Harmonized and edited. Chapter 92, Kneel Down. As Lu Yang walked towards her, holding out 2 fingers, Tao was terrified. She said to Lu Yang in a panic, "Don't come over, what do you want to do to me?" Lu Yang, however, slowly walked towards her. Seeing Lu Yang getting closer and closer, Tao wanted to escape, but then she couldn't move at all. Her eyes were filled with panic, her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was full of despair. Lu Yang then placed his finger directly on her forehead. Peach was stunned. After waiting for a long time, she saw Lu Yang coming over with his finger raised. Naturally, she was very scared, But now that she saw that Liu Yang was only placing his finger on her forehead, she felt relieved. She asked Liu Yang curiously, "What do you want to do? Why did you put your finger on my forehead?" Liu Yang said, "You'll find out later. I'm going to turn all of you into my servants." Peach shouted, "You're dreaming. Either you kill me, or I will never surrender to you. Not to mention becoming your servant." Peach and the others had all received professional training in brainwashing from the Japanese Empire. In her heart, the interests of the little Japanese empire are more important than her own personal interests. In order to protect the interests of the little Japanese empire, she would even sacrifice her own life. Liu Yang smiled and said, "I hope you can still be so stubborn in 5 minutes." "Humph." Tao Zi snorted. 5 minutes later, Liu Yang received a system prompt, "Ding. Congratulations on the successful application of the soul chain. The psychic Tao has become your most loyal servant." After receiving this prompt, Tao's eyes changed instantly, no longer stubborn at first, but instead becoming obedient. Just by looking at her eyes, Liu Yang knew that she had been completely subdued. Liu Yang directly released the frozen restraints on Tao Zi and ordered her to kneel down. Pop! Peach immediately knelt down in front of Liu Yang. Seeing this reaction, Liu Yang was very satisfied. It is worthy of the soul chain. This is a supernatural power that directly controls the soul. Even if this Peach is stubborn, once it is successfully cast, it can only become a loyal servant. Very good, then it's time to use the skill on those people outside the door. Liu Yang then began to walk towards the door. Creak! The door opened and Liu Yang walked out. Outside the door, Nakata and Inoue and the others were shocked. Seeing Liu Yang come out was like seeing a demon come to life. Captain Momoko was tortured, so is it my turn next? Nakata, however, cried out in tears, "Damn you! How dare you do that to Captain Momoko? Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Captain Momoko, my Captain Momoko." As soon as he finished cursing, Momoko came out of the room. She looked very obedient. Seeing that Momoko had become like this, he looked even more angry and shouted, "Captain? Captain Momoko! What happened to you? Did this despicable guy break your leg?" Hearing Nakata's words, Momoko's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she glared at him and said, "Shut up, you piece of trash! How dare you curse Lord Liu Yang?" "What?" Nakata froze, his mouth wide open, and he remained in place. Captain Momoko had just called him a waste of space. And he called Liu Yang Your Excellency? Did I hear that right? Captain Momoko called Liu Yang Your Excellency. After this guy had ravaged Captain Peach, he actually tamed her? What is his charm? How did he do it? You have to know that Peach is a super strong person in the top 200 of the earthly rankings. It's not an exaggeration to call her a genius girl. She has always been cultivated as an important talent of the Empire. Her feelings and loyalty to the Empire are absolutely true. But even so, a woman who is so loyal to the Empire, after entering the room with Liu Yang, a few hours later, she actually started calling Liu Yang Your Highness. This shattered the three views of the Nakata and others. What kind of abilities does this Liu Yang, a Shenzhou Empire superhuman, have? How could he make Captain Momoko do this? They couldn't imagine it. They just felt that something in their hearts had been broken. Especially Nakata, looking at his goddess, who had now become Liu Yang's servant. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak, and felt like his heart had been broken. Seeing the angry and surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Liu Yang's face revealed a sneer. He said to them, "This is what happens when you invade our Dragon Empire. Next, it's your turn." Harmonized and edited. Chapter 93, It's a Terrible Death. Nakata shouted at Liu Yang. "Damn it! Liu Yang! What did you do to Captain Momoko? Captain Momoko would never betray us or the Empire. You must have used illusions on her. That's why she's like this now. You're a really despicable psychic." Liu Yang had not yet spoken, but Peach, who was lying on the ground, had already spoken. He shouted at Zhongtian, "Shut up, you piece of trash. I won't allow you to speak to the master like that. Captain Momoko, you." Just now, the angry Nakata was silenced by Momoko's rebuke, and he was speechless with his mouth wide open. He never imagined that Captain Peach would help the man from the Dragon Empire to scold him. The humiliation and anger of being publicly insulted by the goddess swelled in Nakata's heart, feeling like it was going to burst his heart. It hurts. It really hurts. Nakata felt that his life had lost all meaning, and he wished he could die right then and there. Liu Yang, however, showed a smug expression and said, "You see, I can't be blamed for forcing her to do this, can I? Why don't you follow your captain's example and join me?" Inoue spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "I spit on you. My father is a naval captain. If you don't let me go, you will die sooner or later." Really? Liu Yang's face turned cold. Then he looked directly at Inoue and slowly clenched his hand. Ka. As Liu Yang's hand moved, the ice around Inoue's body began to shrink and squeeze his body, as if trying to crush it. Aha! Inoue began to scream uncontrollably, as if every cell in his body was being crushed, emitting an unbearable pain. The bones also began to slowly break and shatter, piercing into the muscles and even directly piercing the skin, exposing the white bones in the transparent ice. However, as Liu Yang's hand continued to tighten, the hard bones also began to break. The intense pain made Inoue scream, "Ah! It hurts! My body hurts! Help, Dad! Help! I was wrong. Big brother, forgive me. I'll do whatever you tell me to." However, Liu Yang did not stop. His hand began to grip tightly. Pop! A loud crack. The ice instantly shrunk into a ball, and the ice that was wrapped in it was instantly compressed into a pool of blood. Bones, muscles, hair, skin, all became a mass and fused into the ice. Not only was there no intact corpse, there wasn't even a single intact cell. Liu Yang said indifferently, "Noise. I hate people who love to yell." The remaining 3 superpowered people were speechless. Even Nakata, who had been so eager to die, had stopped talking. They were not afraid of death, but they did not expect Inoue to die so tragically. Watching their own bodies slowly crushed into a pool of blood, with every cell crushed flat, was even more terrifying than lying in front of a steamroller and letting it crush them. They didn't want to die like that. Oh? Now you know how it feels to be quiet? Good, then it's your turn. Liu Yan walked step by step towards the 3 remaining survivors. The 3 of them immediately showed a look of horror on their faces and asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want? Don't come any closer." However, Liu Yang had already placed his finger on the other person's forehead. Soon, the 3 were also bound by the soul chain. In the end, all 3 of them knelt on the ground, facing Liu Yang. They respectfully called out, "Master, please command." Liu Yang was very happy to see that the 4 psychic powers of the Japanese Empire had now become his own dogs. Peaches can be used to grow branches and leaves. The other 3 male supernaturals will also have their roles to play. This scene had already made Lin Dong and the others beside him dumbfounded. Liu Yang, the boss, used a single move to subdue these supernaturals? They even knelt down and called him master? This is too strong. You have to know that the Little Day Empire is the best at brainwashing, and their troops are the craziest and most perverted. There are even very famous death squads. Under the brainwashing of the Empire, they would even be willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the Empire. Even ordinary people have such a will, not to mention supernormal people. The willpower of a psychic is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. But now, these people have all turned to Liu Yang and become his dogs. Isn't this incredible? At this time, Liu Yang said to Lin Dong, "Gather everyone in the base. I have something to say." "Yes. Boss Liu Yang." Lin Dong immediately nodded. After seeing Liu Yang's power of blowing people away, he had subdued these powerful psychics of the Little Japan Empire. Lin Dong and the others' admiration for Liu Yang can be said to have reached its peak. He is truly the best, the pride of the Dragon Empire. His strength is truly too strong. It took less than a day to avenge the deaths of the brothers at the base. It's really reassuring to have such a boss. After half an hour, Lin Dong returned and said to Liu Yang, "Boss, everyone has gathered, we can talk now." Liu Yang nodded and said, "Good." Then he told the 4 superpowered people of the Little Japan Empire to climb behind him and follow him out. Outside, the remaining 500 people in the base had gathered in the open space of the base. Although most of them were women, children, and the elderly, they had already heard from Lin Dong and the others that there was a super strong person coming to kill the invaders for them, and their faces were full of excitement. When they saw Lu Yang walk out, the crowd erupted in a loud cheer. Lu Yang raised his hand to indicate that everyone should be quiet. The cheers immediately stopped, and it was as if a pin could be heard falling in the entire base. Lu Yang then said, "My name is Lu Yang. The ones behind me who are lying on the ground are the intruders from the Xiaorui Empire who invaded our Shenlong Empire. He is the one who killed the leadership of this base. Now I have killed the culprit and tamed all his companions, turning them into my servants. Long live Lord Lu Yang! Long live Lord Lu Yang! Lu Yang! Lu Yang! Lu Yang! Lu Yang!" When Lu Yang said this, the entire crowd seemed to be set off, and everyone cheered, their voices deafening. They had long heard that the killing of the base's top management had caused panic throughout the base, and many people had even left the base to find a new refuge. Now that they saw someone kill the intruder for them, they were of course very excited. Lu Yang raised his hand again. The crowd fell silent again. "So, starting today, I am the leader of this base. I will make new rules, and I hope everyone will follow them. Otherwise, if anyone does not follow them, then he will have two choices, one is to leave the base, and the other is to die." Lu Yang continued. "Welcome, Boss Lu Yang. We will definitely follow the rules. If anyone doesn't follow the rules, we won't allow it." The crowd continued to cheer. Who wouldn't want a super strong person to be the boss of the base? With such a strong person in charge, who would dare to invade the base in the future? Originally, 4 of their superpowered people were killed, and the entire base has fallen into unprecedented weakness. Even a large number of strong men have left the base. Now they have a strong man to help them. They can rest assured for the rest of their lives. So no one had any objections, and everyone was overjoyed to welcome Lu Yang. Chapter 94, Back to the Villa Area. After all this, Lu Yang gave Lin Dong a few words of explanation and also left a lot of potatoes in this base, asking him to distribute them to the survivors according to 50 gene per person for planting. After all, only by growing food can sustainable development be achieved. This will give the survivors more hope. Now at the beginning of the end of the world, food can still be collected outside, but as time goes on, there will be less and less food outside, and it will be more and more difficult to collect. The zombies will also become stronger and stronger, and there may be great danger when you leave the base. Therefore, we must find a way to make them self-sufficient. Seeing the mountains of potatoes in the warehouse, Lin Dong and Ergo, who were standing next to Lu Yang, were stunned. He never imagined that Lu Yang had so many resources. Lin Dong said in disbelief, "Lu Yang, boss. You really want to give me all these potatoes to distribute?" Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he has never seen so many resources. The value of these resources can be said to be worth thousands of lives. Countless people would go crazy for these resources. But Lu Yang has given it all to him to distribute. Doesn't this just show that Lu Yang has absolute trust in himself? This kind of trust makes Lin Dong feel a little overwhelmed. Lu Yang said, "Of course, you are in charge of the distribution. You are in charge of everything here, big and small. I will only come back to take a look occasionally. But everyone must follow the rules I set. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules will be thrown out of the base. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes. We will definitely follow the rules set by Lu Yang." Lin Dong quickly nodded. Lu Yang continued to ask, "In addition, if there are any survivors who come to this base, they will also be accepted, and they will also be given potato seeds. As long as they follow the rules, they can integrate into this base." "No problem," Lin Dong said sincerely. "This is what they have always done. When they encounter new survivors, they will be absorbed into the base, because the more people there are in the base, the stronger it will be." Lu Yang continued, "If you encounter any beautiful girl survivors, give them a place to live." Although Lin Dong was puzzled, he still nodded, "No problem, boss." After giving Lin Dong a few more instructions, Lu Yang finally waved at them and said, "Okay, you can start distributing the potatoes. Remember to register them well. A year later, just remind them to bring back 200 caddies." "Okay, boss." Lin Dong and the others nodded and left. Liu Yan looked at the three young people from the Empire of Japan and said to them, "You three, I have a task for you." After explaining the task, he said to Tao Zi, "You come with me. You are a top-ranked psychic in the land, you are strong, and you are a woman. You can protect my woman by coming back with me. Liu Yang's villa area will not have a second man living in it. But his women who have become supernaturals are only Baihu and Chen Dan, and the others have not yet awakened. Therefore, a strong man is needed to protect them, and Tao is a good candidate. She has the strength of the earth. Ordinary supernaturals and level 3 zombies are no match for her. With her in the villa area, Liu Yang can rest assured. Moreover, the invasion of the Little Japan Empire into other places is nothing more than for 3 purposes: robbing money, land, and women. Liu Yang can use the same methods against the Little Japan Empire as they use against him. He will also rob them of their money, land, and women. When Liu Yang's strength has increased enough, he doesn't mind going to the Little Japan Empire himself to let them know how miserable the price of invading the Dragon Empire is. At that time, all the men will have to die, and the women will be left behind to be modified with Liu Yang's excellent genes to replace their inferior genes. Yes, Master. Peaches nodded respectfully. The other 3 superpowered individuals from the Little Japan Empire left. Liu Yang, however, took Tao Zi and took off in front of all the survivors of this base 2, heading towards the villa area at supersonic speed. As Liu Yang sent out a sonic boom in the sky, all the survivors at base 2 widened their eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. The new boss Liu Yang flies so fast. This speed is already faster than a plane, right? That's right. He's so strong, no wonder he was able to subdue the survivors of the Little Japan Empire in an instant. I heard that Liu Yang is the number 1 on the paranormal power rankings, which means he is the best in the world. There is no one in the world who is stronger than him. Is that true? Who said that? I heard it from Lin Donga when he was talking to Ergua. Damn. This is too strong, isn't it? He is our boss Liu Yang. It's a great honor to follow boss Liu Yang in the future. That's awesome. Even Lin Dong, as a superhuman, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw Liu Yang's dashing figure as he left. Boss Liu Yang is simply handsome. I'm so envious of boss Liu Yang. If only I could fly too. Ergo shook his head and said, "Don't be envious. Really? It's not good to fly without any strength. It doesn't feel good." He still felt a little scared when he thought about being carried by Liu Yang and flying through the sky at supersonic speed. He even felt a wave of nausea in his stomach and wanted to vomit. Whether it feels good or not is secondary, being handsome is the most important thing. Lin Dong said casually. On the other side. 1 minute later, Liu Yang had already returned to the villa area. When Liu Yang entered the villa with the peach, all the women looked at the peach with curious eyes. What a beautiful woman. She also has a unique aura. She seemed to be walking lightly and nimbly, like a deer. This is no ordinary person. Only Chen Dan and Bai who can show this kind of agility, and they are clearly supernormal. Because even the basic attributes of a first-level psychic are twice as strong as those of an ordinary human, every one of their movements reveals a difference from ordinary people. They are more agile, quick, and precise. Even the way they walk can be seen at a glance. Therefore, the moment they saw the peach, they were able to determine that the peach was actually a very powerful psychic, even more powerful than the white fox. For a moment, the girls felt a little nervous. They had never been with such a powerful girl before. Liu Yan looked at everyone's expressions and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, this is Tao, a psychic from the Little Sun Empire. She is now one of my new followers, and I am her master. She will live with you in the villa and will be the first to protect you in times of danger." A psychic from the Little Day Empire? When in danger, she will rush to the front to protect everyone's safety? Everyone was stunned after hearing Liu Yang's words. They didn't expect that just a month after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the psychic from the Little Japan Empire had already arrived in the Dragon Empire? And judging from Liu Yang's description, it was obvious that this guy was the intruder, Liu Yang's enemy, who had only been subdued by Liu Yang. Therefore, in the villa area, she could not become the hostess, but only a bodyguard. Just as everyone was in shock, Tao spoke up. She said in broken Chinese, "Hello everyone, my name is Tao. Liu Yang is my master. I will protect him and those around him, even if it means giving my life." Chapter 95, Advanced Supernatural Powers. Hearing what Sakura Momo said, the women were a little surprised. Liu Yang is her master? Even if it costs her life, she will protect Liu Yang and those around him? My god! What is going on with this psychic from the Little Day Empire? Has she really been completely tamed by Liu Yang? They looked at each other with a puzzled expression on their faces. Could it be that Liu Yang's muscles are really that strong, that they can even conquer the people of the little Japanese empire? She is like a Category 8 hurricane. Who doesn't know that the imperialist heart of the little Japanese empire has long been deeply rooted in the minds of every one of their citizens? It is their historical mission to invade and conquer the Dragon Empire. Although they have failed every time, they are still trying to fulfill their ambitions. Every citizen has been brainwashed by them. But now, this superpower, Tao Zi, has been conquered by Liu Yang's what? I have to say, Liu Yang is really fierce. The women looked at the expression of adoration on Liu Yang's face. They had all tried Liu Yang's power when they entered his room. But now it seems that Liu Yang should be even stronger now, otherwise, how could he make the psychics of the Little Japan Empire give up? Liu Yang would be speechless if he knew what these women were thinking. Who uses that thing to conquer enemies? Can the enemies conquered by that thing be trusted? Not to mention others, even Liu Yang himself doesn't trust it. To conquer an enemy, you have to use strong measures and use your superpowers. Only enemies who are truly controlled by the soul can be trusted by Liu Yang. After eating with everyone else, Liu Yang returned to his room to rest. He began to think about the problems that lay ahead. Although the zombies are evolving rapidly, the intelligence of level 3 zombies is still incomparable to that of humans, so the greatest threat to humans is still other superpowered people. Now that he has become the number one on the list, he has been targeted by countries all over the world. Even the Empire of Japan has sent a psychic to come before him. I'm afraid there will be more and more trouble coming my way. Liu Yang thought about it for a moment. He thought that although his strength was indeed very strong, he should still improve a little more to be more secure. He looked at his advanced psychic ability scroll. At the time of obtaining it, he thought it was unnecessary to use it because the zombies and supernaturals around him could not pose a threat to him. But now, he felt that he could improve it. After all, those psychic powers of the Empire of Japan had threatened him in the past, saying that there was an ancient heritage race that seemed to be a superpower. If there really were such super strong people, Liu Yang didn't want to be killed. So constantly improving himself was the most important thing. As for which superpower to advance, Liu Yang had already made a decision long ago, and that was his most important attack superpower, freezing. The freezing ability is very useful whether it is used to attack the head with ice needles, defend against attacks with an ice shield, protect oneself with a frozen armor, or control the enemy's movements by freezing them. Therefore, advancing this skill should be the most effective way to improve oneself. As for other things like dark space, future extrapolation of virus defense, and so on, Liu Yang, who controls the zombies, doesn't think they're very useful. He had made his decision. Liu Yang said to the system, use the advanced volume of supernatural powers. Advanced supernatural powers, freezing control. Soon, Liu Yang received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, your advanced power has been successfully upgraded. You have obtained the advanced power, Eternal Freeze. Liu Yang checked the system's description. Eternal Freezing. Level 8. The host's freezing ability becomes faster, the range becomes larger, and the ice becomes harder. At the same time, the ice you control and create will become eternal ice, which can never be melted, unless you thaw it yourself. Liu Yang was stunned when she saw this message. The freezing skill has evolved into Eternal Freezing? It freezes faster, farther, and harder? And it will never melt? Judging from the literal meaning, it doesn't seem very powerful. Liu Yang tried it. He thought about it, and an ice blade appeared in his hand. He flicked the ice blade with his finger, and it made a metallic sound. Liu Yang felt the vibration in his fingers and realized that these ice cubes were indeed different. The ice made by Eternal Freezing was even harder than the ice made before. In the past, when he attacked the zombies with ice needles, the ice would instantly burst into countless ice crystals the moment it penetrated the zombie's head. But with the Eternal Freeze, the ice needles penetrating the zombies' heads would not cause any damage. It would only take one ice needle to control it and penetrate the heads of countless zombies. And if you make ice armor and ice shields, you no longer need to use your psychic power to maintain the frozen state, because it will never melt. This also saves a lot of mental energy for yourself. But in the end, it still doesn't feel quite right. Liu Yang took the ice knife and wanted to try its power, so he swung it at the glass on the table. Swish! The ice blade instantly pierced through the glass, which did not even move, but was already split in two, as if the ice blade had penetrated it, and it had not even reacted yet. Seeing this, Liu Yang's eyes widened and he was completely shocked. Holy shit! What is going on? This ice knife is comparable to the black light sword. Liu Yang wanted to test it again, so he stabbed it directly into the concrete wall. Bam! The ice blade instantly sank into the wall. It was like plunging into tofu, without feeling any resistance. Liu Yang was shocked and said, "Wow, it really is that powerful. Does that mean that after my freezing skills evolve into eternal freezing, I can infinitely create a power comparable to the black light blade? And the ice made by eternal freezing will never melt. This means that the ice swords he makes will also exist forever, and will not melt away with the passage of time." Liu Yang looked at the black light sword next to him and shook his head, saying, "This old buddy has only been with me for a short time. He may be retiring soon." He picked up the black light sword with one hand and the ice sword he made with the other. He said, "It's time to test how hard my eternal ice is." The two swords clashed together in an instant. Ding! A shrill metallic sound echoed through the room. Then, the black light sword broke in two. Even Liu Yang was shocked by this scene. The ice blade he made was even harder and stronger than the black light blade. Chapter 96, Infinite Flight. The black light blade, which Liu Yang had treated like a lover, had now been broken in half. Liu Yang's face showed no sign of regret, but rather excitement. As the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. If the black light blade was a beautiful lover in the past, but now, in the face of the eternal freeze ability, she is inferior. If I had to compare it, the old black light blade was like a fast food restaurant for Liu Yang, where she could only get fast food, and that was just zombies and more zombies. But eternal freezing can give Liu Yang a variety of needs, from singing to playing the piano. It is equivalent to a one-stop service. Not only can it transform into a weapon to chop zombies, it can also be used as a shield for Liu Yang, as armor for Liu Yang, and to control enemies. It can do so much more than the black light blade. So even if the black light sword is cut in half, Liu Yang doesn't feel any regret. Black light, you were really strong before, but now the version has been updated, and you haven't upgraded, so who can you blame? Liu Yang looked at the frozen sword in his hand, which was still intact. He thought of one thing, and the sword instantly shattered into ice crystals, scattering in the air. When he wanted to use it, he could condense it with a thought. This is much more convenient than carrying a knife around with you. Liu Yang thought for a moment and said, "The ability to freeze forever is really good. This is equivalent to having the ability to infinitely create weapons that are sharper than the black light blade. And they won't melt, so they can be preserved forever. Looks like I have time, I have to make one for my women too." Then Liu Yang thought of something else, and his eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, "I have the ability to control ice. If I wrap ice around my body to form a frozen armor and then control the ice to fly, does that mean I can fly without relying on the ability of the dark cloak?" When he thought of this, Liu Yang became excited. He had seen people discussing how Magneto flew. Some people said that Magneto wore iron underwear, others said that Magneto had iron plates on the soles of his feet, and others said that Magneto used the helmet on his head to move his entire body. Everyone had a different opinion, and each one was more outrageous than the last. Now that Liu Yang can wrap his entire body in ice to form an ice armor, then control the ice to fly, wouldn't that mean he could fly at high speed too? Liu Yang had a thought. Ka. The ice quickly wrapped Liu Yang's entire body, forming a frozen armor. This layer of frozen armor is very thin and transparent, so you can't see it unless you look closely. But the hardness of eternal ice is even higher than that of diamonds. This thin layer is already enough to withstand the attack of a bullet. An attack from an ordinary superhuman would not pose any threat to Liu Yang. Soon Liu Yang completed the wrapping of the frozen armor, and then he moved his thoughts again, and the whole person actually flew up. Liu Yang's face also showed an expression of excitement. "I never thought I could fly. But it does take a lot of mental energy, and I need to concentrate. Moreover, I can control the freezing process faster than the dark cloak. A single ice needle can surpass the power of a rifle. The ice needle flies at least twice as fast as a rifle. The speed of a rifle bullet is 800 meters per second. Which means the speed of the ice needles can reach at least 1,600 meters per second. If I control the speed of the flight, can I reach 1,600 meters per second? Lu Yang opened the window, flew into the sky, and then flew away at full speed. As he had guessed, his speed had reached nearly 3 times that of the dark cloak. 1,600 meters per second, which is 4 times the speed of sound. And there is no cooling time. As long as you have enough mental power, you can use it indefinitely. It's invincible. Lu Yang was flying through the sky at high speed, and the more he flew, the more excited he became. The dark cloak behind him flapped, but it didn't help at all, because by now he was no longer relying on the cloak to fly. However, the flying ability of the dark cloak is not only given to my body to fly, but also to the things I touch. This is why I was able to effortlessly drag a bus up into the air. If I used my freezing power to fly the bus, it would consume a huge amount of spiritual power. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to fly for long before my spiritual power ran out. Therefore, the dark cloak still has its uses. For example, when I want to fly with a heavy load, the dark cloak is much more useful than freezing flight. Lu Yang hovered in the sky above the villa district, looking down at the entire villa area. Looking at the wall of the villa area, Lu Yang had another thought. The wall of the villa area is only a few meters high, which is almost useless for high-level zombies and supernaturals. They can jump over it with a single leap. So Lu Yang felt that he needed to raise the height of the wall a little. He stood in midair and waved his hand down. Swish! Ka. The eternal ice began to freeze on the wall, enveloping it completely, and then continued to rise, until it stopped at a height of 50 meters. The entire villa complex was surrounded by a transparent 50-meter-high ice block. These ice blocks are harder than diamonds and extremely slippery, even a level 3 zombie can't climb up. It was much stronger than the previous wall. And it is transparent, so it does not affect the lighting of the villa. It looks crystal clear and is 10 points of high-end. With this hard, transparent ice wall for protection, Lu Yang's villa area is finally safe from the invasion of zombies. After all this, Lu Yang returned to his room. In bed, Lu Yang was beaming. I never thought that after the advancement of my ice powers, I would become so strong. Lu Yang can now wrap himself in ice armor and fly at 4 times the speed of sound. He can use his freezing power to make weapons, which are even sharper and harder than the black light sword, and they won't melt. He can also use his freezing power to build a 50-meter-high wall to protect the villa area. With Tao, a powerful psychic who is ranked high on the psychic list, and this 50-meter-high wall, the villa area can be said to be impregnable. This made Lu Yang feel much more at ease. Lu Yang was even looking forward to what kind of reward he would get for 30 consecutive kills. The advanced skill scrolls obtained from 20 consecutive kills have increased his strength so much that 30 consecutive kills may even get better rewards. At that time, his own strength will be able to reach a higher level. Those little people say that one person cannot fight an entire empire? Lu Yang is going to slap them in the face. When his strength has increased enough, a small Japanese empire can be destroyed with a flick of the hand. Chapter 97, Seize the Opportunity. The next day, Lu Yang got up refreshed and went downstairs. As soon as he got downstairs, he found that the girls were already busy in the kitchen. Lu Yang went over to take a look and found that it was actually Tao Zi, who was cooking in the kitchen. Lu Yang was a little surprised. I didn't expect this little day Empire come superpower user to be able to cook. Lu Yang had never eaten Japanese food before. After all, in peacetime, Japanese food seems to symbolize high-end. Ordinary people can't afford it. And those Japanese dishes were made by ordinary chefs, not authentic Japanese dishes from the Little Japan Empire. Now he can taste authentic Japanese food, and Lu Yang is quite looking forward to it. So he went into the kitchen to take a look. He found that He Yusher was also in the kitchen watching Tao work. It was clear that they were also curious about how Japanese food was made. This made Tao a little embarrassed. She blushed and said, "Everyone, don't look at her like that. She's nervous and doesn't know what to do next." He Yusher said, "It's okay, we're just learning. You don't need to be nervous." Zhao Lina also said, "Yes. We just want to learn your cooking skills. Su Xiao said, Are you afraid that we will steal your skills? Don't be so stingy. Peach quickly shook her head and said, No, no. I only make simple sushi. If you want to learn, I can teach you, but I'm a little nervous with so many of you around me. Peach had only just joined the villa yesterday and was not familiar with Hiyusher and the others, so she was naturally a little uncomfortable being surrounded by so many people at this moment. The reason she entered the kitchen early in the morning was because she wanted to prepare breakfast for Lu Yang before he got up. After all, she was now Lu Yang's maid, and naturally she had to take care of everything for Lu Yang. The effect of the soul chain is that once it is successfully cast, the other party will be completely devoted to the master's interests. This idea comes from the depths of the soul. It is natural, and without Lu Yang's initiative, Taozi will also do her best for Lu Yang in every way. Soon, Tao had prepared the sushi and served it on the long table. Everyone gathered around, curious about this new Japanese food. Hiyusher was the first to pick it up and took a bite. She immediately showed a surprised expression on her face, and while chewing the food in her mouth, she said in a muffled voice, It's delicious, it's really delicious. I never thought I could eat such delicious food in the end times, it's great. Tang Mingting also took a bite and said, Yes, it's really delicious. I want to learn. Peach, you must teach me. No problem. Peach said shyly. Her face turned red at the praise. Shendan, Su Xiao, and the others also ate. They all praised her. They didn't expect that this Tao Zi was not only beautiful, but also a powerful psychic, and even had such good cooking skills. Why are all the women Lu Yang finds such great women? It really makes one feel very threatened. At this time, Lu Yang also picked up a piece of sushi and took a bite. He also showed a surprised expression on his face, it was really delicious. Everyone, eat more. You are all pregnant now, so you need to supplement your nutrition. After saying this, she gave a wicked smile. The women's faces suddenly turned red and they lowered their heads. After everyone finished eating, there was laughter and chatter. Lu Yang said to Tao, Tao, come to my room for a moment. I have something to ask you. Oh. 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 Peach quickly nodded. Then she obediently followed Lu Yang and entered the room together. Seeing that Lu Yang had called Tao Zi into the room, the other women's faces all revealed expressions of surprise, and they began to discuss it in whispers. Hiyusher said, Wow. They want to do it right after they finish eating? Su Xiao said, Lu Yang, don't exercise before you digest your food. Tang Mingting also said, Yes, yes. Isn't it a bit too eager? Shendan said, Peach just made us Japanese food, and she's been busy in the kitchen for so long, she doesn't even give people a break. After hearing Shendan's words, Zhao Lina said, This Tao Zi is probably Lu Yang's captive, so she doesn't care about fragrant and precious jade. After all, she is an enemy of the Japanese Empire who invaded our Dragon Empire. Even if she is subdued by Lu Yang, she will never reach our status. Zhang Jingyu nodded, Lina is right. And he is also a powerful psychic. Maybe Lu Yang will use unimaginable strength on her. We have to listen carefully and see how powerful Lu Yang has become. After all, we can't handle it. Zhou Kiki said, only a powerful psychic can withstand Lu Yang now, right? He is probably upgraded to level 16, the Great Wind. Just like the Monkey King, don't even mention taking it. That piece of iron, if you hold it for too long, you'll die, if you touch it, you'll die, you'll get cuts and bruises. Wang Feifei said, then we can listen carefully to see how Lu Yang deals with this little woman. Wang Siki said, I think Lu Yang is going to beat the white bone spirit 3 times tonight. At least he'll make the white bone spirit lose a layer of skin. Zhou Qiuping nodded and said, I guess this little woman won't be able to get up tomorrow. Baihu said, it's not that exaggerated. The superhuman recovers very quickly. I also had a second battle with Lu Yang. Upon hearing this, everyone cast admiring and envious glances at White Fox, saying, You are worthy of the name White Fox. Zhao Yuding, who was listening to the discussion, discussed Lu Yang's power and the ferocity of Lu Yang's storm. Instead of feeling fear, she was even filled with longing, and even her breathing began to quicken as she listened. Every woman here has been in Lu Yang's room and felt his power, but she has never experienced the nourishment. Every time she heard them discuss Lu Yang, Zhao Yuding was full of curiosity and longing. Although they all said that Lu Yang was very powerful and terrifying, and that her small body could not withstand it. But, women are all hypocrites. They say that Liu Yang is terrifying, but their faces show a look of satisfaction and reminiscence. Looking at their expressions, it's hard to imagine that they've experienced something terrible. They clearly yearn for it. It is precisely because of this that Zhao Yuding is even more curious about what kind of wonderful feeling she will experience when she enters Liu Yang's room. Unfortunately, she had been living in this villa for almost a month, and Liu Yang had never hinted at it, which made Zhao Yuding not know what to do. As more and more people moved into the villa area, her sense of existence seems to be getting lower and lower. This can't go on. I must find an opportunity to enter Liu Yang's room and seize the opportunity. Chapter 98, The Source of the Virus. The women downstairs listened with their ears pricked, listening to the sounds upstairs, but after a long time they still hadn't heard the voice of the peach. Everyone's faces showed a look of confusion. He Yushir said with a puzzled look on her face, "What's going on?" According to reason, the main event should have already begun, but there's not a sound? Su Xiao also shook his head. He said, "Could it be that the powerful psychic is really that powerful? Under Liu Yang's powerful attack, he can't even make a sound?" Zhang Jingyu said, "Then I want to awaken quickly. If I become a superhuman, can I enter Liu Yang's room even if I'm pregnant?" Baihu said, "You're dreaming. Unless you have a strong constitution like me. And that kind of healing ability, it's possible to try to enter Liu Yang's room while pregnant." Zhou Kiki said, "Then, Sister White Fox, why is there no movement upstairs?" The White Fox tilted her head and thought for a while, but in the end she shook her head and said, "How would I know? I'm also a psychic, but I wasn't as quiet as this peach." Seeing that everyone was so confused, Zhao said, Okay, let's not dwell on it anymore. I don't think anything will happen tonight, so let's just go about our business. Besides, what's so interesting about this kind of thing? You people are addicted to listening to the walls. Wang Siki listened to Zhao Lina's words and said, "Oh, you're still saying that? Which time wasn't you the most excited to listen?" Zhao Lina blushed and quickly denied, "Don't say that, I've never been excited. And look at our villa area, there are so many girls and only one guy, Liu Yang. Do you know what the idiom for this is? A Chinese idiom?" The women all looked puzzled, and then tilted their heads and thought about it. After a while, He Yushir said with a twinkle in her eyes, "Could it be that the yin is too strong and the yang is too weak?" Zhao Lina shook her head. Zhou Kiki blushed and said, "It should be that there are too many monks and not enough porridge?" Zhao Lina shook her head again. Su Xiao said, "There is not enough to go around, right?" Zhao Lina still shook her head. Chen Dan said, "There are too many wolves and not enough meat?" Zhao Lina still shook her head. "Then what do you think?" "We don't know." Yes, don't be coy. We all feel that what we said is very appropriate, and you still say it's not. I don't believe you can come up with a more appropriate one, so hurry up and say it. In the eyes of everyone's anticipation, Zhao Lina said with a smile, "Hey, it's bad luck." Everyone was stunned, more bad than good? What the hell is that? Can that describe the current situation? Zhang Lina nodded and said, "Of course, and it's very appropriate." Everyone tilted their heads and thought for a moment, and then everyone's faces turned red. He Yushir even directly reached out and pinched Zhao Lin's soft arm, saying, "Oh my. Lina, you're so dirty, so annoying. Yes, you are too dirty. You really are a little slut." Everyone was happy and made a ball. In the room upstairs, Liu Yang was sitting on the bed, and Tao Zi was sitting next to him. Liu Yang was sitting next to her, and the two of them were not doing anything that could not be described, but were calmly chatting. Liu Yang asked Tao Zi, "Tell me all about the Little Day Empire. Tell me everything you know." Peach nodded and said, "Yes, master." So Tao began to tell Liu Yang everything she knew about the intelligence. The outbreak of the apocalypse was not accidental. Half a year ago, the hated Little Japan Empire developed a genetic drug that made people stronger. This drug leaked during the experiment, and the experimental base escaped from the laboratory, causing the outbreak of zombies. This is the prototype of the zombie virus. At first, the zombie virus could only be transmitted through blood, and it could be controlled at that time. It spread only in a small area of the Little Japan Empire, and the city was quickly locked down. The Japanese government thought that the disaster had been brought under control, but they didn't expect the virus to evolve and eventually spread through the air, sweeping through the entire Japanese empire. When they realized that the virus was difficult to control, they began to deliberately spread the virus around the world. After all, they could not let only their own country be affected by the virus, and they had to die together. In fact, the virus had already broken out all over the world a few months ago. However, when the virus broke out on a small scale, the imperial governments all chose to control the information about the virus and not let the general public know about it, so as to avoid panic. When the virus really broke out globally, it was actually several months after the virus appeared. Peach has now been conquered by Liu Yang and has become his servant. Everything in her heart is for Liu Yang's sake, so she calls her former empire, the Little Japan Empire, the hateful Little Japan Empire. Liu Yang's face showed shock when she heard this. The virus deliberately spread by the Little Japan Empire? The virus had already broken out in small-scale outbreaks around the world a few months ago? It was just that the information was blocked? Peach nodded and said, yes. And when the virus first appeared, there were already superpowered people. For example, the man you are standing on, Yamada, became a psychic several months ago. He is now a level 3 psychic. Studies have found that it seems that this virus can alter human genes. A large number of people have been altered to become mindless zombies, a small number of people have been unaffected by the virus, and a smaller number of people have been altered to become superhumans. And along with the emergence of the superhuman was the mysterious stone tablet. In the Research Institute of the Little Sun Empire, a stone tablet appeared out of nowhere a few months ago. Everyone was shocked. People wanted to study this mysterious stone tablet, but they couldn't study it at all, because it seemed that nothing on Earth could destroy the stone tablet, and they couldn't even scrape off a little powder. In the following time, the stone tablet appeared more and more throughout the country. Eventually, researchers came to the conclusion that the stone tablet seemed to appear with the emergence of supernormal abilities. When there are enough supernormal abilities within a certain range, the stone tablets will appear out of thin air. Therefore, the number of stone tablets around the world is still growing. Liu Yang was very surprised to hear this. Even the stone tablets had appeared long ago, not after the apocalypse? At this moment, Liu Yang realized how terrifying the information cocoon of the people at the bottom was. Everything you see and hear is filtered through layers of information. You can't get to the truth of things. You will never be able to understand things that are being kept from you. This is the sorrow of living at the bottom. They didn't know that the zombie virus had already appeared a few months ago, and they didn't even know how they died. Chapter 99, The Ninja Family? Liu Yang said, so the end of the world broke out, the zombie virus, all of this is the work of the Little Japan Empire? Peach nodded and said, yes. It was the result of the Empire of Japan's genetic research. I don't know where the scientists of the Empire of Japan discovered this ancient virus that can change the genes of species. They thought they could control this ancient virus, but in the end, they failed, causing more than 70% of the world's population to become zombies. However, for the little Japanese empire, they still have an advantage, because they were the first to discover this virus and use it. Therefore, the little Japanese empire's superpowered people also awakened earlier than other countries. Yamada's reason for being the number one on the list is not because he is the strongest, but because he was one of the first successful test subjects several months ago. He was also the first to reach the third level of ability. But this also shows how powerful you are. Although Yamada became a psychic a few months before you, and was the first to enter the stone tablet test, his first place didn't last long, and you stepped on him. The gap between people is really too big. Your talent is so much better than his. After saying this, Momoko looked at Liu Yang with a face of adoration. The Little Japan Empire was the first to have the virus outbreak, and it was also the first country to have a psychic. In theory, the Little Japan Empire should have more advantages than other countries, and there should be more powerful supernaturals on the supernaturals list. Unfortunately, even the number one on the list, Yamada, was quickly surpassed by Liu Yang. It is clear that even after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the Empire of Japan has no advantages. It is always an empire that cannot be saved. Liu Yang asked Tao Zi, what kind of strength does the guy Yamada have? What are his superpowers? If there is anything in the Little Japan Empire that can arouse Liu Yang's curiosity, it is the former number one on the list. Yamada was ranked first before Liu Yang entered the stone tablet test. Liu Yang was very curious to know how big the gap was between the previous number one and his current number one. But Tao Zi shook her head and said, my level is too low. I haven't even met Yamagami-san yet. I'm just a squad leader, but Yamagami-san is the commander of the special forces. That's a real general's title. So I haven't even seen him in person, let alone know what his superpower is. Afterwards, she tilted her head and thought for a while, then continued. However, I heard a rumor in the psychic army that General Hisagami was the fastest to clear the 10th level, a full day faster than the other top 10 in the Little Sun Empire. Therefore, it is said that his strength is a fault line in the sky. After hearing what Tao said, Liu Yang frowned and said, the 10th level? 1 day faster than the other? Can that thing fight for a whole day? Liu Yang was speechless. It took him more than half an hour to clear the first 100 levels, but these people took a whole day, or even several days, to clear the 10th level? What kind of rotten fish and shrimp are they? Peach said, it is said that the 10th level of the Tian Bang is very difficult. There are 10 level 3 zombies leading hundreds of level 2 zombies. In addition, there are thousands of ordinary level 1 zombies. Even if the average superpower is strong, they don't have enough mental strength to kill that many zombies. And when fighting zombies, you have to be careful not to get hurt by them, otherwise you will be infected with the virus and fail to clear the level. Therefore, the top 10th place on the list of the best players in the world is actually only the 10th level. According to rumors in the Little Japan Empire's psychic forces, the top 200 players on the list actually only reach the 10th level, but the time it takes to clear the level varies. After saying that, Momoko looked at Liu Yang and asked tentatively. Sir, you haven't passed the 10th level, have you? Liu Yang said casually, of course, is the 10th level difficult? When he was in the 10th level, he used the black light sword to cut the grass. The 3rd level zombies couldn't even last 10 seconds in front of Liu Yang. As for the 102nd level zombies, they had no effect on Liu Yang at all. Of course, for other superpowered people, this is already very difficult. The psychic power of ordinary psychics is limited, and it is impossible to strengthen it to 1500 points like Liu Yang. The average 3rd level psychic has a mental power of about 300 points. If they use their superpowers in battle, they will probably use up most of their mental power after a few uses. They would have to wait for their mental energy to replenish while they stood by. Where can they be like Liu Yang, with an almost inexhaustible supply of mental power? In addition, ordinary psychics are not immune to the zombie virus, and once they are injured, they will be infected. So they are more careful when fighting. This is probably why Rikuo Yamada could only clear the 10th level. Liu Yang asked again, do you know what the special ability of Yamada was that day? Some superpowers may not be very useful when dealing with zombies, but they may be very effective against other humans. Therefore, it is possible that this guy, Yamada, has a special ability, and it may be difficult for him to fight zombies. Peach shook her head again and said, for a psychic, psychic power is the most important information and the psychic's trump card. Under normal circumstances, psychics don't expose their psychic powers lightly. Therefore, few people know about Yamada's psychic power. Liu Yang nodded. That's right. If the abilities of a psychic are revealed, it is possible that others will think of countermeasures, which will put them at a disadvantage in battle. After all, unlike Liu Yang, other people don't have several superpowers. However, it is impossible to keep a secret from Liu Yang, because Liu Yang has the ability to deduce the future. The first time, without knowing the opponent's superpower, he directly deduced it once, and fought with the opponent once during the deduction, and was able to know the opponent's superpower and combat effectiveness. In this way, even if he encounters a more powerful enemy, Liu Yang can find a way to defeat the opponent in the deduction. Oh, right, before the well-known died, he said that there were still some ancient races in the Japanese Empire. They were very powerful. What are they? Liu Yang asked again. Peach replied, they are ninjas. They are different from the superhuman. Their power is passed down through thousands of years. They are natural weapons of murder. They have a will that the superhumans do not have. They are a more powerful existence than the superhumans. Liu Yang said, ninjas? Since you have such powerful ninjas, why don't you send them? Peach replied, because the president of the Little Japan Empire cannot order the ninja family, and the Dragon Empire also has ancient martial arts families, whose strength is not inferior to the ninja. Chapter 100, Sleep Together? The martial arts family of the Dragon Empire? Liu Yang was stunned. In the past, in times of peace, he had never heard of any martial arts families in the Dragon Empire. He had only seen martial artists in movies. Even Peach from the Little Japan Empire knew that the Dragon Empire had a martial arts family, but Liu Yang, as a member of the Dragon Empire, had never even heard of it. It is true that his previous level was too low, and he was unable to come into contact with these powerful people. These powerful people should have their own unique circles, which ordinary people can't get into. They even deliberately blocked their information to prevent ordinary people from knowing. But now, I am already one of these powerful people. The supernaturals of the Little Japan Empire have already come looking for me, and the supernaturals of the Dragon Empire will come looking for me sooner or later. At that time, we can ask for more information. Liu Yang asked, "How strong is the so-called ninja clan in your Little Japan Empire?" Peach shook her head and said, "The ninja clan is also the most mysterious race in the Little Japan Empire. They don't usually appear in people's field of vision, as if they are a higher-level race. Even Yamada, the Japanese, probably has never seen a real ninja. In the eyes of the ninja, the superpower users are no different from ordinary people. So although I am a top-ranked psychic, my level is still not enough. I only know that even the president of the Little Japanese Empire must show the ninja clan enough respect." Liu Yang nodded, "Okay. Although your strength is the strongest in this villa area, except for me, it is still a bit insufficient in the psychic force troop, that is, a small team leader level. The information you know is limited. Forget it, I won't ask you. You can go now." Peach looked hesitant and said to Liu Yang, "Does Lord Liu Yang need me to help you sleep?" Liu Yang shook his head, "No." Oh. Peaches replied with some disappointment, and then left Liu Yang's room and walked downstairs. It is understandable that there are so many beautiful girls in Liu Yang's villa. It's not easy to stay in Liu Yang's room. It seems that I was thinking too much. Oh, right, this dagger is for you. It's very sharp, and I believe it will improve your combat effectiveness," Liu Yang said, and handed a cold dagger to Tao Zi. He made it with his eternal freezing power. The dagger looked crystal clear, with a transparent sheath. It is very delicate and beautiful. A transparent dagger? Peach was stunned. She then took the ice dagger from Liu Yang's hand and felt the coldness of the ice. She was even more surprised and said, "It's made of ice?" Liu Yang nodded, "Yes, extremely sharp ice daggers. I have prepared one for each of you. Don't underestimate it, this dagger is very sharp." Peach took the dagger with skepticism and tried it against the other weapon on her body. Ding! The two weapons collided. The ice dagger instantly cut her weapon in half. Peach then looked surprised, and said in a mixture of surprise and joy, "It's really sharp. This weapon is a famous forging from the Japanese Empire, and the master personally made it for me. I never thought it would be cut in half by the ice dagger." As a powerful psychic with a high ranking on the list, Tao Zi was very strong, but she was defeated without showing any performance because she met Liu Yang. If she had encountered ordinary supernormal talents like Ma Feiyan and Scarmouse, she would have been a god of war. She can kill at will without any harm. Now with this sharp ice dagger, her strength can be taken to the next level. And women naturally like beautiful things. This ice dagger is crystal clear and very much in line with women's aesthetic tastes. However, Tao Zi still had a question. She said to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, this weapon won't melt by itself, will it? Do I need to keep it in the refrigerator when I'm not using it?" Puff! Liu Yang laughed out loud. He said, "You can use it without worry. Just store it like any other weapon." Ha ha. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang, for giving me such a wonderful weapon. Peach also smiled awkwardly. You're welcome. Liu Yang waved his hand and said. After Tao left the room, Liu Yang's face showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that the world is not as simple as he first imagined, and the superhuman abilities did not appear only after the outbreak of the apocalyptic war. Liu Yang was just an ordinary citizen before, so his information was at least a few months behind. The supernormal ability is the result of the research on the genetic virus by the Little Japan Empire. Those who succeed become superhumans, and those who fail become zombies. Some people are immune to airborne transmission. But no one is immune to blood transmission. As the zombies evolve, they become more intelligent and more human-like. It is hard to say that zombies are not the new humans. Perhaps the difference between zombies and superhumans is not that great. It's just that the process of mutation is different between the two. Will they end up in the same place? Zombies and superhumans, are they both new humans? Liu Yang shook his head and decided not to think about those distant things for now. His primary goal was to find out how strong the Empire of Japan was. There is no need to worry about the superhuman. The former number 1 on the list, Yamada, only cleared the 10th level of the stone tablet. His strength is imaginable, but he is just a chicken. The only thing that Liu Yang was a little worried about was the ninja clan. He originally thought that the ninjas of the Little Japan Empire were just a legend, but he never imagined that they actually existed. Could it be that the ninjas of the Little Japan Empire are really as powerful as they are in the anime? The ninjas in the anime can summon meteorites, drive a Gundam, and even build the moon. If that's the case, then with my current strength, it's probably not enough to fight head-on. I still have to continue to develop in a wretched way. The Dragon Empire also has martial artists. I don't know how strong they are. However, Liu Yang has the ability to predict the future, so even if he encounters a strong opponent, he can predict it first. Even if the ninja is really as strong as in the anime, Liu Yang is not panicked. Originally, as Liu Yang's strength increased, he rarely used the skill of future deduction. He thought it was just a useless skill, but now it seems that he thought too much. When an unknown strong person appears, future projection is Liu Yang's trump card, his superpower that saves his life. Chapter 101, Rainy looking for you? Downstairs. The girls were all surprised to see that Tao had already come down from Liu Yang's room. This time is too fast, isn't it? It's not even half an hour. And there was not a sound from upstairs for the entire half hour. This was very disappointing to everyone. At the same time, they were full of doubts about Tao. Is this new female psychic really that powerful? Can she withstand Liu Yang's power so perfectly? And she made Liu Yang finish so quickly. Could it be that this Taoist superpowered woman has awakened some kind of superpower, like vibrating 10,000 times a minute, and that's what made Liu Yang surrender in less than half an hour? He asked directly, Peach, how did you come down so quickly? What method did you use to make Liu Yang finish so quickly? Peach was stunned by Hiyusher's question and said with a blank look on her face, was it fast? She was very confused. It's just a chat. Does it have to take a long time? Zhaolina said, this is too fast. It takes at least an hour or two to get out of Liu Yang's room, right? How come you got out in less than half an hour? Su Xiao said, yes, how could you be so fast? Did you use some special superpower? Peach was stunned again and said, no. What the hell? Do you need special powers to chat? These people's words confused Tao. Zhang Jingyu said, I really want to become a superhuman too. My brother has already become a superhuman, but why haven't I? Oh, my god. Am I that bad at it? If I become a psychic, I won't be afraid to go into Liu Yang's room. I'll go see him every day. Baihu said, don't, ordinary psychics can't do that, going to Liu Yang's room every day. Only a master like Tao Zi can do that. Peach looked at the discussion and said with a puzzled expression, what the hell? All I know is that Liu Yang chats in his room. Can only supernormal people go in and chat? Hiyusher was stunned and said, just chatting? We thought it was something else. Zhao Lina's face showed a relieved expression, and she said, I was scared to death. I thought something was wrong with Liu Yang, and he had gone from being able to fight for a few hours to being able to fight for half an hour. It turned out to be just chatting. Wang Feifei also patted her chest and said, so that's it. It seems that the supernormal people aren't much better than us in that regard. Chen Dan also said, yes. We were scared to death. We thought the top-ranked fighters were really that powerful. Everyone's faces showed a relieved expression. Fortunately, the gap between us and the top-ranked Tao Zi is not that big. Zhao Yuding's face even showed a surprised expression. Since Peach only spent half an hour chatting in Liu Yang's room, does that mean she still has a chance tonight? It seems that today I must seize this opportunity and enter Liu Yang's room as soon as possible. Otherwise, I don't know when I will have such an opportunity next time. At this moment, such a perfect opportunity is in front of me, and I must seize it. Otherwise, this may be the only opportunity in my life. Once you miss it, you may never get another chance. After all, Liu Yang doesn't know if he is naturally popular with women or what, but it seems like he brings a new woman back to the villa every day. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone went back to their own business. Zhao Yuding, however, inexplicably walked up the stairs and prepared to go upstairs. No one had noticed her, but He Yushir saw her. He Yushir shouted at Zhao Yuding, "Hey? Yuding, where are you going?" Zhao Yuding heard this voice and froze, startled. She took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to her and sneaked upstairs, but she didn't expect to be discovered by He Yushir, the little demon. She immediately blushed and was caught in an awkward situation. She stammered and said, "I just wanted to go upstairs, to see." He Yushir said, "You're not thinking of sneaking into Lu Yang's room, are you?" As soon as she said this, everyone's attention was suddenly on Zhao Yuding again. They had originally thought that it was a bit boring to hear that Tao Zi had only been in Lu Yang's room for half an hour, and they had planned to go about their business. Now that they saw Zhao Yuding sneaking upstairs again, they all became excited. Could it be that today they would not hear the sound of Tao Zi fighting, but instead hear Zhao Yuding? They immediately showed a very interested expression. Zhao Yuding was so embarrassed by being watched by so many people that she could not speak for a long time. She was speechless for a long time. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, yes, I just wanted to go to Lu Yang's room and chat with him." After that, she hurriedly picked up her pace and ran upstairs. Zhao Lina said, "Wow. I didn't think it would take so long for Yuding to finally muster up the courage." The big star Su Xiao also said, "Yes, I thought that Lu Yang and Zhao Yuding were just pure friends, but I didn't expect that Yuding couldn't help herself." Chen Dan said, "But I can understand it. Who wouldn't like a man as good as Lu Yang?" The girls nodded in agreement, saying, "That's true. You make a lot of sense." Upstairs, Lu Yang was preparing to rest in his room when he suddenly heard his door being knocked on. Lu Yang was stunned. Peach had just left the room after being called in by him, so who else could it be? Could it be that the women saw Tao Zi holding such a beautiful weapon and came to her one after another, wanting her to make weapons for them? That's possible. Lu Yang had originally wanted to find an opportunity to make weapons for everyone. Although most of the women in the villa area have not awakened their superpowers, even ordinary people can easily cut up zombies with such a sharp weapon. There is absolutely no problem dealing with level 1 zombies, and they have the ability to protect themselves. Of course, if they are dealing with level 2 or above, they may not be able to do so well. "Please come in," Lu Yang said to the door. Soon the door was pushed open. It wasn't like Lu Yang had imagined, a group of women rushing in to let him make weapons. Instead, it was someone Lu Yang didn't expect. Seeing the other person, Lu Yang's face showed a surprised expression, and she asked, "Yuding? Is there anything you need me for?" Zhao Yuding was almost the first person to enter the villa area. However, Lu Yang did not require her to enter his room and have sex with him in order to eat. One reason was that when Lu Yang was in danger during the simulation, Zhao Yuding stood in front of him. The other reason was that Lu Yang had never lacked women in the villa area. So he never thought of Zhao Yuding. Now that Zhao Yuding came to find him, Lu Yang was of course a little surprised. Chapter 102, Confessing Directly. Seeing Zhao Yuding enter Lu Yang's room directly, He Yushir and the others downstairs all widened their eyes. Chen Dan said, "Who knows? Maybe she really just went to talk to Lu Yang?" The girls all said in unison, "I don't believe it." In the room, Zhao Yuding's face turned red. Standing in front of Lu Yang, she looked a little embarrassed. At the same time, her heart was filled with nervousness and shyness. Lu Yang looked at Zhao Yuding's expression and found it strange. Why did she come to the door herself? And standing in front of me, she looks so shy. How does it seem like I forced her? Lu Yang said, "Yuding, you don't have to force yourself to come to me. I treat you all the same. Even if you don't have a close relationship with me, I still treat you the same as the Yashalina and the others." Zhao Yuding gritted her teeth and said with a blush, "No, you don't treat me equally." Ah? Lu Yan was stunned. Zhao Yuding lives in the villa, and I don't seem to have treated her badly, do I? Why does she seem to be full of resentment when she says this now? Have I done anything wrong? Lu Yang thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out where he had offended Zhao Yuding. He said, "No, I haven't been against you. In the villa area, is my attitude towards you any different from that of other girls?" Zhao Yuding said shyly, "Yes, there is. Lu Yang was even more confused, and then asked directly, "So tell me, where exactly did I target you?" Zhao Yuding blushed and said, "You have asked other girls to be your women, but you have never asked me." Lu Yang was speechless. Just because he didn't ask her, so he targeted her? It was only because Zhao Yuding had helped him in the deduction that Lu Yang did not want to force the other party. But she didn't expect that this preferential treatment would be perceived as a kind of targeting by the other party. Lu Yang said, "Yuding, you are very beautiful and have a great figure. Even your long legs are the most beautiful of all the girls, so it's not because of your appearance. I just don't want to force you. You're just like any other girl, and you don't need to feel pressured or care about what other girls think." After hearing Lu Yang's words, Zhao Yuding's face showed a look of frustration. Damn it, how can this guy not understand? After all this, how can he still not understand what I mean? Finally, Zhao Yuding couldn't help but say directly, "What do you mean by forcing them? Do you think you are punishing them by forcing them? In fact, you are rewarding them. But what about me? There's no topic at all, and I can't even get a word in. Because it's only me, and you've never asked me if I want to be your woman." Lu Yang was stunned by Zhao Yuding's tirade. He never imagined that these women would think of him in this way. Lu Yang originally thought that none of them were willing. It was only because they wanted food and to stay in a safe villa area that they were forced to become his women. But he never imagined that that was their true inner thought. Not forced, but rewarded? Zhao Yuding nodded firmly, "That's right. You're so handsome and strong, which girl wouldn't like you? What else could it be but a reward? I like you too. I want to be your woman too." Faced with Zhao Yuding's sudden confession, Lu Yang was even more confused. In Lu Yang's impression, Zhao Yuding was an introverted woman who was even a little socially anxious. She was always quiet in the villa area and rarely spoke up. Now it seems that the other party has really been holding back for too long. It is really rare to hear such a passionate confession come out of the other party's mouth. And the reason why she has always been quiet and rarely interjected is simply because she has no common topics with other girls? Well, that's something I hadn't considered. And women's hearts are really hard to fathom. Lu Yang originally thought that not hinting at the other person was a sign of respect and a sign of favor. But she never thought that her actions would make the other person think that she was being targeted and isolated. It also seemed that Yuding had been depressed for a long time. In that case, even Zhao Yuding personally said such a passionate thing to Lu Yang. She took the initiative to confess to herself, so of course she would not decline. Lu Yang said, "Okay, then you're my woman from now on." Chen Xiaojin and Huang Xiuxiao looked at each other, not speaking a word. They were a doctor and a nurse. However, due to their status, they knew that Lu Yang would not be looking for them during this time. Sometimes they thought to themselves, if only we weren't doctors and nurses. What a pity. I wonder how long we have to wait. Chapter 103, Weapons Distribution. On the second day, Lu Yang woke up feeling refreshed. After washing up, Lu Yang went downstairs with Zhao Yuding. Chen Dan, Su Xiao, Tao Zi and others were busy making breakfast in the kitchen. When Lu Yang sat down at the table, breakfast was just being served. While everyone was eating breakfast and chatting, Lu Yang said, "Yesterday I made a frozen dagger for Tao Zi. It's very useful. Do you have any weapons you want? I can make them for you. Weapons made of ice are very sharp and strong, and they never melt. You can use them for self-defense." When they heard this, the women's faces all showed expressions of surprise. He Yusher asked, "Very powerful weapon? How powerful is it?" Lu Yang replied, "It's even stronger than my old black light sword." Really? That's too strong, isn't it? Wang Siki showed a surprised expression. When she was hiding in the safe house, it was made of steel more than 10 centimeters thick. However, Lu Yang's black light sword pierced through the 10+ centimeter thick safe house with a single stab. This shows how powerful the black light sword was. And now Lu Yang can make a weapon that is even more powerful than that sword? And everyone will be able to get one. Isn't that amazing? After hearing Lu Yang's words, He Yusher said excitedly, "Is it really that powerful? Give it to me quickly, give it to me quickly, I want it, I can't wait." "Can I only have one?" Lu Yang smiled and said, "Do you want a few more?" He Yusher's face flushed, and then she said with a mischievous smile, "I don't mind. It's not that I can't have a few. Zhao Lina laughed out loud and said, "Ha, Yusher, you're too dirty, aren't you? You're pregnant now, you can't play around like this." Su Xiao also said, "Yes, everyone else wants one, but you want several. Can you use that many? You have to be careful." Zhou Kiki said, "Yusher is really the dirtiest one of us." Lu Yang was a little confused as he watched the girls laughing. What was so funny? It's just a few more, and there's no limit to how many weapons you can make. It doesn't matter if everyone gets 10. But frozen weapons are very sturdy and will never break. In general, you don't need that many, just one is enough. Lu Yang asked He Yusher, "Do you really want a few? If you really want them, I can make them for you." He Yusher blushed and said, "Oh, they were just joking. One is enough, one is enough." Lu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, what do you want? Dagger, short sword, long sword, or giant sword? You can choose whatever you like. However, you girls haven't awakened your superpowers yet, and you don't have much strength. I suggest a dagger or a short sword. Be careful, this weapon is very sharp. Even if it is just a small dagger, it can cut off the head of a zombie with one stroke. Lu Yang's iceblade weapons are very sharp, and they can cut through hair and break bones. The women must be warned, or they might accidentally cut off their own limbs." He Yusher said, "I want a giant sword." "A giant sword? Are you sure you want to use such a big weapon? For girls, a giant sword is a bit inappropriate." Lu Yang didn't expect He Yusher to make such a choice. Just imagine He Yusher holding a huge sword, circling around the zombies like Galen of Dalmatia. It's just funny to think about it. He Yusher said firmly, "I just like big things." Lu Yang nodded, "Okay, I'll do it." Only Lu Yang could satisfy He Yusher's desire for a custom-made giant weapon. His mind moved slightly, and a huge sword appeared in his hand. The eternal frozen sword was crystal clear. It was about 7 or 8 centimeters wide and more than a meter long. Lu Yang had never seen a real giant sword before, so he made it exactly like Galen's weapon. He Yusher saw it and thought it was very much in line with her aesthetic sense, and her eyes began to shine. She took the frozen giant sword from Lu Yang's hand and swung it around, saying, "I want it to be this big, so it's more powerful to play with. And it's not as heavy as I thought. I can handle it." The ice giant sword is not as heavy as the cast iron giant sword. After all, the weight of ice is less than half that of iron of the same volume. Seeing He Yusher so happy, Lu Yang thought to himself, "I didn't expect this guy to like big things so much. Luckily I'm gifted, otherwise I wouldn't be able to satisfy her." Even Zhao Lina said to Lu Yang, "Yusher, you like big things? Don't you know that some things are not better the bigger they are? I don't want a giant sword, just give me a short sword. Anyway, I don't think I'll have many opportunities to fight with Lu Yang. This weapon is only for self-defense, and more often than not, it's just for decoration. Just make it a little more exquisite and beautiful for me." "No problem." Lu Yang nodded and said, and then a short sword appeared in his hand. Zhao Lina was very happy to see the weapon in Lu Yang's hand and said, "It's so beautiful. Can you make the head of the sword handle look like a bear? I love bears." "Of course." Lu Yang thought again, and the head of the sword handle turned into a cute little bear. "Wow, it's so cute. I love you, Lu Yang. Kisses." Zhao Lina happily kissed Lu Yang on the cheek, then held the dagger in her hand and looked at it carefully, as if she couldn't bear to let it go. "Wow. Can I also have a special order?" He Yusher was stunned by this scene. Compared to Zhao Lina's exquisite dagger, her huge sword really looked like a bumpkin. "I should have chosen a short sword." Su Xiao said, "I want a short sword too." Chen Dan said, "I want a dagger." Wang Siki said, "I want a dagger too." Soon, every woman had a customized weapon in her hand. Among the dozen or so women, only He Yusher chose the giant sword. The others all had exquisite daggers or short swords. Zhao Lina sneered at He Yusher, "Yusher, your giant sword is so old-fashioned, it looks ugly." He Yusher said with a sneer, "You know nothing. All of your weapons combined are not as big as mine. Ha, you all like small ones, right? They're cute, too. But in terms of practicality, my big, long one is better." Humph. Chapter 104, Encountering a Female Psychic. After distributing weapons to the women and eating breakfast, Lu Yang decided to continue searching for supplies. Although the appearance of the Little Day Empire's superpowers caused some minor incidents in Liu Yang's life. But Liu Yang's plan will not change. His plan is to continue searching for supplies on his side, while developing the surviving base, allowing the people in the surviving base to grow and achieve sustainable development. And now the wall of the villa area has been raised to a 50-meter high ice wall, so even a level 3 zombie can't climb it. What's more, the gatekeeper is a level 3 zombie, so even if Liu Yang is thousands of miles away, he can still keep an eye on the situation here. With the powerful psychic Tao Zi in charge, and the help of the 2 psychics by Hu and Shendan, this villa area can be said to have surpassed many survivor bases in terms of strength. After all, Tao Zi's strength alone can basically sweep away some small bases. So with Tao Zi watching the house, Liu Yang can also go out and look for resources with peace of mind. And now Liu Yang has the ability to fly at 4 times the speed of sound, so even if he has to search for food outside and then rush back, it will only take a few minutes at most. Liu Yang believed that even if there was something that Peach couldn't solve, the strong could still delay it for a few minutes. However, the supermarkets, convenience stores, and large shopping malls within a 50-kilometer radius have all been harvested by Liu Yang. If he wants to continue searching, he must expand the range to 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers for ordinary survivors, it may take several days to get there. After all, they have to worry about the zombies on the road. But Liu Yang can get there in less than a minute. Unfortunately, Liu Yang had never been that far away before, so she didn't know where the shopping malls and supermarkets were. After a few minutes of searching, Liu Yang finally found a supermarket more than 60 kilometers away from the villa area. He didn't hesitate to land directly and enter the supermarket. If it were Liu Yang in the past, he might have thought about it for a while, but at this point in time, his power was incomparable. Even a level 10 zombie could not pose a threat to him, so Liu Yang went straight in. In the supermarket, many zombies had already turned into molesters. Led by a level 3 zombie, these molesters and level 2 zombies were waiting for survivors in the supermarket. They were waiting for survivors to come looking for food, and then they could turn the survivors into food directly. Unfortunately, this time it wasn't just any ordinary survivor, but Liu Yang, the great killer. After seeing Liu Yang, several of the molting zombies rushed towards him, and even from more than 10 meters away, they jumped directly at him, smashing down like a cannonball. However, Liu Yang only gave a glance, and an ice needle flew at high speed, instantly piercing the skin zombies' heads one after another. They fell directly from the air, and then began to shoot at the zombies in the distance. After a few seconds, all the molting zombies in Liu Yang's field of vision had been killed. The third-level zombie, however, led a few second-level zombies and turned and ran. Liu Yang looked at them, and the ice needles chased after them. Bang! Bang bang bang! Several second-level zombies fell to the ground in an instant. The third-level zombies were faster and ran a greater distance, but how could they possibly outrun the ice needles that were 4 times the speed of sound? Bang! A muffled sound. The level 3 zombies were also instantly decapitated. The configuration of these zombies is absolutely catastrophic for an ordinary county base. But Liu Yang can handle these zombies in less than a minute. This is the difference between Liu Yang and ordinary survivors. Now his freezing ability has been upgraded to eternal freezing. With just a thought and an ice needle, he can instantly kill all enemies in his field of vision. Walking in the quiet, empty supermarket, Liu Yang enters his favorite scavenging session. Unfortunately, it has been almost a month since the disaster, and most of the fresh vegetables and fruits in the supermarket have completely rotted. Even things that are easy to preserve, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, have rotted. The rice on display outside was already covered in dust. As the zombies' intelligence increases, they have even begun to look for food in the supermarket's freezer, where the frozen meat has long since been eaten. Even the vacuum-packed chicken legs have been dug out by these zombies. Liu Yang shook his head. It seems that as long as it is meat, these zombies will eat it, and they are no longer driven by the instinct of killing as they were at the beginning. Now the zombies have begun to actively seek food and compete with survivors for resources. The supermarket is now only stocked with vegetarian food such as rice, soybeans, flour and canned food. But Liu Yang didn't waste any of these things, and collected them all in the dark space. Liu Yang said with emotion, "As time goes by, it will become more and more difficult to find food. Fortunately, I have already accumulated enough resources in my dark space. However, the pressure on ordinary survivors to survive will only increase, and they must join a strong survivor base. Otherwise, as time goes by, the handful of survivors will be swallowed up by hunger and the evolved zombies. After collecting all the supplies, Liu Yang left the supermarket and headed for the next one. Now that Liu Yang has the speed of infinite flight, his efficiency has improved a lot. It is not difficult to collect all the supermarkets within a 100-kilometer radius in a day. If he works hard for a few days, he might be able to fill up all the level 8 spaces. As soon as Liu Yang came out of the supermarket, he suddenly saw a dozen people walking towards him. Those people were all carrying weapons, and they were survivors from the neighborhood who were also preparing to search the supermarket, but they didn't expect Liu Yang to get there first. There were more than 10 of them. Among them were 2 beautiful women who caught Liu Yang's attention. These 2 women should also be supernaturals. Not only are they good looking, but from the way they walk and the aura they exude, they should be quite powerful and not inferior to the white fox. And they are so beautiful, with such good figures and long legs. Perfect for having children. Liu Yang touched his chin. Female supernaturals are still very rare. Now that the system requirements have increased, the only way to obtain new superpowers is to mate with other superpowered people. So these 2 female superheroes should be good candidates for breeding. The other party also saw Liu Yang's evil eye at this time. He said sarcastically, "Hey, kid, the last person who looked at me with those eyes was thrown to the zombies by me. Are you tired of living too?" A big man next to him said angrily, "Kid, who are you? You're not a survivor from around here, are you? How dare you look at our sister One Air like that? Your saliva is about to flow. Are you looking for death?" Chapter 105, The Boss is a Woman Too? This group of survivors are the elite of the nearby survivor base. Their base had long since set their sights on this supermarket. However, because it was occupied by zombies and there were also level 3 zombies, they had never dared to go in to look for supplies. But as time went on, supplies in the area became increasingly scarce, and they had no choice but to set their sights on the supermarket and prepare to take a risk. Level 3 zombies are not invincible. This time they sent out a full 6 supernaturals. And there is also the second in command of the base, Lin Wanner, a powerful female psychic, leading the team. They were ready to attack, to clear out all the zombies and take over the entire supermarket. As long as they can take the supermarket, the food inside will last them a long time. But they didn't expect that as soon as they arrived at the supermarket, they saw a person coming out of it, and that's how the scene just happened. They were naturally very angry at Liu Yang's appearance. But as fellow supernaturals, they could see that Liu Yang had a unique aura of strength. So Liu Yang should also be a superhuman, otherwise he would never dare to enter the supermarket alone. But even if he is a superpower, so what? We have 6 superpowered people on our side, plus another 10 elite survivors. That's almost half the strength of the survivor base. They don't believe that Liu Yang can beat them all alone. And this guy actually dared to look at their sister Wainer so directly and lecherously. How could they tolerate that? Sister Wanner is the goddess of almost everyone in their base. Not only is she very beautiful, but she is also very strong, and everyone is full of admiration for her. Now this guy, who knows where he came from, actually dared to look at Wanner's sister with lecherous eyes. How can we not teach him a lesson? That's why they directly threatened Liu Yang. Unexpectedly, after hearing their threats, Liu Yang not only did not show a frightened expression on his face, but instead sneered. Then, her cold eyes swept over everyone. Those who were at the end of the world, licking blood from the tip of the knife, couldn't help but tremble all over after seeing Liu Yang's cold eyes. It was as if the surrounding air had suddenly become several degrees colder. The big man who had been speaking rudely suddenly stopped talking and even subconsciously took a half step back. Scary. Horror. That glance was like the gaze of death. Compared to the cold and piercing eyes of Liu Yang, they actually preferred the lecherous eyes of Liu Yang just now. Brother, if you want to keep looking at the beautiful women, we have absolutely no objection. Seeing the fear on everyone's faces, Liu Yang was very satisfied. He said lightly, "I want the 2 female supernaturals to stay, and the rest can leave." Hearing this, everyone's faces were shocked. Good guy, you're just going to grab the girls? This guy is taking himself too seriously. Even if you are strong, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. And Wanner is the object of everyone's secret love. The strong man once again mustered up the courage to say, "Kid, we are survivors of the Xiantai base, and Wanner is the second in command. Which base are you from?" How dare you talk to our Wana like that? He directly said the name of the base, hoping to use the base to intimidate the other party. After all, the Dark Iron base is a relatively famous and powerful survivor base in this area. At least within a 50-kilometer radius, there is no base stronger than the Xiantai base. Liu Yang heard them say that they were from the Xiantai base, and his eyes lit up. He asked, "Do you have many beautiful women in your base?" Ah! The big man was stunned. He was dumbfounded and stood there with his mouth open. He didn't expect Liu Yan to ask that question. This guy is really only thinking about beautiful women. He's really not open to reason. After a few seconds, the man came back to his senses and continued, "Hey, I'm saying, it's not a question of whether or not she's beautiful, right? Which base are you from anyway? Are you sure you want to mess with us at the Xiantai base?" Liu Yang did look at him, and then waved at him. In an instant, a cold ice needle was pressed against the forehead of every survivor. The bone-chilling coldness spread into their heads, causing them to shiver. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, these survivors had fought against the zombies and other survivors, and each of them had walked on the edge of life and death countless times. This time, they felt that they were closest to death. Everyone felt the threat of death. Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. It was so strong. It was too strong. At that moment, they even wondered if Liu Yang's superhuman abilities were the legendary mind control. They could feel that if Liu Yang had the slightest thought, the ice needles would instantly penetrate their skulls. At that moment, the survivors were filled with regret. They should not have provoked this powerful person. They never imagined that the other party was such a powerful person. Now, I'm afraid everyone will die here. After all, in the end times, they had done a lot of killing and robbery. They just didn't expect to run into such a tough nut this time. They thought that the other person was just one person who could be easily manipulated, but they didn't expect that the other person was so strong. Liu Yang said, "Can you answer my question now? Are there many beautiful women in your base?" The big guy said in a trembling voice, "There are a lot of them." Liu Yang was very satisfied with this answer and smiled and said, "Why didn't you just say so in the first place? Why make it so ugly? Don't you think so?" At this time, Lin Wana spoke up and said to Liu Yang, "You let them go, and I will stay." Liu Yang shook his head and said, "No, I already gave you guys a chance at the beginning. You two girls can stay, but the rest of you can leave. Now that chance is gone. Now I've decided to go to your base and have some fun. You lead the way." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. Go to their base? Isn't that like inviting the wolves into the house? The people here are already half of the combat power of the base, but in front of Liu Yang, they don't even have the strength to resist, and they have already been stopped by the other party with ice needles on their heads. Their lives are in the hands of the other party. If the other party has a thought, everyone will be shot in the head. If we really take them to the base, everyone in the base will be in danger. Lin Warner directly refused, "No way. We will not betray the base." The big man also said, "That's right, even if you kill us, it's useless." Another man said, "And are you really so confident that you can defeat all the superpowered people in our base? The leader of our base is very strong." Liu Yang's eyes lit up and she said, "Oh? The leader of your base is also a woman? Then I have an even stronger reason to go." Chapter 106, The Base is Under Siege. Even the leader is a woman. This survivor base can be said to be dominated by women, but that's just what Liu Yang wants. The more female supernaturals, the better. As long as you can have children with female superheroes, you might be able to obtain new superpowers. As for what the other side said, refusing to take me to the base, that's just nonsense. The fact that they can go to the supermarket means that the survivor base should be near the supermarket, and the distance should not exceed 20 kilometers. With Liu Yang's flying ability, as long as she flies high into the sky and takes a casual look, she will be able to find this survivor base. And if threats don't work, Liu Yang doesn't mind spending 5 minutes using the soul chain to turn these people into his own servants, and they will then willingly tell him the location of the base. Liu Yang has so many cards up his sleeve. There are 10,000 ways to make these ordinary superpowered people submit. Liu Yang also noticed the special look the man had for Lin Warner. So he said to the big man, "Tell me the location of your base quickly, otherwise, you don't want me to execute your goddess in front of you, do you?" After saying that, Liu Yang walked directly towards Lin Warner. He reached out and touched the other person's smooth, tender face. The man's eyes widened in an instant, and he shouted in anger, "What are you doing? Stop! Don't touch Wanner!" Lu Yang smiled and placed his hand directly on the slender waist of the female psychic. He gently squeezed the small waist of the other person and said, "You want me to stop? If you don't tell me where your base is, next time I'll put my hand inside her clothes." Seeing this, the man was so desperate that he was about to cry. "No, let Wanner go. If you let her go, you can come after me. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you anything you want to know." Hearing this, Lu Yang reluctantly removed his hand from Wanner's waist. Dogs are indeed the easiest animals to control. Whether it's after the apocalypse or in peacetime, it's the same. Alas! At this moment, Wanner sighed and said, "Forget it, I'll take you there. Don't play with us. With your strength, it's not hard to find a surviving base nearby, right? The reason you haven't killed us is not that you can't, or that you want to lead the way for you, but that you don't want to at the moment." Lin Wanner had long since realized that Lu Yang was very powerful. Their base is less than 10 kilometers away, so it's easy for a powerful psionic to find it. She understood that Lu Yang was deliberately threatening them, but she thought it was just for fun or for some other purpose. After listening to Lin Wanner's words, Lu Yang was a little surprised. He looked at her and said, "You're a smart woman. Not only are you beautiful, but you're also very smart. You're definitely good for breeding." Lu Yang realized that the beautiful woman called Wanner by her younger brother was actually saying this on purpose, just to alleviate the big man's sense of guilt a little. Because Wanner knew that the big man had already made a compromise. Even if she doesn't agree to Lu Yang's request to lead the way, the big man will choose to betray the base because of her. This beauty just didn't want the big man to bear the blame. That's why she chose to compromise with Lu Yang. She is worthy of being the second in command of a base. This kind of responsibility and consideration for her subordinates is worthy of their respect. At this time, Lin Wanner smiled and said, "You are also very handsome, and you are so strong. If you are not the enemy, I actually don't mind having something with you." Lu Yang said, "Whether I am your enemy depends on you." "Okay, let's not talk about that for now. I'm actually very curious about what your big sister looks like. Take me to your base. Let's go." Lin Wanner nodded and said. Then she took the lead and walked to the front. Soon the group arrived outside the Xiantai base. However, they discovered something was wrong from a distance. At this moment, the Xiantai base was surrounded by thousands of zombies. The zombies were attacking the base furiously. Lu Yang was also a little surprised at the base. He didn't expect that the Xiantai base was even better than his own bases 1 and 2. Their walls have been raised, and they have been cast in concrete to be more than 10 meters high and more than 1 meter wide. Just this wall alone is estimated to have taken a lot of effort. It seems that this surviving base is much larger than their own base 1 and base 2. It is also developing better. At this moment, the survivors inside are fighting off the attacking zombies with weapons on the walls. Seeing this, Lin Wanner shouted directly, "Oh no! It's a zombie invasion! Damn! While we were out looking for resources, did they come to steal our home? It's because the 2 level 3 zombies escaped last time. It seems that this time, the 2 level 3 zombies took advantage of our absence to come for revenge. They are preparing to wipe out our base in one fell swoop. Damn it, where did those 2 level 3 zombies find so many molting zombies? There are hundreds of them. There are also dozens of level 2 zombies, and the remaining level 1 zombies are in the thousands. The base won't last long. We have to help." Lin Wanner said to Lu Yang, "Our base has been surrounded by zombies. This is not the time for a human civil war. Once it is breached, everyone in the base will die. I can't ask you for help, but please let us go first, and let us kill the zombies first. Do you think that's okay?" They walked all the way to the base, and the ice needle above their heads followed them all the way. Everyone understood that if Lu Yang had a thought, their heads would explode. Therefore, even if the base is in danger, they must get Lu Yang's permission before they can help. "No problem." Lu Yang nodded, then waved his hand, and the ice needles on all their foreheads disappeared. After hearing Lu Yang's words, they felt that the threat to their lives had disappeared. On the contrary, Lin Wanner was a bit stunned. She didn't expect Lu Yang to agree so readily. She asked. Aren't you afraid that we will run away? Or that we will join forces with other superpowered people in the base to deal with you? Liu Yang smiled confidently and said, Of course not. Even if everyone in your base were to join forces, they would not be a match for me. Lin Wanner said, You're really confident. But the other person's confident look is really handsome. Lin Wanner had never met such a powerful and handsome man before. Liu Yang smiled and said, There's no way, the strength is here, you can't help but be confident, and the strength doesn't allow you not to be confident. Thank you. Lin Wanner said sincerely to Liu Yang, then looked at the others, Brothers. Let's go. Come with me and support the base to kill all the zombies. Inspired by Lin Wanner, the goddess, the survivors all shouted like they had been pumped up with adrenaline, Follow Wanner and kill all the zombies. Let them know the power of our Xiantai base. Those 2 level 3 zombies must die this time. They can't escape again. Charge. Brothers, kill them. Chapter 107, Come back and help. At this time, several survivors rushed directly towards the zombies in the distance. They were fearless, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. It can be seen that they and the 2 level 3 zombies must have had a grudge against each other for a long time. At this moment, when enemies meet, they are especially jealous. These 2 level 3 zombies were smart enough to take advantage of the fact that the main combatants in the Xiantai base were out preparing to attack the supermarket, and they attacked their base camp unexpectedly, hoping to steal the base camp. They didn't expect that Liu Yang had already harvested the supermarket and returned with the survivors ahead of schedule. This was a stroke of luck that solved the base's urgent problem. But even if they returned, the base's combat effectiveness was probably not enough to contend with these zombies. Level 3 zombies are already able to fight against ordinary level 3 superhumans. Level 2 supernaturals are probably no match for level 3 zombies, unless they are supernaturals who can make the list and have the power to fight. Plus there are hundreds of molters. Each molder has the combat power of an ordinary second-level psychic. For example, Scar, Lao Wang and other superheroes, even if they have reached level 2, they may not be a match for the molting zombies. Even if you are lucky enough to kill a molder, you can't guarantee that you will be unharmed. If they are even slightly injured, they may be infected with the virus. At that point, it would be a mutual destruction. While the superhuman is precious to humans, the skin shedder is like a dime a dozen to the zombies. Even if they die together, it is the superhuman who loses. Therefore, Liu Yang is not optimistic that the Xiantai base will be able to defeat this zombie army. This is also the first time Liu Yang has seen a zombie tide, and he is also curious about how the zombie tide attacks the base of the superhuman. And this base of the superhuman is much stronger than his own base 1 in base 2. There were originally quite a few superhumans at base 1, but unfortunately Liu Yang killed a black tiger and the white fox killed the rest of the superhumans. As a result, base 1 was severely injured and its strength greatly reduced, leaving only one scarred rat to hold out. Now with the addition of Lao Wang, Ma Feiyun and others, it is a little better. As for base 2, it's even worse. The Little Japan Empire's supernaturals led by Tao Zi killed their main combat power, leaving only Lin Dong. Not to mention the zombie tide, even if there was only one molder attacking the base, it is estimated that Lin Dong would not be able to handle it. Both bases have been weakened for some reason, and they are no match for the normally developed survivor base. The Xiantai base is the first normally developed base that Liu Yang has encountered. So Liu Yang was very eager to see what the final outcome would be. Can a normally developed survivor base really defeat the zombie army? Liu Yang jumped directly onto the roof of a tall building, looking down from a high vantage point, observing every detail on the battlefield. The 2 level 3 zombies were very smart, hiding far away and so far, they had not joined the battle themselves. The Molderer has the lowest IQ and is also the most courageous. They charged directly at the base's wall. The wall was more than 10 meters high, but the molesters only needed 3 or 4 jumps to reach the top. The survivors on the wall began to use weapons to prevent the molting zombies from entering and stab them as they climbed the wall. At the same time, many survivors took out their weapons and even rocks to throw down. It looked a lot like an ancient siege and defense. At the same time, countless ordinary zombies below kept attacking the base gate, trying to break it down with their bare hands. The survivors, on the other side of the gate, kept attacking the zombies. Looking at this battlefield, Liu Yang came to the conclusion in his heart. In the survivor's base, there is a wall to protect it, and even ordinary survivors can be combat ready, more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies, and even with a bit of luck, they can even kill level 2 zombies. However, when faced with a molder, they have no combat effectiveness at all, because the molder's muscles are much stronger than a second level zombie, and ordinary people with ordinary weapons simply cannot break through the opponent's defense. Liu Yang saw with his own eyes an ordinary person shoot an arrow at the head of a molderer, but the arrow was stuck in the skull and did not penetrate, unable to pierce the opponent's brain. The molderer jumped over and punched it flat. Then the molderer, as if he were in a no man's land, went on a killing spree against the ordinary survivors. After killing more than a dozen people, he was finally killed by 2 second-level supernormal people who came to help, after a great effort. Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Once the molder enters the compound, it is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The only thing this base can do is rely on the 10-meter-high wall to stop the molder. Once the wall is breached, everyone in this base will die. And it seems that there are only a dozen or so supernormal people in the base, so they can't possibly resist so many molting people. It's only a matter of time before the base is invaded." After reaching this conclusion, Liu Yang shook his head. Does it mean that in the evolution of humans and zombies, the zombies always have the upper hand? A mere 2 level 3 zombies, led by a zombie army, were already able to break into a survivor base. If this continues, the future of humanity is not optimistic. On the other side of the battlefield, the survivors who were originally on the wall, watching countless zombies attack the base, were struggling to hold on. They all had expressions of despair on their faces. But soon they saw Lin Wanner leading the survivors into battle. The hope in everyone's eyes was shining. Isn't that Wanner? It's Wanner and the third brother. They're back. The supermarket is 10 kilometers away, and there are a lot of zombies in the supermarket, even level 3 zombies. Logically, it is impossible to collect resources so quickly. Could it be that Wanner and the others received news and came to help? Who cares? Anyway, Wanner is back, and our chances of winning have at least doubled. These zombies attacked while Wanner and the others were out, trying to steal the house. They didn't expect Wanner to come back early, so they must be dumbfounded. Thanks to Wanner, she's a real prophet. Yes. We're saved. Wu Jingying, the leader of the base, also had a flash of inspiration and a feeling of being saved from a desperate situation. She said to everyone, "Brothers and sisters, Wanner and the others are back. This time we are not without a chance of winning. We must also muster our spirits. We must wipe out all these zombies. Otherwise, the zombies will massacre our families. Our entire base will be destroyed in an instant." Hearing the encouragement of the eldest sister Wu Jingying, and seeing the support of Lin Wanner and the others, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. They shouted, "Yes! Kill all the zombies! You damn zombies, you are already surrounded by us." Chapter 108, Devourer? The arrival of Lin Wanner made all the survivors feel like they had been pumped up with adrenaline, and they began to attack the zombies even more vigorously. However, at this moment, Wu Jingying stood on top of the wall, her face showing a solemn expression. On the battlefield, a large-sized molderer did not attack the surviving base, but instead began to gnaw on the corpses of other zombies that had been killed. As he kept eating the bodies of his own kind, his body began to grow larger and larger. It has now grown to nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles exploding all over its body, making it look much more powerful than an ordinary molder. Even so, he did not stop his pace of eating, constantly walking towards one corpse after another. As his body grew larger, his mouth grew larger as well, and he could eat the body of an ordinary zombie in just 2 bites. In the end, he can even swallow the whole corpse in 1 bite. And his body size has also exceeded 5 meters. He directly became the scavenger on the battlefield, constantly walking towards the corpses of the zombies and eating them all in 1 bite. Seeing this, Wu Jingying's pupils suddenly contracted. She muttered to herself, "Oh no! The devourer has appeared." The survivor next to Wu Jingying heard her words and asked in surprise, "Devourer? What is that?" Wu Jingying said, "When I was searching for supplies, I was lucky enough to see a battle between the regular psychic forces of the Dragon Empire. The enemy they faced was the devourer. It was a 10-meter tall devourer, and the 5-person psychic team of the Dragon Empire were all masters of the land. In the end, they lost 2 people before they could kill the devourer. And according to what they said, if you let the devourer go, it will continue to grow, even reaching heights of hundreds of meters, becoming a terrifying enemy that is difficult to deal with. The 10-meter class devourer already required 5 masters of the Earth list to deal with it. Now that the devourer has reached 5 meters, it must be killed quickly, otherwise our entire base will be eaten up by it. Wu Jingying's face showed a serious and nervous expression. The devourer is very rare. Only extremely special molters can become devourers. I never thought they would encounter one at their base. It's going to be difficult to deal with. The 2 strongest people in their base are her and Lin Wanner. Both of them are yellow list masters. But in the face of the devourer, the yellow list is not enough. So we must nip it in the bud before it gets stronger. Wu Jingying said to the people next to her, "You continue to resist the zombies from entering the base, and I will go down to meet Wanner and together we will kill that one devourer." "Big sister, I'll go with you too," a young psychic next to her said. He and Wu Jingying had known each other in peacetime, and he had secretly loved Wu Jingying back then. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he has also been following Wu Jingying, and he has always admired Wu Jingying in his heart, but he is afraid to confess. He has become Wu Jingying's most loyal follower and little sidekick. Now that Wu Jingying is going to face the devourer, it will definitely be life-threatening, so he must follow Wu Jingying closely to protect her. He is willing to sacrifice his life if necessary. Wu Jingying nodded to the young man. The 2 jumped straight from the top of the 10-meter-high wall. The zombies surrounded them in an instant, but the 2 were fast, fighting their way to Lin Wanner, and soon the 2 groups of people had merged. Wu Jingying came to the side of Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was taken aback and said, "Jingying, what are you doing here? We don't need any help here. You should hurry and protect the base." Wu Jingying said, "Wanner, the devourer has appeared. We must join forces and kill the devourer first. We can worry about the other zombies later." "The devourer?" Lin Wanner also showed a puzzled expression. "It's that huge zombie over there. He will keep on eating, and eventually become stronger and stronger. By then, our entire base will be eaten up by him." Wu Jingying pointed at the devourer and said. Lin Wanner looked over. She said, "I thought that zombie was not attacking the base and kept eating its own kind. I thought it was a madman, and I wondered if they would eventually kill each other. I didn't expect that this guy was a devourer." Wu Jingying said, "They really will kill their own kind. When the corpses are all gone, he will eat the living zombies. When the living zombies are all gone, he will attack the base and eat the people inside. When he grows bigger, we won't be his match. So we have to kill him now." "Good." Lin Wanner nodded, and then several ninjas rushed towards the devourer. At this time, the size of the devourer had grown to 6 meters. And his whole body was full of explosive muscles, and every step he took seemed to cause the earth to shake. One of the devourers was still collecting the corpses of the zombies, and even grabbed the living zombies that passed by directly into its mouth. The molting zombies originally had very low IQs, but driven by instinctive fear, they all stayed far away from the devourer. Because they all knew that if they got too close to the devourer, they would probably be caught and eaten. At this time, several humans appeared in front of the devourer, and of course, the devourer became excited again, setting its sights on the humans. It launched an attack on Wu Jingying and the others. Roar! The devourer let out a roar and rushed directly at a powerful man with superhuman abilities. When the strong man saw this, a huge creature roared and rushed towards him. He instantly stood on his head and felt endless fear. He quickly used his superpower to attack the devourer. However, the devourer had greatly enhanced its strength, speed, defense, and size. Even if he didn't have any superpowers, he was still almost invincible in the face of the yellow list superpowers. The attacks of ordinary superpowered people barely hurt him, and they didn't even slow him down. Oh no, what a fast speed! Boom! The powerful man was killed by a single punch before he could escape. The devourer grabbed the body from the ground and put it in his mouth. Then he let out a roar. Roar! Fresh human flesh is much tastier than zombie flesh. After eating the corpse of the first mutant, the devourer's eyes seemed to light up, and he felt an unprecedented experience. He rushed to the other superhumans with an even more excited attitude. Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner and the others' faces showed signs of panic. Others were even more scared. They said, "Is the 6-meter level devourer that powerful? Big sister, our attacks seem to be ineffective against him. What should we do? We can't beat him. Why don't we run? Chapter 109, Devouring the Survivors. Wu Jingying and the others were in a tough battle. Although the devourer looked tall, it was not at all clumsy, and its speed was even faster than that of an ordinary third-level psychic. They kept attacking the devourer in all directions, but the results were minimal. The devourer's defense was too strong. The exploding muscles looked like they were made of steel. The attacks of the superhuman were like tickling. But if the power user gets punched by the devourer, they will be turned into a meat pie. In other words, the devourer can make countless mistakes, but the power user can't make even one mistake. This tolerance rate is really low. It's like licking blood on the tip of a knife. One slip and you'll fall into a bottomless pit, and there'll be no place to bury your body. Even if you want to grind the opponent to death with a human wave tactic, you may not be able to do it because your own people may die before the opponent is killed. All the superheroes had cold sweat on their foreheads, and they were panicking. At this moment, Lu Yang, who was standing on the tall building, had also noticed the huge monster. Lu Yang had probably seen a molder this big before. So the molters that keep eating their own kind do grow a bit bigger, gain some strength, and their muscles become more explosive, making them look more powerful. But they've never seen one grow to be 6 meters tall. Even Lu Yang was a little surprised and said, "What the hell is that?" The muscles of other molting creatures are bright red and look disgusting when exposed to the air. This one has not only grown to 6 meters in height, but even its muscles have turned black. It looks full of power. Its strength, speed, and defense power also seem to be higher, at least surpassing the basic attributes of a third-level superhuman. With the help of its size, its defense power has increased by at least several times. I even doubt that the muscles on this huge zombie's body can't even be pierced by bullets. In the end, Lu Yang shook his head and said, "These supernaturals are no match for him." Sure enough, as soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, a figure was already knocked flying by the devourer with a single punch. Lin Wanner shouted, "Lao San!" The strong man who was knocked into the air was Lin Wanner's loyal follower, Lao San. He was also the one who had been threatened by Lu Yang earlier. The speed and power of the devourer were far superior to theirs. Even if they could use their superpowers to fight for a while, sooner or later they would be caught up. This Lao San was finally caught up and knocked out by the devourer because his mental power was exhausted and his physical strength was not enough. The punch directly shattered Lao San's liver and gallbladder, causing blood to gush from his 7 orifices. He flew several dozen meters and finally lay motionless on the ground. The devourer chased after him with a few jumps, then picked up Lao San's corpse and swallowed it directly. Roar! After eating the corpse of another mutant, the devourer seemed to have replenished its strength and was even more excited. Seeing that Lao San was not only killed, but even his corpse was left behind, Wanner was furious and kept shouting, "Lao San! Damn zombies! I'm going to kill you all! Kill you all!" Although she didn't have any special feelings for Lao San, they were all companions who had been through thick and thin. Seeing a companion being eaten by a zombie like this, no one could accept it. After hearing Lin Wanner scream, the devourer was also drawn to her attention. He instantly moved his huge body and rushed towards Lin Wanner. Seeing this, Wu Jingying shouted, "Wanner, be careful." Then he rushed directly in front of Lin Wanner, ready to block the attack for her. The huge devourer, like a small mountain, rushed over at great speed. The sheer kinetic energy was so terrifying that not only would the opponent not be able to swing a fist, but even being hit would be as terrifying as being hit by a train. Although Wu Jingying is a yellow list superpower, she absolutely cannot block this terrifying blow. Big sister! Be careful! A young psychic stood in front of Wu Jingying. He is Wu Jingying's admirer and follower. He was also the only one who jumped off the wall with Wu Jingying. Boom! A loud noise. The young psychic was instantly blown away. He took the blow for Wu Jingying. Wu Jingying shouted, "Xiaofei! Damn you, devourer! I'm going to kill you!" She then rushed directly at the devourer and slashed it with a knife. Who knew that the devourer just waved its hand lightly and sent Wu Jingying flying? It was like swatting a fly. Boom! She fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She endured the excruciating pain in her chest and could no longer get up. Lin Wanner was also knocked into the air. Both of them fell to the ground, vomiting blood. The devourer first threw the body of the young mutant into his mouth, then walked step by step towards Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying, who were both lying on the ground. Seeing this, the other supernaturals all stood in front of the two of them. Wanner, Jingying, you two run. We'll hold them off. This devourer is too strong, we are no match for him. We can only buy some time. You guys get back to the base. Ka ka ka. Before the psychic could finish his sentence, he was already in the hands of the devourer. As the devourer squeezed his hands, his bones crackled and broke. Blood spurted from his mouth and nostrils. Finally, the devourer lifted him high, held him over his head, then tilted his head back and opened his huge mouth, clenching his hand tightly. PSSHH. Countless drops of blood flowed from the gaps between the fingers of the devourer and fell into his large mouth. A raw juice extractor. Fresh mutant juice flowed into the devourer's mouth. The face of the devourer showed signs of excitement. Roar! He couldn't help but yell, and his ugly face became even more distorted. After drinking the juice, the eater threw the remaining pulp in his hand into his mouth, not wasting a single bit. No wonder the ogre grew so fast. If every child was like him, not picky about food and not wasteful, they would all grow tall and strong. Seeing this, everyone's faces revealed a look of despair. At this moment, even Wu Jingying began to regret it. Perhaps she should have decided to run away at the sight of the devourer, instead of fighting it. Wu Jingying had personally witnessed a top-ranked earthling fighting a 10-meter class devourer. Unfortunately, her strength was too low to see the difference between them. The 5 floor masters had all been killed by the devourer, and they were only yellow level, and even then, they were only ranked in the lower half of the list. How could they possibly be a match for the devourer? She thought that a 5-meter class devourer wasn't that strong and could be defeated, but now it seems that she was completely wrong. With the strength of their Shintai base, even if they send out all their supernaturals, they can only kill a 3-meter class devourer. Regret, despair, as if they were in hell. In just less than 10 minutes of fighting, 3 of the superpowered individuals had already been eaten. At this moment, the remaining Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner were already seriously injured and had no combat effectiveness. The only 2 men and 1 woman who had not been injured were not very powerful. With them, they are no match for the devourer. At this point, Wu Jingying had no hope at all. The other superpowered people around her were so scared that they were trembling, and they had no will to fight at all. Chapter 110, Lu Yang Strikes. Originally, Lu Yang wanted to see how big this huge zombie would eventually grow. But now if he doesn't act, the 3 female supernaturals in the base will all be eaten. This is not acceptable. Those 3 female supernaturals are the objects of my future offspring. Maybe they can give me 3 superpowers. So Lu Yang couldn't sit still either. He transformed into a shadow and joined the battlefield at a speed that exceeded 4 times the speed of sound. Boom! A loud noise. Lu Yang stood in front of the devourer. The huge shockwave startled the superpowered people, and for a moment they even thought that a bomb had exploded. When she saw the black figure clearly, Lin Wanner was even more surprised and couldn't help but cry out, "It's you? What are you doing here?" Wu Jingying looked puzzled and asked, "Do you know each other?" "Wanner, when did you make such a powerful friend?" Lin Wanner said helplessly, "If only we were friends. In fact, we are all his captives. It's just that when we saw the base being attacked by zombies, he let us help the base first. But I didn't expect that even after joining the base, we were still no match for these zombies." Hearing Lin Wanner say this, Wu Jingying's face suddenly showed a look of vigilance, and she said to Lu Yang, "So you're not here to help us, but rather to take advantage of the situation?" At this point, they had all been seriously injured by the devourer. They were very weak. If Lu Yang took advantage of their weakness, they would be helpless to stop him. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "If I wanted to join you, would I need to take advantage of your weakness? So you don't need to worry. I'm here to help you deal with this giant." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Wu Jingying finally felt relieved and said, "The devourer is very powerful, so be careful. None of us can defeat him, and even if you are stronger than us, you may not necessarily be able to defeat him. If you really want to help us, maybe you can take us away and have a higher chance of success." They didn't see how Lu Yang got here, and they only felt a flash of black shadow, and Lu Yang had already fallen from the sky. In terms of speed alone, Lu Yang seemed to be faster than the devourer. Could it be that he has superhuman speed? But it's useless to just strengthen speed, because the devourer's defense rate is very high. They didn't think Lu Yang was a match for the devourer. But a speedster, this ability is really good for escaping. As long as you are faster than the devourer, you can run away. Lu Yang listened to Wu Jingying's words and said, "So this guy is called the devourer? He's going to take you away? Even if you can escape, can the base behind you escape? By then, everyone in your base will be swallowed up by this devourer." Wu Jingying's face showed a look of embarrassment, but in the end she gritted her teeth and said, "Although I also want to protect the survivors in the base, I don't have the strength. Naturally, it is more important to save myself and those around me first." People should be self-serving, especially in the end times. Within the limits of her abilities, Wu Jingying can protect the ordinary survivors in the base, but the enemy is too powerful for her to handle, so she can only save herself first. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good is not something that happens in the end times. Even as the leader of a base, it is a difficult choice to abandon the base, but Wu Jingying did not hesitate too much. After listening to Wu Jingying's words, Lu Yang smiled and said, "You don't even want the base anymore. It seems that you are not a good leader of the base. Why don't we make a deal? I will save you all, and you will give me the 3 female supernaturals and your base." Upon hearing this, the faces of Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and the other female psychic all turned red in an instant. The 3 of them, each of them is a peerless beauty, not only in the leadership of the base, but also the object of admiration of countless people. Even the 2 licking dogs, Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner, are willing to give their lives for them. The 2 psychics who were just eaten by the devourer were their loyal lapdogs, and they died to protect them. So when they heard Lu Yang's words at this moment, they of course knew what Lu Yang was thinking. If they gave themselves to Lu Yang, that would be the same as saying they wanted to be Lu Yang's woman. This guy actually said such a vulgar thing so openly, it really makes people angry and embarrassed. Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner both refused at the same time. "No way. What are you thinking?" Lu Yang said, "What are you thinking? Ladies, you don't want to be eaten by the devourer, leaving nothing but scraps, do you? You don't want to live in fear every day, do you? If you give yourself to me and become my woman, you can just eat that and not suffer. Besides, Lin Wanner, you should know my strength. Even if I wanted to force you, could you resist?" Lin Wanner thought of the dozen or so girls who had been instantly captured by Lu Yang. She knew best how powerful Lu Yang was. As Lu Yang said, even if she wanted to force them, they couldn't resist. Because all the people here together are probably not Lu Yang's match. Not to mention that the strongest of them, her and Wu Jingying, were both seriously injured and had no strength to resist. Both of them understood this. Lin Wanner said, "I know you are really strong, but you are not necessarily a match for the devourer. You should finish off the devourer first and then worry about other things." Wu Jingying also said, "That's right, now that our lives are not even guaranteed, you're thinking about that kind of despicable thing. This is not the time to think with your lower body." Lu Yang smiled and said, "From what you 2 are saying, as long as I can defeat this devourer, you will agree to my proposal, right?" Wu Jingying said, "So what if you agree? Can you really defeat the devourer by yourself?" After eating several superpowered people, it has already become a 7-meter class monster. As time goes on, it will become stronger and stronger, and we will all die. Lu Yang said, "Just agree. I'll show you how the strong fight. You better watch carefully, there's only one devourer, and I can only perform once." At this time, the devourer had already finished eating the dog that had been killed. He set his sights on Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and the others. When he saw Lu Yang standing in front of Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner, he suddenly showed an angry expression. Chapter 111, You Call This Fast? After the devourer had knocked Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying flying, he saw that they had no ability to resist, so he didn't continue to attack them, but instead ate the corpse of Wu Jingying's licking dog. After enjoying the corpse of the licking dog, he saw a young man in black standing in front of his prey. This was a challenge to his authority. Roar! The devourer let out a roar at Lu Yang. A fierce gust of wind blew out of the blood-red mouth, blowing up the dust. Lu Yang couldn't help but cover his nose. This creature's breath is really strong. At this moment, the devourer had already rushed towards Lu Yang at great speed. With each step, the ground seemed to shake violently. Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner, who had fallen to the ground, showed a frightened expression on their faces and said to Lu Yang, "Be careful. The opponent is very strong. He is very fast and very powerful. He can kill a psychic with just one punch. It's not too late to take us with you now." Lu Yan looked at the devourer, which seemed to be in slow motion, and his face showed a puzzled expression. "You call this thing fast?" After saying that, Lu Yang jumped up and kicked the devourer in the chest. Wu Jingying shouted from the side, "It's useless. His muscles have high defensive power, and even a knife can't cut through them." However, she didn't finish her sentence. Boom! A loud noise, as if a violent shockwave had appeared in the air, and the figure of the devourer was kicked hundreds of meters away like a huge cannonball, crashing into the distant high-rise buildings and smashing them to pieces. Ah! Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner had not finished speaking, but their mouths were already wide open, and their entire bodies were showing a look of utter shock. At first, they used their knives to slash at the devourer, but they found that they couldn't even cut through the devourer's muscles, let alone injure its vital organs. Their punches and kicks felt like they were hitting a rock. The opponent's muscles were as hard as iron. After a moment of shock, Wu Jingying said, "The devourer was over 7 meters tall, and a 7-meter-tall devourer definitely weighs over a ton. How could a 1-ton strong ogre be kicked 100 meters away? How strong was that kick? Wanner, what kind of peerless genius is this young man you encountered?" Wu Jingying had seen the top fighters on the Earth list fighting against the devourer. Even the top-ranked fighters had sacrificed 2 of their own. And this young man was able to kick the devourer directly into the air for over 100 meters by himself. Doesn't that mean that this young man's strength is at least in the top ranks of the earthly list, or even a supernatural being on the heavenly list? It's terrifying. How could they encounter such a powerful psychic in such a small place? Lin Wanner was also dumbfounded, saying, "How would I know? We were originally going to the supermarket to search for food, but we didn't expect to run into him. He just happened to be coming out of the supermarket. We were subdued by him in just one glance. We never saw his true strength." At this time, Lu Yang had already rushed to the ruins. In the ruins, he saw the devourer with his chest caved in. At this moment, the devourer spat out black blood, and his entire chest had turned into a deep pit. His internal organs had long since been crushed. Only a zombie can still survive. If it were a human, it would have been dead long ago. Lu Yang walked towards the devourer and kicked it in the face with a soccer ball. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the devourer was kicked high into the air. It landed not far from Wu Jingying and the others. Seeing the head of the devourer being kicked to death, completely dead, lying in front of them, everyone's faces showed expressions of disbelief. A 7-meter class devourer was killed by a kick to the head? Killed by a direct kick without using any supernatural powers? Is this guy still human? Steel-like muscles that can't even be pierced by bullets can be directly kicked to death? His legs are more powerful than bullets? If his legs are so strong and his lower body is so stable, then if we become his woman, we will be killed by him. Even if we are supernaturals, we can't withstand it. At this time, Lu Yang also landed in front of Wu Jingying and the others again, smiling and saying to them, "I have avenged your hatred for the dog lickers. Next, you must keep your promise and give me you and your base." Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and another superhuman named Chen Zi all turned red. This guy. I thought he would say something passionate about the devourer he killed, but I didn't expect him to still be obsessed with that. The few remaining supernaturals on the wall led the survivors to see what Lu Yang had done, and they all instantly showed an expression of excitement on their faces. They originally thought that Big Sister and Wanner were no match for the devourer and would be killed, but they didn't expect a peerless expert to suddenly appear. He kicked the devourer 100 meters away with one kick. Then he kicked him back with another, which was simply a show that made their faces numb. At this moment, seeing the devourer lying on the ground, they all began to shout excitedly, "Awesome! The devourer is dead! We're saved! Brothers, work harder! Drive all the zombies down! Just hold on until Big Sister and Wanner come back! Hang in there, everyone!" Lu Yang's killing of the devourer seemed to have given the survivors a shot of adrenaline, and they all became excited. They kept resisting the attacks of the molting ones. Unfortunately, the number of supernaturals they had left was too small, and even if they had more morale, they could not make up for the difference in strength. Many of the molting creatures are about to break through the defense of the wall. Lu Yan looked at Wu Jingying and said, "Hurry up and make a decision. Your base is about to be breached." Wu Jingying blushed and said, "I know. Hurry up and kill all the zombies. It's about time." Lu Yang smiled and then flew straight up into the sky, overlooking all the zombies on the ground. Wu Jingying's mouth gaped wide, saying, "He can fly? What kind of superpower did this guy awaken?" Lin Wanner also revealed a wry smile and said, "My god, what kind of monster is this? At first I thought about bringing him back to the base and we would work together to kill him. Now I think about it, how naive I was." Then they saw an even more shocking scene. An ice sword instantly condensed in Lu Yang's hand. Then, whoosh! The ice sword turned into a stream of light and flew directly at the zombies on the ground at supersonic speed. The zombies couldn't even react, and were instantly decapitated by the ice sword, which pierced through one zombie head after another. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of zombies had been decapitated. Wu Jingying and the others were stunned. Slaying enemies with a sword? Isn't this a kind of existence that can only be found in novels about immortal cultivation? That all the zombies were dead, and their nervousness finally dissipated. Everyone was limp on the ground like they had let off steam. The zombies attacked them with 12 points of spirit, and under the influence of adrenaline, they always maintained a state of excitement. Seeing that the danger had been averted, everyone was exhausted. Lu Yan flew in the air and arrived over the survivor base. When they saw Lu Yan coming, they immediately began to show signs of excitement. They couldn't help but shout, "It was the young man in black in the sky who killed the zombies." Yes, he killed all the zombies, including the devourer. Why can he fly? Could it be that he was sent by God to be our savior and save us? If it weren't for him, we would have all been eaten by the devourer, right? He saved the lives of everyone in our base. Long live the savior. They looked at Lu Yang in the sky with excitement and even piety in their eyes. Some survivors even knelt down and bowed repeatedly to Lu Yang. Because they all understood that if it weren't for Lu Yang's appearance, just one devourer would have been too much for them to handle. Once the base was breached, their families, parents, children, and loved ones would have been eaten alive. It was Lu Yang's appearance that gave them hope in their despair. This is a being that is even more worshipped than God. More and more survivors knelt to the ground. Except for a few supernaturals. Lu Yang looked down on them and said in a commanding voice, "I killed the powerful devourer, the molder that attacked your base, and the 2 level 3 zombies that led them. I saved you from the fire and water. Your leader said that he would hand over the base to me for management. Who agrees and who disagrees?" Everyone's face showed surprise. The big sister has already handed over the base to this young man? The average survivor didn't feel any difference. After all, they didn't really care who the leader of the base was. Some of them had never even seen the leader of the base up close. After all, the supernaturals are a lofty existence, and even if they encounter them, they only dare to take a look from afar. But the remaining few psychics didn't think so. This guy is taking advantage of the situation, isn't he? How could the big sister give the base to him? One of the psychics said, "Should we rebel?" The other 2 superheroes replied, "Resist? Do you think we are his match?" They had seen Lu Yang fight the devourer. Who can kill the devourer with their bare feet, who can walk on air, who can kill enemies with their swords, can they be opposed by these little pyramids? Another psychic said, "Besides, our big sister hasn't expressed any opposition, so what are we objecting to?" Hearing this, the other psychics nodded. Yes, even big sister didn't object, so maybe this guy is big sister's best friend? Maybe he's even the big sister's boyfriend? They are all family, so who is in charge of the base? What do outsiders like them have to say about the affairs of a married couple? Seeing that no one had any objections, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction and then said, "Very well, since no one is against it, then from today on, I, Lu Yang, am the boss of this base. I will make new rules for this base. I can guarantee you that you will have more benefits and will live better than before." Then Lu Yang changed the subject and his voice became cold. "However, I'm going to say this clearly in advance. Everyone must abide by the rules I set, or else there will be only one outcome, and that is death." Everyone shuddered at this cold tone. Pop. The remaining 3 superhumans could not withstand the chilling threat. Their knees went weak and they fell to the ground. They didn't know how they had knelt down without realizing it, but when they tried to stand up, their knees were so weak that they couldn't. Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying, who were lying on the ground in the distance, looked at what Lu Yan was doing and both of them showed a helpless expression on their faces. Wu Jingying said, "This guy, what else did he say to me to give him the base? It's obviously a forced marriage." Lin Wanner said, "This guy is really domineering. There is a kind of domineering temperament that makes people admire him, and even makes people think he is very handsome." Wu Jingying gave Lin Wanner a look and said, "You little slut, are you getting horny at this time? You're just looking at him?" Lin Wanner said, "Don't you think he's handsome? Tell me honestly, is he handsome or not?" Wu Jingying's face turned red. "He is indeed very handsome. But he has taken my base." Chen Zi, who was standing next to her, suddenly said, "Wait, did you guys notice? He just said his name was Lu Yan? Lu Yan? Don't you think that name is familiar?" Wu Jingying also came to her senses in an instant, and her face showed even more of a surprised expression. Lu Yang. Could it be that Lu Yan, the number one on the heavenly list, is him? I never thought he would be so young. I'm really surprised. Lin Wanner was shocked and said, "Oh my god. The number one on the list? The one who brought glory to the country and trampled the Japanese Empire's Yamada underfoot?" Shen Zi said, "No wonder he is so strong. That is the number one on the list. The number one among all the supernaturals. There is not a single supernaturals in the world as powerful as him." In this way, it seems that the eater did not die in vain. The three women looked at Lu Yang in the sky, and all of them had a look of admiration in their eyes. Although they had never met Lu Yang before, his name was well known on the celestial list. They even wondered who the first person on the list was, and whether one had to have 3 heads and 6 arms to be the first person on the list. Now they have actually seen Lu Yang, the number one on the celestial list, in person. They were completely surprised. They had never imagined that someone so young and handsome could have such powerful supernatural abilities and be so elegant. It was completely different from the kind of 3-headed and 6-armed person they had imagined. Instead, he looked like an ordinary young man, but he had a lot of power in his body. He killed enemies with his sword in the air in a simple and straightforward way, which was simply awesome. Even Wu Jingying's gaze at Lu Yang began to be filled with an indescribable complex color. Chapter 113, It's So Mushy. Looking at Wu Jingying's eyes, Lin Wanner, who was standing next to her, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It was she who met Lu Yang first, and at that time Lu Yang even said that they should stay with him. But now that she has come to the base, it seems that Wu Jingying also has feelings for Lu Yang. In that case, wouldn't she be the first to get the chance? Lin Wanner suddenly felt a little depressed. If she had known that this young man was Lu Yang, the number one on the Tianbang list, she would have given in and opened her legs wide open. It's just that I'm too small-minded. To be the number one woman on the list of the heavens, in the end times, that is definitely a big enough leg to hold onto, or even a capital to show off. It's almost as exciting as marrying a handsome prince in ancient times. The moment she saw Lu Yang, she felt that the young man had a unique aura. If he wasn't an enemy, she wouldn't mind having something with him. It turns out that the other party is a super strong person who was number one on the list. No wonder there was such a domineering feeling. Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying are both yellow list masters who have passed the steel test. It is precisely because they have been on the list that they know how abnormal the top-ranked masters are, especially the top-ranked master, who is even more abnormal than the rest. Lin Wanner said, "Z, quickly, help me up. I want to go back to the base." They were the first to meet Lu Yang. They must hurry back to the base and show off their presence in front of Lu Yang. Otherwise, wouldn't Wu Jingying get there first? After all, Wu Jingying is the eldest sister of this base. She is not only strong, but also very beautiful, and she is comparable to herself. This gives her an extra edge, and maybe Lu Yang will like her even more? Lin Wanner doesn't want to give up this opportunity to get on the good side of the boss. How many people in their entire lives will never see the top of the rankings? This may be the only opportunity in my life, so I must seize it tightly. Okay, Wanner. Chen Zi quickly nodded and helped Lin Wanner up. She saw the expression on Lin Wanner's face, and she knew exactly what Lin Wanner was thinking. She thought the same thing. She, Chen Zi, and Lin Wanner were the first to meet Lu Yang, and they couldn't let other bitches in the base take the lead. Besides, if she doesn't take the initiative, she won't have any advantages. In terms of strength, Chen Ziyi, is no match for Lin Wanner or Wu Jingying. Chen Zi, besides your long, white, thin legs, which are not even worth holding, your clearly defined waist, your tall, full, proud, and majestic figure, and your facial features that are more delicate than those of a movie star, you are absolutely useless. Oh, yes, having nothing to offer is also an advantage. Apart from these few advantages, she has no advantages compared to others, so she must be more proactive. She helped Lin Wanner and hurried to the base. Along the way, she saw the corpses of zombies who had been shot in the head, and her heart was even more moved. The defense of the molting ones is extremely strong. Even if their weapons are cut on the other party's body, it is difficult to break through the defense, and it is easy to get stuck by the other party's muscles. But Liu Yang's flying sword took just over a minute to decapitate all the molting zombies. The gap between these people is simply too great. After seeing the battle of the real strongman, they realized how primitive their own battle was. It's like someone else is already fighting with a rifle, and you're still fighting with a stone club. As Lin Wanner and Chen Zi walked towards the base, Wu Jingying was unwilling to lag behind. She said to the next psychic, "Fifth, help me in quickly. I want to go back to the base." "Okay, big sister." The survivor quickly helped Wu Jingying up and the two of them walked together to the base. Although he was a male psychic, after seeing Liu Yang's fighting style and Liu Yang's handsome figure in the air, he had already been conquered by Liu Yang's domineering manner. At this moment, he also wanted to enter the base to see this peerless strongman with his own eyes. It would be even better if he could get an autograph. Just as Lin Wan and Wu Jingying and the others were rushing back to the base, Liu Yang had already finished his performance in the sky and slowly landed on the ground. In the base, everyone was still kneeling on the ground, looking up at Liu Yang with eyes full of excitement. This is the super strong person who saved them from the water and fire and killed all the zombies. He was practically a savior. The key is that this savior is so handsome, so young, and so elegant. He is simply young and promising. Many women had a look of infatuation on their faces, and Liu Yang's eyes were about to sparkle with stars, and he even began to drool with desire. At this time, Wu Jingying and the others had also obtained the Forbidden Land. Liu Yang returned with them, and his face showed a somewhat surprised expression. "I didn't think you could walk with such serious injuries. It seems that you are indeed very strong." After hearing Liu Yang's words, they were praised by the other party. Wu Jingying and Lin Wanner were a little happy in their hearts. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang then said, "With this strength, I guess you won't need to stay in bed for a month after giving birth." Upon hearing this, the two women's faces instantly flushed. They were both angry and embarrassed. What the hell is going on in this guy's head? One second he was talking about strength, and the next he was talking about giving birth? Is he only thinking about having a baby? But they also had a little bit of hope in their hearts. Liu Yang actually talked about having children. Does that mean Liu Yang wants to have children with them? Does that mean that the number one on the list is interested in me? This is really a pleasant surprise. Seeing the two of them blushing and not speaking, Liu Yang asked again. "I just said that after this base, I will be in charge. You are the two most powerful women in this base. Do you have any opinions?" Lin Wanner blushed and said, "I and Z are just your captives. You can do whatever you want to us. Of course, we have no objections. You can ask Jingying." After that, she buried her head in her chest. She was extremely embarrassed. Wu Jingying was stunned by this scene. Lin Wanner used to be the second in command at the base, and she was a strong woman with a strong personality. When had she ever shown such a girlish attitude? What's more, she said that Liu Yang could do whatever he wanted to her? Ha! It's really disgusting and nauseating. I really don't know how she could say such shameless things. She's so shameless, I'm almost embarrassed to listen to her. Chapter 114, Your weapons are no good. Liu Yang looked at Wu Jingying. "Do you have any comments?" Looking at Liu Yang's eyes, Wu Jingying's face turned red like an apple, and she showed a shy expression. Then she cleared her throat tactically. "Ahem." Her voice rose an octave, and she said, "When you saved the base, everyone had already agreed to you. As long as you saved me and the base, then you could have me. Since I have already given myself to you, and have become your person, how could I possibly have any objections? Do whatever you want to me, do whatever you want in this base, you are the master here. Ah. Lu Yang had not yet had time to be surprised when Wu Jingying said this, and Jingwan had indeed opened her mouth wide, her whole body dumbfounded. Do whatever you want to her? With her blushing and shy expression, could this really be the words of the big sister of the base? Is this even human language? What man can resist the temptation of a peerless beauty like this? Even an old cadre who has been through many battles cannot withstand such a test. The other survivors in the base were even more shocked. They didn't expect the big sister to say that she would let the other person do whatever they wanted in the base and do whatever they wanted to her. After all, Wu Jingying was once an unattainable goddess in this base. Even the supernaturals looked up to Wu Jingying and were full of admiration. Ordinary survivors, let alone talk to her, even if they can see her from afar, they are already celebrating the new year in advance. But now, such a high and mighty girl actually said to Lu Yang in public that she would let the other person do whatever they wanted to her. This is too much of a contrast. It is true that the goddess of ordinary people is a meek little white rabbit in the face of a true strong person, allowing the strong person to play with and ravage her. They looked at Lu Yang with not only admiration, but also envy. Is this the world of the strong? Is this the life of the strong? Is this the goddess's attitude towards the strong? Your life, my dream. I'm so jealous. Give me a day of being a strong person, and I'll die for it. Lu Yang was also a little surprised to hear Wu Jingying say that. He didn't expect her to say such submissive things. It seems that these people have indeed been convinced by themselves. He touched Wu Jingying's head and said with satisfaction, "Very good. I didn't expect you to be so aware. How many people are there in your base?" Wu Jingying said, "There are more than 1,000 survivors. Among them, there were originally 10 supernormal people, but after this battle, 3 have been lost. There are only 7 left." Lu Yang nodded. There are now 7 supernaturals left, of which Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner and Chen Zi account for 3. The remaining 4 are male survivors. However, their strength is very average, basically the same as Scarface Rat, Old Wang, and the others. I'll make some new rules for you. So Lu Yang told these people about the rules of the other bases. After hearing Lu Yang's new rules, the crowd began to cheer again. Because Lu Yang's new rules not only have the resources they had to hand over, but also provided them with 50 caddies of potato seeds. This is truly the behavior of a great sage. It is for the benefit of the entire base. They never thought that Lu Yang was not only so strong, but also so good to the people at the base. He is a natural-born leader. Not to mention that Wu Jingying offered the base to Lu Yang, just the conditions he proposed would make everyone in the base unconditionally obedient. After all, in the end times, everyone is working hard for resources, even at the cost of their lives. But the new rules proposed by Lu Yang allow them to develop sustainably. They can be self-sufficient. This is like changing their way of survival in the end times and opening up a whole new path for them. It was like lighting a beacon of hope in the darkness for them. If Lu Yang lived in ancient times, his actions would have been immortalized in bronze statues. Everyone was cheering and shouting in gratitude to Lu Yang, "Long live Lu Yang! You are our savior. If you could have come to our base a little earlier, it would have been so much better. Not only is he strong, he can easily kill thousands of zombies. He is even so good to us survivors, he is practically a saint. It's really reassuring to follow Lord Lu Yang. As long as Lu Yang is at our base, we will definitely become stronger and stronger." A beautiful survivor cried out, "Lord Lu Yang, I want to bear you a child." Another young woman said, "Lord Lu Yang, please favor me. I'll do whatever you want, as long as I can spend a night with you." Lu Yang looked at the other party, who was only in her teens, and her face changed instantly. She quickly said, "Little beauty, don't say things like that. You're still young and don't understand many things. Wait until you grow up and then talk about it." After enjoying the cheers and adoration of everyone, Lu Yang said to Wu Jingying and the others, "Do you know why you can't beat those zombies?" Wu Jingying didn't expect Lu Yang to ask this question, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, "Because we are too weak?" Lin Wanner said, "The Devourer's defense is too strong. His black muscles are as hard as stone, and our weapons can't penetrate them at all. Even with the bonus of superpowers, we can't break through the defense. This is the root of our failure. Chen Zi said, even the muscles of ordinary molesters are very thick, and you need to cut to the vital parts to cause damage, let alone the 6 or 7 meter tall devourers. In the end, we were too weak. Unlike you, who can kill enemies with a sword and instantly blow their heads off. Everyone blamed their failure on their lack of strength. Seeing that they were so self-aware, Liu Yang encouraged them. In fact, your strength is not bad, and you have surpassed many ordinary supernaturals. It's a pity that you don't have a good equipment bonus, so you're fighting so badly. Wu Jingying shook her head and said helplessly, in the end times, it's already good to have a machete. Where else can you choose? Their weapons were all found while searching for resources. Unless you are a survivalist in peacetime, you will only be able to find fruit knives, machetes, kitchen knives, etc. Unlike Liu Yang, who can create things out of thin air. Liu Yang thought about it, and a long ice blade appeared in his hand in an instant. He took the ice knife and stabbed it into the concrete wall. Bam! The ice blade instantly pierced the hard wall, as if it had been stabbed into soft tofu, and the entire blade disappeared into it. Only the handle was left outside. Seeing this, Lin Wanner and the others were all shocked, dumbfounded, and stunned in their tracks. Chapter 115, Defending the Base for You. This weapon made of ice is so sharp? Isn't ice the most fragile thing? That was a concrete wall more than 10 centimeters thick, which even bullets could hardly penetrate, but it was effortlessly pierced by Liu Yang with an ice weapon? What kind of ice is that? It's too strong, isn't it? Everyone present looked at the weapon in Liu Yang's hand and showed a jealous expression. If I had this weapon, wouldn't killing zombies be as easy as cutting grass? The skin shedder, his muscles are very thick? No matter how thick your muscles are, they can't be thicker than a concrete wall. If I had this weapon, I could cut you in half with one blow. As expected, only a powerful weapon like this can match a strong person like Lord Liu Yang. This kind of weapon is priceless, not only in the end times, but even in times of peace. In the end times, when battles can happen at any time, the value is even more incalculable. After all, having such a perfect weapon in an emergency can completely turn the tide of battle and save your life. Liu Yang said, look, if you have this weapon, then even if you are a devourer, you can probably kill it at will. By the way, your strength should be able to enter the yellow list. Didn't you get the reward of the stone tablet? Zhang Jinglin, Zhang Jingyu's brother, was only a yellow list master, but he was given a black light sword. Although that sword was not as powerful as the ice sword, it was still enough to cut the devourer in half. Now that Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying are strong enough to enter the yellow list, haven't they received any rewards? Liu Yang was also very curious. Wu Jingying said, we did enter the yellow list. I was ranked 500th, and Wanner was ranked 800th. But the rewards we received were not weapons. Can you get weapons and equipment from the steel rewards? Hearing the other party's words, Liu Yang was surprised. He asked, if you didn't get equipment, what did you get? Zhang Jinglin got the black light sword, and Liu Yang got the dark cloak. These are all equipment. What exactly did Lin Wanner and Wu Jingying get? Wu Jingying said, I got a bottle of enhancement potion, which increased my basic strength by about 5% after drinking it. Lin Wanner said, I got a pet dog, Wang Kai. But he's very smart, much smarter than an ordinary dog, and can understand human speech. Liu Yang. I didn't know that the reward for the stone tablet could be such a strange thing. Does it mean that getting something depends entirely on luck? A dog? He can't possibly give out such a reward. With food shortages at the end of the month, having to raise a pet is just adding insult to injury. But the weight of a farm dog should be able to reach 30 to 40 catties. If it doesn't work out, it's just that the steel rewards 30 to 40 catties of dog meat, which should taste pretty good. It seems that I was very lucky to have obtained the dark cloak in the first place. Liu Yang said, forget it, don't worry about it. I'll give you this weapon. He then handed the ice blade directly to Wu Jingying. Wu Jingying's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. Give it to me? Really? Did you really give it to me? Such a powerful weapon must be very rare. Maybe there is only one in the whole world. You just gave it to me? At this moment, Wu Jingying even thought that Liu Yang was her destined Prince Charming, and that he was willing to give her such a precious weapon. Could it be that the other person also liked her? A generous man is so handsome. This weapon is unique, not only in the end times, but even in times of peace. At this moment, Wu Jingying made up her mind in her heart that she would follow Lu Yang for the rest of her life and become his most loyal woman. Seeing that the other person was so excited, Lu Yang was a little embarrassed and said, "Actually, it's not that precious." After saying that, he once again thought about it, and 3 more of the same weapons appeared in his hands. Wu Jingying was stunned. Oh my god. She thought that such a precious and powerful weapon was only one, but she never imagined that Lu Yang would come wholesale? No way, brother, if you had told me you had so many, I wouldn't have been so excited. Now I look like I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Lu Yang didn't notice the embarrassed expression on Wu Jingying's face, but instead said to Lin Wanner, "This one is for you." What? I get one too. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Lu Yang, you're so nice. Lin Wanner's face suddenly showed an expression of excitement. She had originally thought that only Wu Jingying had the privilege of possessing such a powerful weapon, but she never imagined that she would have one too. This is great. Lu Yang is really fair. Then Lu Yan looked at Chen Zi and said, "This one is yours." Chen Zi was suddenly excited. She said in disbelief, "I have one too." Chen Zi's strength was originally lower than Lin Wanner and Wu Jing, and she couldn't even enter the yellow list. I never thought that I was so weak, but Lu Yang gave me a weapon. This is really touching. Chen Zi's eyes were a little red, and her tears were rolling in her eyes. She looked at Lu Yang with a look of adoration. She made up her mind in her heart. Since her strength was not as strong as the other 2 sisters, Lu Yang treated her the same, so she must work hard in bed in the future to make Lu Yang more comfortable. Lu Yang still had one last ice sword left in her hand. The remaining 4 male survivors saw this scene and each of them had a hopeful expression on their faces. This last one won't be one of the 4 of us, will it? In that case, who will be the lucky one? They all became nervous in an instant, feeling their hearts beating faster, their breathing becoming short, and even their throats beginning to feel dry and uncomfortable. If they could get a weapon like this, their strength would be doubled. Even if they faced the devourer, they would not be without a fighting chance. They even thought to themselves that if Lu Yang gave them this weapon, they would be willing to work like a dog or a cat. However, Lu Yang's actions surprised them, because he didn't give the weapon to anyone, but threw it away and immediately stuck it into the tallest building in the base. The ice sword glistened in the sunlight. It glistened with a terrifying cold light. Lu Yang said, "I will leave this weapon in your base. When necessary, any one of you can pull it out to defend the base." Chapter 116, Kill the Enemy from 100 miles away. Looking at the frosty sword with a cold gleam, it was inserted into the tallest building in their base. The 4 remaining male survivors all had excited expressions on their faces. If necessary, everyone can pull out the sword to defend against the enemy? Does that mean that each of us has a chance to use this great sword? That's great. That's a rare and powerful weapon. Whoever gets that weapon will have 100% confidence in battle. Even if you face a formidable enemy, you will feel that you have the strength to fight. Thank you, Lord Lu Yang. The 4 superpowered individuals immediately knelt down and thanked Lu Yang. In their view, the ice sword was an extremely precious weapon, and Lu Yang's ability to place it in the base for them to use was a great gift. Of course, they could not imagine that Lu Yang could create countless such powerful weapons at will. At this time, Lu Yang said to Wu Jingying and the others, "It's okay, we've almost finished here, you can come with me." He was going to take the 3 superpowered people, including Wu Jingying, back to his villa area. Wu Jingying, with a hesitant look on their faces, said, "Although I really want to go back with you, this base has already lost several superpowered people, and its strength has been greatly reduced. If the 3 of us powerful superpowered people leave, I'm afraid the base's strength will be even weaker. If there is an invasion of zombies, they may not be able to resist." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will control a zombie to guard the gate here. I can get the zombie's view, and I can know everything that happens here from thousands of miles away. If there is really a powerful zombie invasion, I will handle it myself." Not to mention that Lu Yang's flight speed has reached more than 4 times the speed of sound. Even if this base is threatened, he can arrive within a minute. Not to mention his freezing skills, the distance he can control has long exceeded 100 kilometers. Wu Jingying said, "Even if you are strong, you will have times when you are busy. What if you are taking a shit and suddenly the base is invaded by zombies? You can't just rush over here, can you?" Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh at the other person's words. This woman has a big brain. Zombie invasion while taking a shit? Ha ha ha. Why don't you say that I was playing cards with a woman when the zombies invaded? You couldn't immediately pull yourself out of the situation and rush here? Wu Jingying looked at Lu Yang's smiling expression and said with some confusion. What are you laughing at? Wasn't what I said very reasonable? Even if you are strong and fast, you can't be here all the time. You have to eat, bathe, shit, and sleep with women, don't you? Lu Yang touched her head and said, that's why I left a zombie here to guard the door and left an ice sword here. The zombie can provide me with a view. Then I can control the ice sword to attack the zombies. Even if I am hundreds of miles away, I don't have to come in person. I can use a thought to kill the opponent. What? My God, is there such a thing? Hearing Lu Yang say this, Wu Jingying and the others were stunned. From a distance of 100 miles away, he can kill the enemy with a sword just by controlling the zombie to provide a view? My goodness! This ability is too strong, isn't it? If that's the case, with Lu Yang here with his big sword, they don't need to panic even if there are more zombies coming to invade. They have seen how fast Lu Yang can kill enemies. The ice sword can fly at supersonic speed, and it can instantly decapitate every zombie it passes. It only takes a few minutes to kill more than 1,000 zombies. No wonder Lu Yang was so confident. It turns out, identity of a big star is unattainable for many people. But now Lu Yang is bringing back more and more women, from all kinds of professions, and even now many of the women he brings back are supernaturals. In the end times, superheroes are much more advanced than stars in peacetime. She also wants to awaken her superpowers, but why is her luck so bad? She hasn't awakened yet, and it really hurts. Chen Dan said, what's the use of awakening supernormal abilities? We're all pregnant now, so how can we ignore our bodies and just run straight to Lu Yang's room? If I have awakened my superpowers, I don't think it will make any difference except that my physical fitness will be enhanced. Zhou Kiki said, that's right. In Lu Yang's opinion, it doesn't matter whether you have superpowers or not, because he is so strong that ordinary superheroes are no different from ordinary people in his eyes. Even if we haven't awakened, Lu Yang hasn't treated us badly, right? Zhang Jingyu said, it's true that he hasn't treated us badly, but I still feel bad that I haven't awakened. My brother is obviously a supernormal person, but why haven't I inherited this gene? It's really hard to understand. Wang Siki said, I don't care. If I don't awaken, I won't. Anyway, life is pretty good now, carefree. Compared to the apocalyptic life of others, we are already very lucky. If it weren't for the appearance of Lu Yang, I might have died long ago. After hearing Wang Siki's words, the other girls nodded. Indeed, although some of them have not awakened their superpowers, it is already rare to be able to live such a carefree life in the end times. One cannot be too demanding, and one must know how to be content. Compared to those who were eaten by zombies and trapped in the room and starved to death. They are much luckier. At this time, Wu Jingying's people also discovered He Yushi and the others. They didn't expect that there were so many peerless beauties living in this villa area. But then they thought about it, and it actually made sense. After all, Lu Yang is a person who can't help but talk about having children in 3 sentences, and it's normal to have many girls around. They even suspected that the other survivors were constantly searching for food in order to survive. Lu Yang is probably searching for beautiful women every day. Lu Yang also saw He Yushi and the others, who were discussing this, and waved at them. Seeing Lu Yang beckoning, the others hurried over and surrounded him, like the stars surrounding the moon. He Yushi said, Lu Yang, where did you go to search for supplies again? You even brought back 3 such beautiful sisters. Baihu said, the 3 sisters must all be supernaturals, right? You 3 can organize a supernatural base, and now you've all been brought back by Lu Yang at the same time. Did Lu Yang break into all your bases? Wu Jingying only realized at this point that White Fox was also a psychic, and there were 2 other psychics in the crowd, namely Tao and Chen Dan, who also attracted her attention. Especially when she saw Tao, she couldn't help but tremble. This is definitely a very powerful psychic. Although she has not yet reached the level of Lu Yang, she is much stronger than the other yellow list psychics, and is at least a master of the Xian list. Wu Jingying's people originally thought that Lu Yang's base was full of flower vases, but they never expected that there were 3 female supernaturals. Now these new psychics can't be so arrogant. Lu Yang said, let me introduce you to the 3 new female supernaturals I've brought back. They are Wu Jingying, Lin Wanner, and Shen Zi. Hearing Lu Yang's words, the women's faces revealed warm smiles. He Yusher said with a smile, "Hello, my name is He Yusher. Welcome to our villa community. We get along very well, and we'll all be sisters from now on." Zhao Lina said, "That's right, we're all easy to talk to, and we all have similar interests. For example, we all love Lu Yang, ha." Zhao Lina made a joke and laughed out loud. Later, Su Xiao, Chen Dan and others also laughed. Zhou Kiki added, "Especially Lu Yang's 16-level Gale. It's so irresistible, ha." Wu Jingying's people couldn't understand their sense of humor, but as newcomers, they could only awkwardly laugh along. But they looked at this group of laughing, seemingly heartless beauties. Although they didn't understand their sense of humor, they looked like they were easygoing people. The girls introduced themselves one by one. Then Chen Dan said, "Let's go, it's time for lunch. Let's go back to the villa together. Today we have new sisters, so we have to make a big lunch." When she heard this, He Yusher was overjoyed and said, "That's great. We can eat something delicious." Zhao Lina seemed to have thought of something and said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, the other day when I was walking with Yusher by the river, we found that there are fish in the river in our villa area. I think you can take a fishing rod and go fishing. Maybe you can catch some fresh fish to improve our diet." He Yusher said, "That's right. We saw it yesterday. Those fish jumped out of the water, and they were huge. But you don't need to fish for them. You fly so fast that you can just fly over and catch them before they even know what's happening." Big fish? Lu Yang was a little surprised to hear what He Yusher and Zhao Lina had said. There is indeed a river running through their villa area. After all, the main feature of a luxurious villa area is its proximity to mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery. And this river is the largest river in Donghai City, directly connecting to the East China Sea. But he had never heard of big fish in the river of this villa area before. Could it be a mutant fish? Chapter 118, Merman Monster? Lu Yang suddenly became a little wary. If there really are mutated fish, he would like to check it out. He didn't want them to pose a threat to the people in the villa area. Lu Yang said to the others, "Okay, I'll go check out the big fish in the river. If there really is one, I'll catch one and bring it back to you to improve your diet. Although I have collected a lot of frozen meat and fish, seafood in the freezer of the supermarket, it is still frozen, and it is definitely not as good as fresh." He Yusher and Zhao Lina and the others nodded eagerly, "MMM." So the women began to return to the villa to prepare the dishes. Lu Yang then went to the river near the villa. Once he arrived at the river, he noticed that the river, which had been calm, had suddenly become agitated. There were many dark shadows moving quickly under the water. From time to time, one or two large fish would leap out of the water and then fall heavily back down, causing a large splash. Seeing this, Lu Yang was a little surprised. Are the fish resources in this river so good? If this is seen by the fishermen, even if it is hundreds of kilometers away, they will probably come over and cast a few lines. The zombies on the road are probably unable to resist their footsteps. Of course, he also realized that all of this was definitely not normal. In the past, in peacetime, there were fish in the river, but there were definitely not so many, and they were not this big. Lu Yang's mind twitched. An ice needle was instantly fired, and a fish directly turned its white belly up and floated on the water. Lu Yang wrapped the fish in ice and brought it back to his own front. Looking at the fish's corpse, Lu Yang muttered. It was a sturgeon, and it was huge, weighing at least several dozen catties, but it looked normal, not like a mutation. This kind of fish usually lives in the ocean, but when it comes time to spawn, it will swim back to freshwater areas. They were swimming so fast and in such a hurry that it didn't seem like they were spawning, but rather like they were in danger and panicking and fleeing. Could it be that there is danger downstream? I have to go and take a look. Lu Yang then made a decision and flew directly over the river, flying downstream along the river. While he was flying in the sky, the fish in the water were swimming in the opposite direction. Lu Yang flew directly along the river for several minutes, flying over a distance of tens of kilometers, and finally, about 10 kilometers from the estuary, Lu Yang saw other creatures on the water surface. These creatures were feeding on the sturgeon. No wonder the sturgeon kept swimming upstream. What was that? It was black and fast, swimming faster than the sturgeon. It looked like a human, but its skin was dark and its teeth were sharp, like shark teeth.
Could it be a mutant zombie? Had it mutated to be able to swim? While Lu Yang was thinking, the mutated creatures also discovered Lu Yang.
Swish! A javelin turned into a black shadow and flew straight from the water, heading straight for Lu Yang's face.
Goodness, it can use weapons?
Lu Yang was even more surprised. Although the spear was fast, it seemed to Lu Yang to be in slow motion. He grabbed it with one hand and threw it back with the other, sending it flying at the creature at even greater speed. Swish! Pop! The sharp spear pierced the opponent's shoulder. The guy let out a scream, then dove into the water, slapping his tail on the surface and disappearing from Lu Yang's view. When he saw the huge black tail, Lu Yang was even more surprised.
Is this a mermaid? How could it be so different from the legendary mermaid, so ugly?
The other members of the mutant creature, seeing that one of their own was injured, instantly threw their javelins at Lu Yang even more frantically. Swish, swish, swish.
A dozen spears flew directly at Lu Yang.
If this were an ordinary person, they would have been pierced and covered in thorns.
Unfortunately, Lu Yang is not an ordinary person.
He moved his mind slightly, and a huge ice shield appeared in front of him.
Ding!
Ding ding ding! The sound of metal colliding as the javelins hit the ice shield, and then all the javelins were thrown back and fell into the water.
The hard ice shield was not pierced by these ordinary javelins, and they could not even leave a mark on it.
Seeing that Lu Yang was so strong, the creatures instantly gave up their attack and turned to flee.
They dove into the water. They still want to try the same trick? The first time you were able to run away, it was because I didn't know your abilities. The second time, forget it. Lu Yang gave a glance, and dozens of ice needles were instantly fired.
However, when they hit their bodies, they didn't pierce them, but instantly turned into a cold air, wrapping them, freezing them, and turning them into ice sculptures.
More than a dozen mutated mermaids floated to the surface.
Lu Yang waved her hand, and they were frozen and brought to shore. Lu Yang carefully observed the mutant mermaids. Their skin was dark, and the upper part of their bodies was human skin. The lower part of their bodies was covered in black scales, and their tails looked powerful and strong.
No wonder they swam so fast in the water.
There were more than a dozen of these mutant mermaids, both male and female. The female mermaids even had human-like breasts, but unfortunately, each of these mermaids had an ugly appearance, with their teeth jutting out and their thin lips unable to cover their sharp shark-like teeth. Even Lu Yang, whose genes had been enhanced, did not dare to think about this mouth.
But then again, who would have any thoughts about a fish? If even a fish wants to have sex with you, can you still be called a human? Just as Lu Yang was thinking, one of the mutant mermaids actually spoke. Who are you? You damned human. How dare you lay a hand on us black mermaids? Our clan will not let you go. Hearing this, Lu Yang was shocked. He asked, "Oh? You can talk? What are you? Black mermaids? Are there white mermaids?" The black mermaid said, "White mermaids? A bunch of trash.
We black mermaids are the true mermaids. Release us immediately, or else you will suffer the wrath of the Black Mermaid clan."
Lu Yang sneered and said, "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me? I'll give you one last chance. Tell me about your black fish family, and maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood." The black merman was not intimidated by Lu Yang, but said, "Damn human, do you think it's still the same as before? You humans won't be around for long. You dare threaten me? You're looking for death." Bang!
Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yang had already used an ice needle to blow his head off.
"Captain! Captain! How dare you kill our captain?" The other black mermaids were shocked by this scene and immediately shouted. Chapter 119, A Treasure Map?
Seeing the captain who had been decapitated, the other black fish were shocked. They never thought that this human would be so decisive, and he killed the fish without saying a word. Lu Yang looked at the shocked expressions of the black fish and knew that his deterrent effect was sufficient. He then said to the other black fish, "Your captain dared to threaten me, so he is dead. Next, I will ask you questions, and I hope you will answer truthfully. Otherwise, he will be your fate." "You're dreaming. We won't give in. You dare to kill our captain, and we black fish won't let you go. Even if we die, you won't get off easy. You don't know what kind of race you're messing with. We black fish have existed for thousands of years. The elders of our race are much stronger than you, and we'll see how you die.
Lu Yang frowned.
I didn't expect these ugly creatures to be so stubborn. It seems that there is no need to keep them.
Although there are female black fish, they are too ugly for Lu Yang to kill. Lu Yang gave a look. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen black fish were instantly decapitated. Only the last female black mermaid was left.
The female black fish said, "You dare to kill our captain and kill all the other fish.
You are a despicable guy. You have become the enemy of our black fish. You are dead."
Even if she was the only one left, she would not give in.
But Lu Yang didn't care. He extended 2 fingers and walked towards her. The remaining female black mermaid saw Lu Yang extend 2 fingers and panicked. "What do you want?"
"Even if you forcefully ravish me, I will not yield to you."
Lu Yang knew that the other woman was thinking the wrong thing, and said disdainfully, "You think so? You don't even look at yourself in the mirror. You're as black as a ghost. Even if you were naked, I wouldn't have any interest in you." Although Lu Yang does like women, they are beautiful women. Who would like something as black as this? The black mermaid said, "You are discriminating against black skin. You are also discriminating against fish. You are a racist."
Lu Yang slapped the black mermaid in the face, knocking her to the ground. Her sharp shark-like teeth were knocked out, and Lu Yang cursed.
"Damn it, it's fine for a beautiful woman to fight, but you, a fucking fish, dare to fight me? Don't you know that my intentional punching technique is designed to hit women?"
The black fish's face was swollen and she was too scared to speak. Lu Yang placed his finger directly on the other's forehead and cast a soul chain. This was the first time he had used the soul chain on a creature other than a human, and he didn't know if it would work.
After 5 minutes, he received a prompt.
"Congratulations, host, the soul chain has been successfully cast." At this point, the blackfish's eyes had completely changed. She no longer looked angry or scared, but instead completely submissive. Lu Yang said to her, "Tell me about your blackfish family."
"Yes, my lord." The female black mermaid nodded and then began to tell Lu Yang. "Our mermaid race is an ancient one. It is divided into black mermaids and white mermaids.
We have existed for thousands of years. In times of peace, we usually hide in deep water, trying to stay away from humans.
Because since ancient times, humans have regarded us as monsters, and once discovered, we would be killed.
Although our physical strength is much stronger than that of humans, our technology and weapons are no match for humans. After all, even the strongest body cannot withstand human destroyers, aircraft carriers, and nuclear submarines. So our living space has been shrinking.
But now that the end of the world has arrived and the human population has dwindled, we no longer need to hide."
"We were just fishing for sturgeon when you appeared, sir."
Lu Yang said, "The merfolk are divided into white merfolk and black merfolk? What is the difference between white merfolk and you?"
The black mermaid said, "White mermaids have whiter skin, and their upper bodies are exactly the same as humans, with no difference at all. They don't have the sharp teeth and claws that we have, and they look more like humans."
In the opinion of the black mermaids, the white mermaids are not pure mermaids. The black mermaids and the white mermaids are at odds with each other. And the black mermaids have just captured the white mermaid princess.
Lu Yang was puzzled by her words. "You are all mermaids, so why are you at war with each other?
And why did you capture the princess of the white mermaids? Are you jealous of her beauty? The black fish are indeed ugly.
Although their upper bodies resemble those of humans, the details are completely different from those of humans. Their noses are flat like those of apes, their teeth are sharp like those of sharks, their pupils are vertical like those of cold-blooded animals, their faces are wrinkled, and they have prominent bone spurs on both sides of their cheeks.
It's completely incompatible with human aesthetics." The black mermaid said, "I don't know why, but black mermaids and white mermaids are enemies. We've been taught that since we were little. We only know that white mermaids are our enemies."
As for the reason for capturing the white fish princess, of course it was to get the other half of the map to the treasure in the underground palace.
The treasure of the underground palace? Lu Yang was shocked to hear the black merman's words.
The black merman continued, "Yes, the legendary treasure of the mermaid's palace can only be found with the map, but the map has been split in two, half in the black merman's hand and half in the white merman's hand. Therefore, taking advantage of the end of the world, when humans can no longer influence the ocean, this is the best opportunity to find the treasure. Once we obtain the treasure of the mermaids, we can revive the mermaid race and become the most powerful race in the world.
After hearing the Black Merman's words, Liu Yang was inspired. A mermaid treasure can directly revitalize the mermaid race and make it the most powerful race? I don't know if these mermaids have been brainwashed or if the legend is true. If it's true, then how much good stuff is in that treasure? If I can keep all of these for myself, wouldn't that be great?
Liu Yang made a decision in his heart. He must get the treasure map of this mermaid palace. As long as the treasure map is in my hands, no one else can get the treasure, and the things inside will be mine sooner or later. Liu Yang said to the Black Mermaid, "Take me to your hiding place."
The Black Mermaid said, "Sir, the Black Mermaid clan's base camp is in the sea. You are human, and I'm afraid you can't breathe underwater." "In the sea? But I must get that treasure map."
Liu Yang looked troubled. Liu Yang was really tempted by the treasures of the mermaid's underground palace. But although his basic attributes are now dozens of times those of an ordinary person, he does not have the ability to breathe underwater. "If I go to the sea, I'm afraid I won't be able to move my hands and feet." The Black Merman said, "I can try to help you, sir, and steal the Black Merman's half of the treasure map, but the White Merman's half of the treasure map has not yet appeared. The Black Merman is still interrogating the White Merman princess, and there is no result yet."
Chapter 120, Building a Submarine to Track the Mermaid.
After thinking for a while, Liu Yang simply began to deduce the future. The mermaids are an unknown race, and their base camp is also one that Liu Yang has never been to. He doesn't know what dangers he will encounter, so before he takes action, he must first deduce and find the optimal solution. "Sir, you'd better make a decision quickly. The Black Mermaid you hurt may have returned to their base camp by now. Your information may be exposed, and the Black Mermaids may retaliate.
At the same time, they will be more vigilant." The female Black Mermaid couldn't help but say this when she saw Liu Yang staring blankly.
Liu Yang had been in a daze for a minute, and had already deduced the future course of events 3 times in his mind, finally finding the best way. His thoughts were pulled back from the deduction, and a confident expression appeared on his face.
He said, "Okay, I know what to do next. Take me to the Blackfish clan's base camp."
During the deduction, Liu Yang learned where the Black Mermaid's base camp was located and also learned about the Black Mermaid's strength. Even the strongest merman warrior has only 3 or 4 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person, and they don't even have any special abilities. However, even if they have superpowers, they are not expected to be their opponents in the water. The water is the home of the mermaids, and their strength is greatly enhanced.
However, to Liu Yang, they were still too weak.
As long as he entered the base camp, he could wipe out the entire Black Merman clan in less than half an hour. He had even found the location of the half of the treasure map belonging to the Black Mermaid clan. At the same time, Liu Yang was also working out the best way to get into the water.
Liu Yang was not at all panicked in the underwater battle. The Black Merman said worriedly, "Sir, are you really going to do it? Without a battleship or a submarine, humans can't possibly be a match for the mermaids." Liu Yang said confidently, "I'm not just an ordinary person. Just do as I say."
"Okay." The black fish nodded and then went down the river, swimming nonstop towards the sea. Liu Yang flew in the air behind her.
In fact, Liu Yang already knew the location of the blackfish's base camp.
The reason for letting this captive blackfish lead the way was that this blackfish was still somewhat useful. After swimming for a dozen kilometers, the blackfish entered the sea and swam for a few more kilometers before they reached an island.
The cave beneath the island is the home base of the blackfish. The base camp was quite large, and the entire island seemed to be hollow, with a complex network of caves. It could almost be considered an underwater town.
The blackfish said, "Sir, this is the place.
Why don't you wait for me here while I go down and steal the treasure map?"
Liu Yang shook his head. "No, I'll go down with you." After Liu Yang finished speaking, his whole body began to be wrapped in ice, as if he were an ice-made submarine.
This cylindrical submarine was 2 meters in diameter and about 5 meters long.
In other words, the volume of this submarine is approximately 3.14 times 1 superscript 2 times 5 is equal to 15.7 cubic meters. 1 cubic meter of air can support one person breathing for 2 hours. In other words, Liu Yang in the submarine can breathe for at least 30 hours. Liu Yang can also control the ice sword from a distance while in the submarine, attacking enemies from outside. For Liu Yang, even in the sea, his strength has not diminished in the slightest. The Black Mermaid was shocked by what she saw Lu Yang do. She didn't expect Lu Yang to be so strong. She had just said that without a submarine or a battleship, humans were no match for mermaids, and now the adults had turned into an ice submarine out of thin air? This maneuver is really awesome. With a loud bang, Lu Yang's frozen submarine had already been launched, causing a huge splash on the surface of the sea. After entering the water, Lu Yang's submarine began to swim forward like a cannonball, moving at a speed that was many times faster than that of a military submarine. Even the speed of a torpedo was less than 100 kilometers per hour. Lu Yang was able to control his frozen submarine and run at thousands of kilometers per hour. Lu Yang didn't do this, however, because he was afraid that the captive merman couldn't keep up, so he kept the same speed as the merman. But Lu Yang also discovered the difference between maneuvering ice in water and in the air. It takes more mental effort to reach the same speed. Perhaps it is because the resistance in water is much greater than in air. But Lu Yang's mental power was already 10 times that of an ordinary person, and he had no shortage of mental power. While Lu Yang and the female merman were heading to the merman base camp, the injured male merman had already returned to the base camp. The other mermaids in the base camp saw that he was injured and immediately showed surprise, asking, "Old Seven, what happened to you? How did you hurt your shoulder?" The seventh one covered his wound and said in pain, "We were hunting sturgeon, but suddenly we met a human. I tried to sneak up on him with a spear, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Then the captain and the others were all captured, so I quickly ran back to report the news." The black mermaids all looked surprised when they heard what the seventh merman had said. How is that possible? Could it be that in the end times, the other side has high-tech weapons? With our physical strength, our mermaid clan is superior to humans. Laochi said, "That guy is no ordinary human, he can fly. And it seems that he can directly manipulate ice. We are no match for him." The black fish said, "That's strong. We must report this to the elders immediately and come up with a plan as soon as possible." "Wait, you were injured and escaped back to the tribe. You weren't followed, were you?" The seventh brother shook his head and said, "No, they were busy dealing with the captain and his men, so I snuck away. They couldn't have tracked me down." "That's good. Let's go see the elders together." The black fish led the seventh son to the residence of the black fish elders. Then they told the black merman elder about the situation. The blackfish elder, who was thin and wrinkled with a long white beard, looked angry when he heard the description of the seventh and said, "Stupid humans, how dare they make enemies of us black fish? It won't be long before they perish. As soon as I find out from the white fish princess where the half of the treasure map is, our black fish clan will rise. Now, everyone should try to hunt in the depths of the ocean, not in the inland rivers, and stay away from humans as much as possible."